I'm sure people complain about it later. We could just start now. Hey, how's it going? Extended discussion is what I called it, but that's not SEO worthy. It's episode 5? I don't know. I don't know how long I've been doing this. Lighty's more prepared than I am. Hi, Lighty.
Amazing.
I'm playing Vampire Survivors, so that's my life
I
right
too
now.
have not finished it.
I finished it,
Oh, fuck you.
All 37 achievements, baby.
and I've got 40,000 silver coins farmed out. Good to go.
I was trying to remember. I was lying in bed. I was trying to remember what we were playing before we started playing Avorion or whatever. Because I have shit memory.
Vampire Survivors.
Vampire Survivors, yeah, that's it.
Great game.
Hey, Jousis, what have you been
Great
doing?
game.
If anything.
$3.
Let me look at
Not
my most
sponsored.
recently played games.
Ooh.
Team Fortress
Hentai
2,
Harem,
Risk of
Volume
Rain 2. I did another Cyberpunk playthrough and tried to do like a different combat style. I played 20 minutes of Dark Souls 3 because I wanted to see whether or not it was feasible to do a run where I used only my fists.
Not fun. Bad times.
Dark Souls? I wasn't listening. I'm great at this.
Yeah, Dark
You
Souls
playing-
3. I was
playing
trying
Elden
to see
Ring?
if I could do a stream where I just played using only fists. I am looking forward to Elden Ring. I have deliberately not looked at any information.
Good. I was in the beta and also didn't even look at it because I didn't want to spoil the sweet, sweet, succulent goodness that will be my open world Dark Souls nonsense.
Oh
I
no,
see.
that's information I didn't have.
You didn't know it was
It's a- I
open
mean-
world?
It's a game.
No, I've learned nothing. I've seen the logo.
I'm just going based off of things I've been told that weren't real, so I don't know.
I know more
I'll
than
pretend
you.
that you lied to me just now.
It could be a lie. I have no idea. I didn't even know it was called Elden Ring until you told me.
Uh-huh. I hate those games because I'm shit at them. I'm shit at every game I play, so I just yeah. The furthest I've gotten in
You
a
should
Dark
watch
Souls.
my stream when I eventually do it, and then I can just dunk on you.
Why? No. Why are you good at it? You getting progression? Fuck. Dude.
I found out that for the first phase of Vort, you can literally hold up on the stick and mash R1 as hard as you can, and he will not hit you.
These are just words to Jim. These are pure.
What's a board?
It's a small
second
board
Or the
you
boss
Memorial
creature.
Valley, Jim. Come on.
in
What?
Dark Souls 3.
Dark Souls 3, right. All I
in
know
front of a
about...
big door.
Okay.
He's
Honestly,
a jump scare boss.
He's just the dude that's like down on all fours with the mace, right?
Yeah, he's real
Yeah.
thick.
He's very
All of my
animalistic in his
knowledge-
movements.
was it Dark Souls 3 or Dark Souls 2 that had that cute chibi animation on YouTube that I rewatched? Blood knows what I'm talking about. I think it was Dark Souls 2.
Boss weapons.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, Happy Souls? That was Dark
Yeah.
Souls 2.
Well, I know everything about Dark Souls 2 from that, and I've played 3 hours of Dark Souls 1, and that's it.
I believe that this is a contested opinion, but I believe that Dark Souls 2 is the best one.
You know what? I feel the same way.
I've
feel
never
the
played
exact
any
same
of
way.
them.
Like, it was the jankiest, but also by far the best in terms of
I
like,
liked it the
depth
most.
and fun.
There was just so many bosses and there was so much to do, I felt like.
Yeah, it's a much bigger game. It's less linear. I mean, Dark Souls 1 is also somewhat less linear, but Dark Souls 2 is
Also-
way less linear.
The bosses in Dark Souls 2 left a bigger impact on me. Like, between like the Mirror Knight boss, the giant frog song boss, the expansion boss, like
Magic
Gaelic.
was viable.
Oh my god. It was just it truly I think had the best feel where I'd enter an area and be like, holy shit, this is new. Like the diversity of the mobs I think was massive also in that game. But it does get just it's like the Nickelback of Dark Souls games. It just gets shit on for no reason, kind of. I mean it's just fun to trash on it.
I think
but-
people had like 6 adaptability and thought it felt clunky and didn't like it.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe they're just shitters, who knows?
'Cause that was how I felt when I first played. I was like, this feels really clunky, and it was because I had like 6 adaptability.
It was pretty modular how you built it though. I mean even like you could have like rushed to the gutters and like went like the dark pyramid. I mean there's so many options like
My
pretty
character
cool.
had the champion seal, the dragonbone fist, and the fume knight ultra great sword.
there you go.
And I would swap between those 3 things in combat, and it was very fun.
I definitely did the most like diversified builds where I would just do like thematic ones, like oh, I'll go full Havel and just spat roll everywhere. That was fun, you know. Just doing like all that sort of stuff. I think Dark Souls 2 promoted the best.
I had a character that was absolutely stupid. I had the tankiest armor set in the game, which I think was full Havels and then the Minotaur helmet, and I power stanced Smelter Hammers, which you need 99 strength to do.
I'm
And
gonna
it
be
just
honest.
did like 1200 damage.
I'm gonna be honest. When I heard some people talking about the later stuff in the PoE expansion, mostly Blood and someone else, Blood the guy here that hasn't spoken much. Blood and someone else talking about like the Ascendancy Jewels. As soon as everyone starts naming Ascendancies and you just talk, I have no idea
Your
what the
eyes
fuck.
glaze over.
Yeah, I have no. I don't know how long we've been going for. Has it been an hour? Dark Souls conversation.
I mean, to be fair, in the current Path trailer, I felt like I was literally watching like Chris Wilson filibuster up there for 35 minutes as he was just going. My eyes were glazing over.
He didn't
I'm like
talk
a
about
fucking
hard
PoE
mode.
knowledge veteran, so this is
I
like
straight up
crazy.
didn't set a reminder. I missed the stream.
Nice.
Honestly, you didn't miss much. You can just TLDR this whole thing. There was a lot of talking, and then
You
was
can
not a
TLDR
lot.
it just by going to the fucking expansion page on the website. It has pretty
Yeah,
much
it's-
everything.
it was kind of it was like the most undigestible live stream I think I've seen as far as. But the thing is, it's an interesting concept which I discuss quite often, which is it's hard to like when so much changes. It's very hard to unlearn something and relearn at the same time. So we're so used to a certain way in Path that I think if you were honestly a newer player, the entire system, which we haven't even gotten into, but like everything we saw would probably be a lot easier digestible than it would be for us because we have so many preconceived notions of what the game already is. So I think it ultimately is simpler, but it doesn't come off of that because the only people watching this fucking live stream are people who play Path, really. So
Right.
for everyone who's watching it, it's like this is like ridiculous and total nonsense. But I think ultimately it will be more streamlined and simpler, just not for us for the first time.
Yeah. I mean, we're all in the same boat then. None of us know what the fuck's going on watching the live
I know what's
stream.
going
Even if we
on,
knew what was
but-
happening. Even if we
At this
played the
point,
game
I've
for
done
4
enough fun.
years. There's nothing.
It's just a lot. Like
He did it a lot of times where he's like, we'll get back to this, we'll explain this later. And by the time he got to the part where he wanted to explain something later, I've forgotten what he was talking about originally.
yeah. What we're seeing, Blood?
I honestly
Blood's
forgot.
Okay, good.
Sorry.
I'm adding pretty art and stuff. This is the shittest looking podcast I've ever made, which suits perfectly to Lighty's videos. Every Lighty video he makes is just the worst content he's ever done. He's always striving for something worse.
Some advanced slander happening right now.
You were nodding before.
Yeah, I was
you,
like,
you,
damn.
you started agreeing before I was like, oh, he's
Isn't this
agreed.
libel
I
'cause
can.
it's not in
What?
text.
No,
Slander's in writing.
Not no big city lawyer.
it's not liable because you have to like have a like influence in media. Like you have to convince people. I can't convince people anything.
I think it's not libel or slander because it's 100% true, to be honest. But
Yeah,
Oh.
it's not
All right, then.
it's not slander if it's verifiably correct.
will
Well,
nod.
what a really pretty goddamn garbage artwork I've made. Sorry, I'm just shitting on my stuff that you can't even see. Hey,
Do you want like a formatted thing?
No, I
Okay.
like it looking trash. It reminds me of myself.
But I meant like for like things to talk about.
Oh man, I don't give a shit. I never do.
All right, who you, homie?
What's new? Let's talk about Archnemesis first because it's like the easiest thing compared to everything else. Although I do have a question: are the staff and the amulet that they teased, is that core game or is that
Those are core.
Archnemesis?
It's every single unique is going to be from the expansion.
Is
They're
it?
all expansion. Yeah, definitely all expansion.
Atlas expansion, not League. So
Yeah.
is there anything?
That's gonna be
Oh, yeah,
Derby
yeah.
Season House.
Okay.
Do you reckon there'll be any
There's-
like uniques and
There's
stuff
not
for?
a so Archnemesis has actually set a precedent for the first time in Path history. There are no new uniques. So this is going off the information we have. Obviously, they could sneak something in, but there's no new uniques, no new base types, no new mob sets, no bosses. That's the
Right.
first time that's happened. I mean, since like the vanilla leagues of like Rampage.
But they did
Actually,
specifically.
they actually had uniques. They actually had uniques. Never mind. This is literally Rampage has added more content to the game than Archnemesis.
Well, that's true. Even fucking Bloodlines and Nemesis have added uniques.
Yep. Which is to me like mind-boggling. That I understand why they have to release a league, but this is truly it has to be like so fantastically good feeling to like merit really doing for extended periods of time. Aside from just the economic and fun reset of a new league to like
Right.
keep me in league because there is literally nothing on paper they've added. So I'm really curious how it's going to feel, because it better fucking blow my dick off, because it's going to be very strange.
The expansion
Play
of the
with
league.
nothing to do.
I mean,
The league, the expansion looks like really cool, but there's just a lot to that. We'd have to know nothing about the fucking tree, which is like everything kind of.
so Jousis, you know nothing about anything about
I skimmed
Kiwi?
the patch notes
Okay.
and I looked at the league page that summarizes everything. So
Do-
like I've seen the pictures of the Atlas passive tree and stuff.
Do you know how the league mechanic works?
So I'm reading the Archnemesis League. I'm like, this reminds me of like a weird combination of Metamorph and Essence.
Like Metamorph, Essence, and Talisman. If I were to maybe combine them.
Yeah. So I mean,
Yeah.
if
And
you have to
Ritual.
put it in terms
Well,
of
not
other
really.
leagues, that's what I would say.
Mostly
But
Metamorph.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's not groundbreaking, but it's not like Rampage was fine.
Yeah.
What am I thinking of? Onslaught.
Yeah, Onslaught's
Good.
yeah.
Onslaught
Good
is like
summary.
minimum effort.
There was a part where Chris Wilson said you only get 2 organs if you're going to relate it to
Average.
Metamorph,
Yeah.
average per
Yeah.
map.
Yeah.
Yep.
But you can use up to 4 crafting, and he's like, people are just going to have to like pick some up some map and not get rewards, and then maybe 2 maps or 3 maps later get some good rewards by doing a big chain of them. And I'm like,
Yeah.
people aren't going to do that. People are just
Yeah.
going to bitch and moan like week 1. And then they're gonna like, oh, maybe we'll give you some more, and then
Also,
like
they're
later on,
not tradable,
billions.
and they have their own dedicated tab, which was
And they
really
have item level locks.
Okay,
and
so
the
that
most
sounds
interesting
like
part of that.
I'm gonna throw them all in a tab and forget, and then like a month later be like, oh, I should run all of these.
Well, they have their own tab that you can't throw them into other tabs.
Yeah,
From what
the
I've seen.
H
Yeah, I
menu
would throw them all
opens their
into
tab.
the dedicated
You don't
tab.
have to throw them. You just pick them up and they go there.
The most interesting part is they made a statement previously after the expedition change where it auto picked up the currency, and they said anytime going forward there is a non-tradable currency that has its own dedicated league tab, it'll be automatically picked up. And they literally introduced one this league, and they didn't put it auto pickup.
Yeah, but like you gotta feel the weight of the organs, you know?
I think it
Yeah,
is.
I've got the weight. I'm being crushed.
I think it's,
Imagine the logistics of an automated organ vacuum.
if there was 50, sure, but there's only 2. I was worried. Like as
Yeah.
soon as the trailer or whatever got to that part, I was
It's
shit
the
talking it
principle, though.
as much
It's
as I
not
could.
the actual.
I get it.
Not the actual pain of it, but it is just the point that it was. They set a precedent, and then like literally like a league and a half later, they just immediately did the opposite.
Sure.
Yeah, to be fair, if they're only adding 1 to 2 extra clicks per map, people aren't complaining that it takes 3 clicks to open an essence.
No, not at all.
So,
But essence is
I think
it's just the principle. It's a slippery slope. Game's dead.
I'm
Sure.
just really glad they came right out of the box with its own tab.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about our own stash space.
Well, they
for
said
these
they'd do that.
things.
For everything from this point on, didn't they?
They said
Any-
they
well,
would try to.
any-
Again,
loot-
that,
loot
that,
content.
that's the precedent that was set previously. Whether it's upheld is kind of the whole meme. Case
Yeah.
in point, this league. But yeah, Archnemesis seems like beyond minimal in scope. So, but the good thing is the end game is looks quite
Beyond
large.
Here's
But
an
it's-
important bullet point in the
Mhm.
patch notes. To prevent you
Uh-oh.
from having to backtrack, there are more than 4 possible locations, but only
Yep.
the first 4 you choose count. So it's like, yeah, there
Correct.
are some on the fringes of the map over there, but you don't have to worry about them because you can only do
So
4
it's
anyway.
it's solving the ritual problem, which was if you leave one out, you feel bad because you have to go back and do it. It's like having 6 rituals in a zone, but you only get credit for 4. So it's just more. It's like quality. I mean, it's just quality of life for a problem that doesn't exist yet, but it's good.
Also, I guess I'm not even sure if this applies, but like you could get a ritual that was like in a corner, and so like 20% of the circle is available.
It doesn't
so with
apply.
this,
Because
it
you're
doesn't
only
apply.
there's one big boy that you're juicing, one rare mob. So if
Mhm.
unless he's
I'd
stuck in
let
a
it
wall,
go.
then you're fucked. But it's just one
Yeah.
guy.
So if we theoretically did the same thing to ritual, and just there are 10 of them, but you can only pick 3, you could choose the best ones out of
Doesn't
the
work
10,
like that. He's
but
neutral.
it doesn't work like that for
The-
Archnemesis.
Yeah, the organs
Yep.
that you pick up have the modifiers, and so it's a lot of player choice of I really want this 3 uniques, but it'll double his HP or something. So you build a bear, and so the only modifiers on him are the ones that you put on him. And then there's like a stacking recipe system. So like if you put a unique on in the very first one you encounter, everyone after that will also have that reward. So you could get 4 uniques total. And also, if you put on like one that adds fire damage and then one that doubles damage, they combine and do special fuckery, which unlocks better rewards later on, or they drop new craftable things you can socket into a later map. So you could theoretically do like 50 different recipe combinations to get one Omega one at the very end, which gives you some broken shit. But it'll fuck you up.
It's actually gonna be an insane league for Headhunter because they have new rare mob tags for all these different combinations that you could just.
They didn't confirm or deny if you could steal the new mobs.
And I'm gonna assume you can because
They're
you've
rare.
historically been able to do it.
Yeah, if it's a rare mob and you steal all of its modifiers according to the language, then you should get all of its modifiers.
But to be fair, that wasn't the case for well, I guess Bestiary didn't actually kill them. Or Essence. You did kill them. They didn't steal those modifiers, so who knows?
And Talismans, you didn't steal those modifiers.
Yep. It'd be cool if you could, but that's a real 0.1%er problem. So
very, very true.
As if that needed a buff, to be honest. I'm surprised that didn't get nerfed in any way, shape, or form, because I thought they were redoing rares this league, but I guess not.
I thought it would be a good opportunity for them to bring in Loot 2.0 or whatever, but they didn't. But that's okay, there's a lot of content here anyway. I just, mostly because it was like, Nemesis, rare remake, and I'm like, this is a good chance, and then they didn't, and I'm like, damn it, maybe next time.
So you could sort of consider these several individual metamorphs, in that they're petrified, and then you choose something, and then it spawns it, and you kill it.
Yep.
Yes, very true.
Yeah, so Metamorph has like breakpoints at each 25% life where it like spawns stuff and doesn't let you one-shot it. I'm wondering if that's the case for Archnemesis, so you can't just put 25 traps on it and then spawn it and then it dies instantly.
I might have like hardened like iframes at each breakpoint. It's possible.
Or it'll level up.
Otherwise, I think it would definitely be like Trap or Mine League, because if the very higher end rares are actually legitimately like only top 0.1% of characters can kill them difficult, then you would probably just need to run traps.
Could be. I mean, they've never made content really that hard except for like Deep Delve, but this already will, I think, be a Trap or Mine League in general, considering how like Fizz Trapper is still basically just as good.
They
and
buffed Explosive Trap so much it did not need it.
All the lightning traps are like nuclear
half
now.
of its supports, didn't it?
They said that Explosive Trap is meant to be scaled Ignite, which did not make any sense to me.
That doesn't make any sense.
So, to be fair, I read it the same way also. They didn't use an Oxford comma in that sentence, and it's actually an and/or sentence they have it, because the way that it's written makes it look like Holy Flame Totem is supposed to be used for Ignite also. So they just wrote it shittily. Because I read that the exact same way. I was like, they're just supposed to use this for what the fuck are they talking about? And then I read it, and then someone in chat's like, no, you have to understand. They basically borked this entire sentence, like the syntax of it. I was like, oh, I understand now. So if you reread it like slowly, it makes sense. But I was in the same boat where like this isn't written correctly, because it does seem like they're saying that these following skills are meant to be used with Ignite or builds, and it's just like Holy Flame Totem, Explosive Trap, and he's like, what the fuck?
What nerf did they do that they thought justified boosting Explosive Trap damage that much?
I don't.
Was there a generic Ignite nerf?
Yeah, 28% less damage.
Like, not even remotely offsets the amount of increase to hit spell damage if you're using like an Elementalist or any of these things. Like, it's. But even if like that's the case, you're still doing ultimately less. Like, if you zoom the scope out of the player power, you're doing less damage than you did like a year ago relative to the enemy strength. But
that doesn't have to be a nerf for there to be a buff. We're just like we're
which
living in abusive relationships with GGG.
They have Cluster Trap and Multi Trap support, which are both pretty big for trap clear speed.
Yeah,
and single target.
I think the idea was you're gonna hit less things, but hit them harder so they die, which was their weird way of like buffing the hit-based spell things. One of the biggest issues with like cast speed, and I think their idea of buffing damage by like 40% was like, well, you're not going to be casting as much, so now things will die faster. Ipso facto, you're safer. But that's not really how the game works, because you're just that 1 second you're casting is just still as lethal, whether it's now or before.
Especially since they boosted the area of the fucking Nemesis Monster Turbo mod.
Yeah.
So
yes, I saw that. They made the movement speed aura bigger, which was the worst one.
Yeah. Strange.
You can't run away now.
The entire patch of Broken Down honestly almost has like a contradiction built into almost every single buff, which is I guess just part of the course at this point.
They have so many different ways that things interact.
I mean, they've truly like it's kind of like we have, as we've all said it ad nauseum, but they've reached like critical mass with the amount of stuff in the game. Like, there's so much shit in Path that they've really built themselves in a little bit of a hole when it comes to balance. You know,
At this point,
Yeah, when they say like, "Oh, we're removing prophecy, we're eventually going to remove beyond," I'm like, yeah,
just,
okay.
a
There's so
penny
much
in the
stuff.
well. Like, it doesn't even make a difference.
still no Talisman's still in for some reason. Chris loves it. Damn it.
I love it. Chris
Blood loves it. You're the
fine.
two people that like Talisman. Grats.
I've yet to get the talisman
Yeah.
that I want, but I do want the possibility of getting it eventually.
I've gotten the talisman I want every league, so I'm still happy with it.
It's just not intrusive enough to ever make a difference that needs to be removed. But like in its current iteration, it's just what other mechanics just occasionally drop anointed talismans, which is
Yeah.
good enough. You could probably honestly make them not corrupted at this point, and I don't think it would be that big of a deal. Like,
In the patch notes, there is an item where you can extract a random oil from an anointed item.
that was so strange because it definitely can't be used on corrupted items. Like,
Thanks,
I bet you.
I think that's how they balanced it. It's like you can't just farm a bunch of talismans and then be like, oh, I have a bunch of gold oil anoints.
Yeah, but what anointed item are you using it on that isn't corrupted?
Not yet.
I'm thinking
Nano.
they're
One
going to
that
put
I made
anointed
and
item
regret.
drops in the Atlas tree.
There's a couple can drop from Rog can give you them from Expedition, and you can get them from Ritual sometimes, and maybe the new Atlas tree.
Are they enchanted in Heist?
No, I don't think that the ones that drop in Heist aren't. They're all just talismans. They're corrupted.
Radio.
Yeah, it is what it is. I assume it's the framework for something later on, which is fine.
Shouldn't you be able to do it on a corrupted one, or would it be because they're
Well, you
corrupted and
can't
be
use
modified?
currency on corrupted items unless
Yeah,
it's
but
specified otherwise.
You're not modifying it, aren't you? I mean, you're destroying
Yeah,
it.
it
And ripping
destroys
the,
the
oils off,
item.
I guess.
Well, maybe normally you can't. You just can't like historically. You just can't target things that are corrupted. It just says it's corrupted.
I think it's fine if it, like, balance-wise, if it does target corrupted things, because it can only be obtained with a specialization on the Atlas passive tree. So, like, you have to spec into doing that specifically.
definitely not overpowered because oils are just. Who gives a fuck? It's oil. I mean, like it's just an oil, you know.
Like this is gonna
If
matter
I really
for the
grind
first
getting
couple of months,
free golden oils with this
couple of
specific
weeks.
thing,
To
and I
be
think
fair,
I
there's-
deserve it.
There's going to be an influx of old oils in general because multiple blights can spawn per zone now. So
It's really an
It's
SSF
insane.
buff, even though they said they'd never do that.
yeah,
This lends more support to my plan for my league starter. I was like, I want to be able to 100% farm like legions and stuff. Like I want to have really, really good clear speed with my league starter, like I used to be able to. I had a video where I had a character that had absolutely insane clear speed for very little budget. I want to try to do that again.
I'm so glad that the Atlas is like that now.
Did you ever get a chance to play with Stasis Prison or no?
No, it's 3 mirrors.
Okay, I was gonna.
I will not touch it until it is somewhere in the range of 1 to 10 exalts.
Well, all right.
Not gonna happen.
I'm just gonna give you one, but that's fine.
No, I wouldn't accept it because the thing is, like, when I make a video, people usually, even when I tell them not to, try to reproduce it, and I don't want to. I've done this once. I did a video where it's like no reasonable casual player would be able to reproduce this because it's far too expensive. You can do. There's only one thing that you can do only with a stasis prison and with no other mechanic, and that's basically sacrifice the majority of your life with Forbidden Rite and get it all back every cast. That's the only use case that you can only do with Stasis Prison and not with any other mechanic. So that was what my build was going to be when I made the plan, which it would have been hilariously bad because my plan was to cast Forbidden Rite, which would take me to low life, so that when I triggered everything from the cast damage taken, I would get the low life damage bonus from Pain Attunement, and then I would Stasis Prison all the health back, which means roughly half the time I'm at half health and very easy to kill. So I'm deliberately making my character very squishy despite using an item that you would think would make you very tanky.
It's a shame.
So I have a whole rant on this plan. I mean, I type it all out. I say it in like 5 seconds. you're gonna like I'm editing the video right now. It's just a big text dump on the screen and it shows up for 3 seconds. So if you don't want to hear me rant about it, you don't have to read it.
It's just effectively what's the gist of the rant is just how unfortunate it is to lock an item like Stasis Prison behind.
Yeah,
such
it's a
ridiculous
meme
content.
unique, and it is more than 10 times as rare as Mage Blood. It is worth 30 headhunters, and it absolutely does not justify that price whatsoever. If you want to be healed for the damage that you just took over 4 seconds, use a Hallowed Life Flask.
And it says it needs a software update. Do you have to come up there to do that?
I have no idea. I'll just take it now and I'll bring it
Hi,
back.
Nana.
It just comes on, needs a software update.
Okay.
Thanks,
Give me a-
Grandma.
Give me a sec.
But yeah,
You don't have
it's
to
just
do it
it's
now.
ridiculous
No,
that it's
I'll
that
do it now.
expensive. I mean,
Else?
it's the
do it.
second rarest unique in the game at the
Give me a
moment,
sec.
as far as like from a solo self-fun standpoint.
Oh yeah,
just-
I said in the video it's the rarest and most expensive unique, but I wasn't counting stuff like Angler's Plate.
Oh, that's not what I'm referring to. It's only Replica Beta Breath. Angler's Plat's actually easier to farm, much easier to farm.
Oh,
than
Replica
this.
Baited Breath is that rare?
Oh yes, yeah. It's if you were to equate a value to it equal to its rarity in the same way that Stasis Prison has, it'd be like 30 mirrors. Yeah,
That's insane.
because there's probably most people speculate there's some hidden prerequisite to even have it happen, but no one knows what that would be if that's the case.
Yeah, maybe you have to be like
there's
the
just no
equivalent of
information.
wearing
Like,
a corrupted Slitherpinch or something.
who knows? Yeah, people have tried. There's literally like bounties for like information on it. It's ridiculous.
People
But
are
to your
just trying
point,
to
yeah.
finish the fucking Krilson quest line.
I
There's
know.
a bounty on that belt as well from Heist.
Which one? What?
The fishing belt. The
That's
fishing
my God,
people.
the one
just
we're talking about.
Is it? Oh, sorry. I was doing tech support.
Literal
yeah, to be fair, he
Alzheimer's.
was distracted.
To be fair, he's always distracted.
I don't listen half the time. I got an excuse this
But yeah,
one
no,
time.
it's just from every aspect of it, Jousis, it is a fucking joke that it is that rare because that content to farm. I mean, not that soul stuff on any sort of metric for game balance, but it's like impossible to get it because even to get that, the amount of steps to go through is insane. Like,
Yeah, it's like 4 layers of RNG.
which is all the aspirational content, and most of them do not merit the value of the items locked behind it, which is unfortunate.
If
That body armor,
Stasis
though.
Prison had the drop rate of roughly a timeless jewel, like a timeless jewel, not a specific timeless jewel, then maybe it would drop to roughly the price that I'm suggesting. Because I'm pretty sure you can get one with just one of the Uber emblems.
You can, yes, that's guaranteed.
Yeah. So
But that's
if you
confirmed,
you farm 5 emblems, you run 5 emblems. I only ran like 2 or 3, but the drop rate of at least one Uber emblem was pretty decent.
So that may be your sample size. It could be mine because I have about through myself and the other people who have farmed it. We've probably gone through maybe like 600 5-ways, and the drop rate seems to be about 1 in 12
1
For
in
a-
12 for one Uber emblem.
for one Uber emblem on a 5-way, assuming you're maxing the rewards, like
Oh,
killing
I
each
got
boss
really
like 15,
lucky.
20 times. Yeah,
I got really lucky then. Okay, so those drop rates are way too insane.
It's a
it's very
chase
similar
item.
also for the flaw. The flawless breach stones are also pretty much the same, where it takes like about 10 full breach invitations to get one flawless stone on average.
Isn't it supposed to just be that they added stuff for the Uber endgame people that are really bored, and you're complaining that this body armor that was added into some really hard content with a really rare drop rate is hard to obtain?
I'm
We're
complaining that it's a
not worth
meme
the
unique.
price.
Terrible.
instead
That's the problem.
Of course.
Okay, so
But
if it was
it only
like the
has
new
value because it's rare as
Starforged-
fuck, and it's got some trinky little cool thing on it, and that gives you a desire to farm it.
Yeah,
Chase you.
I
Well, it doesn't-
think
there's no
that
desire.
something
If
that
you're in trade,
difficult
you
to
tell
get
it.
should be
Yeah.
powerful rather than funny.
Yeah.
But if you, the only reason that you know that it is powerful for you because it is funny, right?
It's
It could-
powerful for
it could
me
be-
and nobody else.
Yeah. Well, that's if you didn't exist, it would be worthless.
That's not
But it
true.
would still be 3 mirrors.
Why is it 3
Yeah.
mirrors then if it's worthless?
Because it's so
ungodly
rare.
rare. That's the problem.
Because just people, there are 20 of them on trade. There are over 200 Mage Bloods on trade, and I'm counting the offline.
And realistically, there's about 20 times that amount of Mage Bloods being worn, and no one's
Yeah.
fucking wearing Stasis Prison.
You can look on PoE Ninja, it's like maybe 10 people, and they're all playing Forbidden Right.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Hmm. It can't be chance.
I did some math, like I did enough math to conclude that it wasn't very good as a defensive layer. I mean, if you're doing the unkillable Grandmaster thing, then Recoup is a very good mechanic, but then you use Chaos Inoculation.
The bigger problem is just that tagline aspirational now denotes unmentionable rarity, which is the bigger concern during the live stream when he says the new jewels, which are granted insanely ridiculously multiple mirror powerful, are referred to as aspirational drops. So I assume they're going to be
I don't think,
and you need two.
I don't
You
think
need two matching
something
pairs.
is aspirational if it's just really, really rare, as in random chance.
It's
really,
not
really
even
rare.
it's not even the definition of the word. Like it's
I thought it was a pun. I thought he meant aspirational because they're tied to the Ascendancies.
No, it's supposed to, like, as in a player should aspire to conquer this content and acquire the items. Like that's the aspirational part of it. But that's just not
that's
the case.
not what I think of when I think of aspirational. I think of aspirational as in, like, I'm a new player and I want to kill the Maven. That seems like an unattainable goal when you're level 1. It's like ridiculous.
Correct. Yes.
And so they want aspirational content for the people that farm the Maven like candy.
Yeah, it's just like a
So
really
instead of
strange
making
thing.
it difficult, they make it rare, which is not the same thing.
That's literally what I said.
It's just
yesterday.
you have to they want it so that it's not necessarily difficulty, it's time invested. They're like, we want people that spend 1,000 hours per league. I'm not even sure if that works out mathematically. Doing this would have something to do
And we can do the
instead
math
of
right now for you.
someone
That
that's
works.
just really, really good
That
at the
math
game.
works. I play a lot. That works. Math good.
The crazy part is my biggest fear with the introduction of something like this is something they have done categorically, which is balance around the predication that players are going to have this sort of thing. Which means, like, my fear is that they start balancing ascendancies based off of the assumption that players will eventually have, like, the secret fifth ascendancy, which they tend to do balance things like that.
What if they're going to delete Ascendancies? Because they made 6 links easier with Scourge fusings, right?
6 links
And
are
then-
being removed again. Still,
Well,
Scourge
they're
fusings are
gonna
going away.
kill him, and then they've killed Prophecy because she had 6 links, and now they added these Ascendancy Jewels, so they're gonna kill Ascendancy. Assuming they were common as fuck, but they're not. so they're
Navali's
not.
going to come back, and so is Parandus. I'm near positive, because I just don't think they would hire people to VA that and then just
Parandus,
kill the
Zana, what's her name?
I mean,
Navali,
I
coming
could
back in a
easily
boy
see
band.
Forsaken
they
Masters
didn't
too.
bother
Like,
to voice any of the new prophecies after Prophecy came out.
That's true.
I still think they need to come back and Forsaken Masters 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Well, they put Kadiro fucking in a cage in Betrayal. Is Navali gonna be the next cage person?
God, I hope so.
He already was in a cage. That's where you found her.
Because they're just straight up
She's gonna go
deleting
back
the
in
item.
cage.
Cage
like-
League. Oh
I
my
think I said
God.
yesterday, which was we were talking about Scion, and I was like, yeah, Scion's a girl and you found her in a cage, and Navali's a girl and you found her in a cage, and why does Chris keep putting women in cages? what's the next woman Chris is gonna just toss in a cage?
Wait, but
I
then they
think
put
the
Kadiro
point
in a
is
cage,
that
so
you
Kadiro
are
a
rescuing
woman?
women from cages, not
I
that
think Chris has
someone
the bodies in his basement. That's really what it is.
It's an example of something that's evil that you obviously want to
It's
stop.
because Path of Exile is the most white knight game possible, and that's what we're milady our ways to the fucking Atlas, and that's what's gonna happen.
Then why did they
That's
remove
Fedora
Zana?
MTX.
Oh, she's gonna be in a fucking cage. That's what's the problem.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
You're in a
Now
cage.
I'm on board. Now I'm on board with this theory.
I'll be like, Christian, please help me, Steph Chris.
Technically, we're in a cage because of how the Atlas works. Something. Maven's the
Because
only one that's free.
the
and
world
we
is
kill 'em.
the world is it's all a
The world is an
simulation.
illusion.
We're all just
Exile.
NFTs.
Oh
This
God.
world is
God.
an illusion, exile.
maybe that's what she meant.
Yeah, you're in a cage.
Yeah.
Cageception.
Not Cageception.
Because you're in a cage and you're
My
saving
least
people that are
favorite
in a
Nicolas
cage.
Cage film.
Yeah,
my
I was
next
gonna. I
character
was
is
like, they should really hire
Could be
Nicolas
some
Cage
sort
before
of
you
variation
do.
of Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage meets Christopher Nolan. Cageception.
I can't even begin to think of the new shit that's in this. You got anything else you want to talk about?
In the entirety of the fucking live stream.
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm just gonna find
I like
random
the
stuff.
implicit modifiers.
The changing like.
I dislike the
fire
implicit
res belt.
modifiers.
I like being able to invest currency into an item and 100% having that item be improved and not having a possibility. Of
I
totally
like that
ruining
for
it.
you. I do like that. I think it's a really, really good like middle ground to having your really good boot and your okay boot, and it's like something in between. I like that. And I think that if you
Yeah,
don't play a lot or you just don't want to jump to the end game boot, it's a great option. I'll give you that.
It's definitely a step between normal rares and a
Double
Awakener
Maven
orb.
influenced, yeah.
Yeah,
What
it's a
implicits?
very good in between step.
So there are new orbs, and you can get powerful implicits on items, but it counts as an influence, so you can't also have influenced explicit mods. So it's like you have guaranteed somewhat good mods in the implicits, and then you're gambling on the explicits.
And also the currency to make those, even the lowest tier of that, starts dropping once you hit maps. So the idea is of a new player, you find a boot that has like 30 move speed, maybe a res or two in life, and then I found an orb, let me make it a little bit better. And then like that's a nice little stepping stone towards eventually
much
you making
better
a
than
better
finding an exalt and slamming it on the boots.
Correct. Because you always feel bad doing that, but the idea of this is you shouldn't feel so bad because it's ideally a more plentiful currency. I think that's a fantastic idea.
I like the fact
for
that
new
they
players.
made tiers of the currency, so you get like bottom tier, middle tier, 4 tiers of orbs, and then you can get up to tier 6 with the Uber drop.
As long as the highest tier orb can't give you the lowest tier drop, I think it's fine.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which I don't know. I don't remember if they said it 100% that you can't, like, if I use the highest tier, is it just a chance I can hit the highest tier, or is it like
adds
a guaranteed?
the specific type?
They said it plus
Okay.
1 to 1 and minus 1 the other.
Okay, so that should be eventually deterministically. You should be able to get a good one. That's which is
It's like a
Okay,
Maven orb, yeah.
So
For
if
everything
you
you-
had two of the, if you had a pile of the tier 4 currency, and you
the
put
problem.
2 tier 4 mods, you plus 5 one, minus 1 the other. You
Yep.
do it again so it's plus 6 and 3, and then you reset the lower one
Bottom
with
one.
another tier 4 currency. So you have a
So
6
it's
and a 4.
25% chance to get a 6, or is it a 1 in 8?
You
You start on 4 and then go to 5,
It's a
50,
one in-
50, 50, 50, 25% chance to get a 6?
Yeah, 25%.
Not bad.
That's not bad, yeah.
The problem I have with them, like everything we just said, is great for new players or people who don't like jump to the end game as quickly. But the problem I have, obviously, from my perspective, is that there is the value of these items to be better than an actual influence item. They have to be the strongest thing ever added to Path of Exile to be better than what currently exists on like boots and helms. So like if the value of whatever implicit it adds, whatever it may be, it has to be better than what I will have on a boot, which is going to be like Tailwind, Maven, plus Onslaught on Kill, plus 5 projectiles. Like the list just goes on. So I can't imagine they're ever going to be remotely as good as a
Aren't
proper
they
double
also
Lotus item.
moving some mods from Conqueror to non-influenced? So
Not the ones I named.
Yeah, I'm just pulling out an example that's probably not true, but
gems,
like
yeah.
you can get Culling Strike on gloves, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, you
if they
could-
made that a core drop and then you just get good implicits on gloves as opposed to Hunter Influence or whatever has Culling Strike on it.
The problem with core drops is they're not a buff. They're said to be as if it's a buff, but all it does is dilute the pool, and the path to acquisition for those things are historically insanely rare compared to it. So like the fact that they added the +1, both the versions of +1 gem to amulets, right? That's not a core thing.
Oh yeah, that now you
That's
can't awaken
so
them.
much harder. Like
You
to get.
can't awaken orb them anymore. The best way you can
So,
get them is alt
if we're-
spamming or fossils.
If we're guessing the
Yeah.
dropper is the equivalent value of if you had like a hunter thing and trying to get both variations in the core table, it's like 1 in 60,000 alterations to hit both of them. If you're like after a regal and og, like it's going to be ridiculous. So the only thing you can really do is use the fossil that has a higher chance of hitting gems. But the path to get that is just like so unfortunately rare.
Reforged spam.
Here
Alterations,
we
fog
see
scoper.
here we see the genius. They made it easier to get something better than life and res, but harder to get the perfect item, which I think is exactly what they wanted.
Sure, yeah.
Or they saw something that
Yeah.
the majority of players were using constantly. They're like, let's change this and make it harder to get. So
Well,
they
all it
put
did
more
is it
effort
took a
into
stepping
min-maxing.
stone. It took a stepping stone at the end of the path and moved it to the beginning, but that stone is still missing at the end now. So you might be able to get a +1 gem easier, but now the cost of getting your +2 gem, which you previously had, is 20 times the price. So if you want to push to that extra step, that now is a lot more difficult than what it previously was.
Buffing the
Even for,
casuals
like,
and
a casual
making
player.
min-maxing harder. Isn't that the perfect patch?
But only
from
fuck
my
the casuals
perspective, that's great.
in the front end. I mean, it only fuck them in the back end.
No,
So if the
yeah.
casual ever wants to not be a casual,
Yeah,
even in
exactly.
the slightest, it's now more difficult.
So this is a good thing for people, but a bad thing for most of us here, right?
Depends on how rare the new orbs are, really. The ones that look at
For that,
the implicit tiers.
Question.
The most unfortunate part is the fact that they're implicits also is a little unfortunate because you've now knocked off a lot of the best bases in the game. Like all ritual bases you can't use with them because they're implicits. You can't use any corrupted modifiers because they're also implicits.
Is there a...
do we know that though?
They said it, but I think
they said it would replace the current implicit if it was there.
Historically, that's not been the case, so I think that's incorrect because they also said that for synthesis and for previous modifiers. And the fact of the matter is, if you had 2 synthesis modifiers, you can replace one and make it also.
You can't put implicits on belts, right?
So if you were to make it, wait, is Gilded Fossil still in the game?
It is, yeah. So you could Gilded Fossil.
You could Gilded Fossil. I think when you use the orb to make it the new influence, it would get rid of the Gilded Fossil, but I'm not sure if you can Gilded Fossil an already 2 implicit new item and then corrupt it and now have 3.
It'd be worth testing out once we get a double implicit one.
But you can have an item. You can have an item that has a synthesis modifier and a corruption, which they said that couldn't be done also. So,
but it would replace one of the synthesis.
Correct. I think it'll replace one of the influence modifiers, and then you'll have one influence and one corrupted.
You should theoretically be able to get gloves with +1 frenzy explicit, +1 frenzy implicit, and then something else implicit.
Well, the double corrupt altar would also only replace 1 mod, wouldn't it?
No, the double corrupt replaces 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it does, unless it should take both, unless for some reason it freaks out and like makes your item white and takes 1, but it should take both.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not an outcome that is possible, so it should just take.
One of the 4 outcomes isn't one and another.
So you should Gilded Fossil it and then double corrupt it, and you can keep 1 of the influence mods.
Yep.
Is there a essence that gives you fire damage multi on gloves? Or is it burning damage or something? Ignite damage?
There's an essence that gives burning damage on boots, or what is it?
That's burning ground on boots.
Yeah, burning ground.
No, there's definitely like a
burning
fire
ground on boots is.
Is it? I think
I don't remember.
Dread or something?
There's an essence that gives gloves socketed spells deal 175 to 225 additional.
That's what I'm thinking of. Maybe I could have.
I think I got those numbers right.
I could have sworn there was one. Whatever. Okay.
There's a new what's it called? There's a new burning ground boot now because they buffed the Maven one. It actually does burning stuff now, which is nice.
Like nearby enemies are scorched, and it does something else new.
It just drops burning ground now, like a variation of a burning ground around you. It used to have like a really weird conditional modifier.
It was scorched ground, right? Now it just makes nearby enemies scorched, and then they
and then
explode on kill, dealing burning damage.
I love when they were talking about the Maven buff items, and it's like there's no. You could see they were basically saying like everything's not as good as Viridian's Veil, which is like so good for Maven, and then just didn't touch that and buffed everything else. I don't think any of it's even good enough to be used realistically.
Yeah, to be fair, when I saw all of the Maven belts, my instant thought was once a unique.
Yeah.
Originally or now?
You can leverage them to be very powerful.
The endurance one is the only one that comes like. I think it actually has a use because brutal charges are just triple damage, and it actually has life on it, which is like tends to be a very life heavy spot as the belt. So that one feels okay, but the other ones are like.
Yeah, the frenzy one has literally 1 use, and it's caustic arrow.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
I was very salty about the power charge one because the way that it ends up working out is that it's completely unusable with any existing spellcast loop.
Yep.
Fucking spellcast loops, man.
What else am I going to use Recoup for?
Oh, no, yeah.
Is there any new spicy Jousis deep state memes with like well, there's like nothing new, I guess, really, is there?
I'm editing a video right now.
That'll be out before this, probably. So, Awakened gems, can you only get them from the things now?
Like the Maven drops all of them and the tier 1 gems, and then the Maven invitation fights can drop the shitty ones.
So what does
Yeah,
Cyrus have?
Cyrus
has
has
the
Sword of
Awaken Orb.
Hope and the helmet.
He has Awaken
Awaken
Orb still.
Orbs.
He
Yeah,
still
but
has
pretty
Awaken
much
Orbs.
if-
Okay.
You would basically just, if you're doing Cyrus at all, it would be only, like, you definitely wouldn't target farm him unless the value of Awaken Orbs is like crazy, but his value
Story on
like,
his prototype's
dumps.
like a meta-defining thing.
Well,
Because
it
they
also,
want the minus 20 threads.
I believe the cap. They just make the cap on players 100%.
No, that's for stacking
reduction.
the new,
Oh,
that's
okay,
reduction.
understood.
It's new staff with the
Yep.
blight helmets.
Yep.
So you can't turn the 100% reduction into increased.
Yeah, because the 100% reduction brings you closer to 0, doesn't it? Because it's a reduction, not
Correct.
yeah.
If
But
you
yeah,
get
I
to
mean-
100, you have 0 resist always.
Definitely because of Cyrus slots, the Watchstones and the gems, he is still worse, but he's still 1,000 times better than doing like fucking Shaper or something. So
No, they removed
At the end of the day.
the watchstones too.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Watchstones are gone, gems are gone, but he still has Orb, which is I think still more
Oh.
value, like more farmable value than Shaper, because Shaper's
Even
only
then,
existence is
So
just
he
doing
doesn't
the
have
the
at this point.
helmet and I
Yeah.
guess the sword are still worth it.
Well, the
enough
jewel's the
to-
best thing, but I'm not sure it has any
Yeah.
actual value. Like it has solo self-found value through the roof. It's definitely like the best
Yeah,
item
the
he drops
Thread of Hope.
objectively, but yeah, the jewel's insane. But Savior's a 1 in 50 drop, so that's not going to be happening very often.
Helmet's super common. The gloves are
Helmets-
always a fun meme.
yep.
Yeah,
Helmet's
glove
great.
memes.
I do think the Maven helmet just outshines the Sirius helmet in almost every way, but they're both very good. Like for like it's probably like what 5-10 in trade to get that helmet like first week even,
Yeah, it's pretty,
Can't be that-
pretty cheap.
and it's like you could use it forever. Like it is that good. But yeah, he got neutered. I mean, it's fair. But also, you don't have to do him. I think at all. I don't think
Yeah,
anymore
you don't,
because
he is completely optional retired content now.
Like Elder.
Yep.
Like Elder.
well, Elder's not retired because you have to
Well,
do Uber Elder to get the
fucking
fucking
Wander's
Void
Eyes.
Stones.
Sure.
Oh, the Void Stones you have to do Uber Elder, so which requires Elder.
Like
To
get the fragments.
Uber at Ziri then.
Uber at Ziri is not retired also because she now drops Reflection.
Like
Yep.
Talisman then.
Actually, I'm looking forward to farming Uber at Ziri this league. It's been so long
Ziri
since I
is
fucking had to farm her.
Great. It's because the great part is she actually it's like the experience in doing Alluring Abyss is insane. So still, like it's equivocal to like doing a pure Breachstone. So it's actually really nice to do that. Like it's unfortunate her drops aren't as good, but like Vertex isn't bad for a helmet. It's the common drop.
Yep.
But she doesn't have anything like amazing anymore. Like Adziri's Splendor of Body is like not
It's
very
just the mirror. So
yeah.
Man,
Acuities
I feel
are
And
bad.
bad.
active
I've-
cards.
Alluring Abyss is amazing XP, but I'm never able to do it without dying every so
It's-
often
it's
and
like-
invalidating that.
It's much more challenging than like if you were trying to equate it to a pure Breachstone, it's definitely much more difficult objectively. I would say it needs probably like a loot overhaul, like maybe like a quantity increase or something, but it at least has
every
a lot
monster
of
in there being
good-
magic's already a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's a lot of gem experience. It's a lot of experience in general, and it does have uniques that are like at least interesting. Like Vertex is quite interesting. Splendor is probably build defining for something. Maybe an old Flicker. I don't know.
You
but
could probably do
and
it if you had a Dervish, Jousis. You should make a Dervish build.
Oh yes, I was looking at it. I'm like, it's not bad.
You should do it.
aren't you like the Dervish guy, Jim?
Apparently.
Yep.
It's good.
I'm changing it. I'm
Well,
working
they
on
no
longer
changing
need-
that.
Worm Flask.
They teased the new div card while we were doing this.
Not needing
Oh.
Worm Flask is like that's like noob bait because if you're shit at making builds like me and you need to jump on a boss and hit it a bunch to get your sword up, you're gonna die. Whereas if you
Oh,
had
even
worms, you
more
just get it from
oils.
distance.
Yeah, it's time to lube up, boys. We got a new div card. 8 cards for 10 oils.
Oh, suck my ass.
Oils!
Even
so
more
bad.
oils.
It's so bad.
Why is this not loading?
That's such
Unless
a
you
bad
get like
card.
10 of the corrupted
Broken.
oil, that's like the jackpot, right?
For trade, I guess so. I don't know the trade pricing.
The corrupted oil is like an X for all of the league.
I don't understand. It should not be that expensive because it isn't.
Well, it was
it's about
Scourge
as-
League, so everything's corrupted.
Oh, I know, but just in general, but people just. I don't think are just not running corrupted blight maps or what? 'Cause that's where it drops from.
I guess.
Fly maps are boring.
Yeah, that was something they mentioned in the patch notes. No one was running Blight Ravaged maps because it wasn't particularly
running
more
them.
rewarding than regular maps.
I was talking to the other unique collecting boys, and between all of us, we've probably run about 800 blight ravage maps, and they are as shit as a regular blade map. The loot is not good at all.
Mhm.
And then even
That's
if they
what they were
doubled it,
saying.
I don't know if because the jump of effort, people who have never touched them. I don't. It's hard to describe the difficulty jump from a tier 16 blight map to a blight ravage map because there is no equivalency in the game really. But it's basically like doing depth 100 and then doing depth 10,000. It is like there's no the amount of
It's
jumps
way
in
worse
boss.
than like
It's like watching
regular Atziri to
StarCraft.
Uber Atziri.
It's comical
And then
how
playing
tanky the
StarCraft.
bosses are in blight ravage maps. Like they do not take damage. Like I have
Even
builds that have like
from
60 million single target DPS, and it's like just denting them. Like they're so ridiculously tanky, and that is it. They're
Have
not
you-
like
Towers
harder.
don't
There's no new
scale.
mechanics. Not enough to really. The thing is, like the strategy for towers and blight ravage maps is you're basically doing either the stun towers, freeze towers, or petrification towers. The goal is to stop them. You're not trying to kill
Yep.
them. You're just trying to stop them. Like because if you stop them, then it's irrelevant how long it takes. You're not going to have infinite blight ravage maps anyway. So you just
Yep.
it takes 20 minutes to clear it. Who gives a shit? As long as you, but you literally just like kill the trash through explosions, and you just sit there and dink away for 10 minutes on each boss. Like it's comical for especially for like an early league build. It'd be insane to try to do this. So
Have
to
you
double
done
the
many?
loot makes sense. What?
Have you cleared many? Like, is your build
Yeah,
how many have you done?
Myself at this point I've done like 30, and everyone I like. If I was talking to Manny and Leggy and I, they've all done. Or I didn't do any, but Manny did like 140 this past couple month. Leggy did like over 100. The drop rate for Strangle Grasp seems to be about 1 in 100, so it's not good because aspirational. But yeah, the amulet's really cool, but it's just ridiculously rare, which is
Yeah.
unfortunate yet again. Because it's something you'd want to get in mass to val them anyway. So it's just
Shame.
like unfortunate.
It's almost
But yeah,
like
the buff is
stuff's
nice.
designed for standard, huh? You can't get everything done in a league.
Well, I mean, to say stuff's designed for standard, it might be true, but it's such an unfortunate statement because this game is no longer designed for standard. Since every patch, like, there used to be a time back in the day. It's not to sound like an old man, but like, if you like didn't play a lot, you'd just play standard, and then you could min-max your build in the Path of Exile Spirit and work on getting the best gear possible. And then like eventually you'd have a really nice build, maybe worth a couple of mirrors that you could have fun playing. But the fact of the matter is now, so many builds are susceptible to this massive changes they have that you could be playing your, favorite standard build and then realize that next patch it's getting totally gutted. Like, so that's just really sad that you can't. Not that there maybe should be like a different patch for standard or something, but it's just any build you play in standard is just susceptible to be totally nuked from orbit now.
Yeah.
So it's really not worth investing mass amounts of currency unless you could do it again the next league.
Yep.
Just
They
like an
want
unfortunate
the
design thing.
ideal standard build to be just like an attack, and then you just have
guess.
mirror tier gear in every slot.
Maybe, yeah. But like if you made like a mirror, like I don't know, whatever COC bow or something this patch because it's whatever. Like if they just nuke it, that's just worthless. You can't sell it because no one's gonna buy it because it's the build's dead, right? Or like anyone who built any of those aura stacking builds, like that's all that. I mean, that probably when they changed aura stacking as many times as they've changed it, that probably removed 10,000 mirrors from standard over the course of nuking that gear and value. So that's just like it's a bummer. I mean. But like you're saying, you should if you're gonna play standard, if that's your thing because you don't have a lot of time or whatever it may be, or you're just like you have a wife and kids that could play an hour a day. I understand, like, then maybe try to make more generic gear if possible. Like if you just had boots that were like multiple influence mods and like life and res or something, something that like could potentially stand the test of time and less niche things, but it still kind of feels bad.
Things that make you have quality of life, like movement, speed, and defenses, versus something to stack your damage, so you can just use it on any build instead of your twink shit.
Yeah, that would be
If you're
the advice. But
if you're gonna invest a mirror into something like I don't know, a mirror tier foil.
White.
Yeah, a mirror tier foil that has like 1,000 DPS on it or something.
Yep.
Like it's
That's a
not
good
gonna
idea.
become irrelevant over time. Certainly, you can get like now you can get 30% attack speed
100%.
fractured on it instead of 27%.
Whatever the value of weapons getting better will be offset by the fact, or like builds being nerfed will be offset by the fact that your weapon is so much better than what the average weapon is. So 100% that advice is some of the best things. Like just buying like a fizz bow or a fizz one hand or like a two hand. Like that would be the go-to thing to mirror, which isn't maybe as fun, but the amount of builds it could work for is much, much higher. So it's just like a better, more diverse investment.
Because people
Yeah.
that would be listening to this standard players with mirrors and aces
Definitely.
already.
Standard
You would be surprised if
Your
anyone
council
who,
got another buff.
if anybody played for more than 3 leagues in Path of Exile, you probably have a mirror liquid in your stash right now.
Yeah,
You
but
don't
if
know it.
anyone's been playing for 3 leagues, they're not gonna go play standard because they're playing for the leagues.
You overestimate my
not true.
power.
I mean, that's like, what if you just didn't have a job and now you have a job? No longer I can play leagues. Like,
Just play them
from having
anyway. Treat it
degenerate
like a
hours a
private
day.
league. If you're playing standard,
could.
you're a loser.
oh boy,
If you've got
I
a job and a
told
wife
someone-
and kids, you're a loser.
more people playing standard now than ever, like by a large metric, which is just proof that some of these leagues are a little lackluster. Maybe.
Prove that life's going to shit.
What were you saying, Jousis?
I told someone when they asked, like, I get messages in game and they're like, "Do you have a mage blood yet?" And I'm like, well, if I added up all of the currency I've ever grinded on all of my characters in standard, including all of the currency that was ever donated to me for those end of league projects where I made like the default attack character that had like 200x worth of gear or something ridiculous. If I added all of that together, I wouldn't be able to afford a mage blood. And
It's
they're like,
overrated.
so do you have one?
No, it's definitely appropriately rated.
What? I tried it. It was shit.
It's definitely the best item in Path, like as far as power level wise.
I don't.
It'll make any build work. Is how strong it is.
I don't know,
It is-
man.
it
The
is
build
that
I
good.
put it on, it still felt shit. So maybe that's my problem. I'm the
You probably
problem.
had the wrong flasks on, to be honest. Like,
Yeah,
it
maybe.
is as insane as it's described. It is also just
My-
astronomically rare, which means it's very expensive. But
My
But
plan when I looked at it was to put the
It's
3
worth the price.
elemental flasks and a granite flask. Is that what people do?
not really. No, I mean, if anything, you would do a bismuth and just you have capped res. But like you could do if you want to put all elemental flask, you can. You take 40% less all elemental damage. But tends to be you normally would use a bismuth and like a granite, a
Amethyst,
quicksilver,
I guess.
Quicksilver almost
Quicksilver
always.
for free.
And then you could use an amethyst or a diamond and just give yourself cap crit. You gotta remember that also putting on the Katarina flask mods makes them insane. So like that, you can have a flask with 3. You can have a flask with 6% life regen, immune to all poisons, all bleeds. Perma increased attack speed. Like it's just insane.
You can even have the damage recoup mod.
Yep. you
Yeah,
can have
the damage
recoup mod on
taken
that.
leech.
It becomes 30% damage taken leech's life.
Yep.
Insane.
It is insane. Yeah, I mean, I have the ones I'm using in my current build for my mage blood. It's gives me like 50,000 armor, capped res, 120 movement speed, like 25% crit chance base. So it's as degenerate as described. It's just very rare and expensive, but
I don't like it.
that's fine. You can keep dervishing around.
I haven't played Dervish in like a year and a half. Leave me alone.
You've been playing dervish in a month.
Ah, maybe.
He won't be able
Definitely.
to escape Dervish. Dervish will find him.
I don't
What
like.
comes for you?
I don't like the things that GGG does. I don't. They take something that I can do very easily with a couple of abyssal jewels, and I can kill endgame content with it, and they make it make you have to put time and effort into it, and I can't do that. Dervish has moved on from me. It's a good build if you put in the time, and I don't want to. Anyway, anyone got any recommendations for boss killers? Because I think we're gonna need it for the old Terraria bosses they added.
Yeah,
you could-
this last league, I totally leaned into Detonate Dead and did not put any effort beyond that.
Which
Yep,
still
DD's
exists.
still insane. Yeah, it's still insane. You can also
It's
just do
About
Trapper.
half as good from what I read. So they said they're taking specters that were at like 800% and nerfing them to Kitava Herald levels. which is-
55% nerf overall. I don't
and
think it
28.
matters.
I was doing Ignite, so 28% less
Yeah.
from that.
Yep.
But it's still like my build would have like 2 million DPS because I'm automating it and I'd lose one of my links to cast some damage taken.
It's still great. Yeah, I mean, Fizz Trapper is just as good, pretty much. Still, you could do that. Most people I know who are racing to get the first kills in Soul Self-Found and Hardcore, they're just doing Fizz Trappers. Regular or poison or conversion doesn't really matter. All variations are good. But yeah, DD,
Explosive
great.
Trap with the buff would be really, really good at boss killing.
Lightning Trappers. So like Lightning Spire Trap got mega buffed. Lightning Trap got mega buffed. Arc Trap is just like insane also. So you could do like a triple Lightning Cool Guy Trapper. That works too. And just traps in general are really, really good still.
Traps
I
are
was
hot.
looking at Winter Orb, which just got a 40% buff.
Winter Orb was good and is now even more good. And if you basically just slap on a couple Void Bats and play an Occultist,
Yep.
you are
Yep,
good to
yep,
go,
yep.
my friends.
I
You
just
are
don't
good
like
to go.
standing still.
Understand?
Ditto.
Yeah.
Winter
It's
Orb, you're
very, very
standing
valid.
still for like 2 seconds, and then you're running through the entire map at least.
This build, the plan was to be tanky enough to stand still, but it ends up, because it's fully automated, the way you survive is to just keep walking in circles and you're still doing full DPS.
So, those Ascendancy Jewels, huh? Got any
I didn't even look
theories?
at them.
You don't need to look
They're
at. They're
beyond
just,
insane.
they're
It's
just
the
anything.
strongest thing they've added to the game since
Assassins with the
Ascendancy's
Trickster
full stuff.
charged node is going to be insane.
Now I know what you're talking about. So it's like if you have both of these jewels, you get one ascendancy node
Mhm.
From your
Basically.
class.
Yes.
So Ranger
Yep,
can get
from your
Deadeye
class. Okay, so you
from
can have
Pathfinder.
5 from the same class.
You could.
Well,
Or
from,
one
from
from
your
class.
from your like character class, not your ascendancy class.
Oh yeah, so
necessarily.
you could have like 4 Deadeye and 1 Pathfinder.
Exactly.
Correct.
There
Yeah.
you go.
You can have Profane Bloom on a minion character if you wanted. Yeah,
So
you could have-
Jousis, now
Hell
that
yeah.
you've had
You
like
could have the Shaper of Flames on a Necromancer DD build.
But these are going to be, if you think Stasis Prison was expensive, these are going to be
This-
just as expensive.
This is like getting a 3-mod perfect Uber Elder Watcher's Eye.
how many
Probably.
Ascendancy modifiers are there? Like, what are the odds of you even
140.
getting?
So the odds of hitting, we've done all the math in this because
Okay.
it's just solo
It was that good.
So you have to kill on average 500 of each boss in solo self-found to get a matching pair, assuming Scion has the one for each. I'm not sure how exactly they did that.
Is that
They said they were
assuming?
doing something for Scion, but they
And
didn't.
because we're basing it off of the aspirational tag on the content, meaning the drop rate's going to probably about 1% for one of these. Maybe 4% or 5%, but it'll be like you should spend like a year playing solo self-found to get a matching pair.
500
Thankfully-
Useless if you don't have the match.
drops.
No, it's useless. But thankfully, about 98% of ascendancies are useful for another class and definitely worth the value of 2 jewels for a different ascendancy.
100%.
There are only a couple like ones that are literally just like shit. Like Gale Force is like not, you don't want that at all.
There's
But-
the 2-pointer in fucking Necromancer that just gives him minion speed. It's kind of boring.
Yeah, that
Oh,
one
my
would be not
dervish.
amazing. But even then, it'd probably be just that's really hard to get. So even on like an El Golem build, that might actually be worthwhile. Like I might want
That's
to want
true.
that or something.
Yeah, but
But like yeah,
you could also
they're
go
so
for the
good.
plus 2 to minion gems.
oh yes, I know they're ridiculously good. Like without question, it's just. I mean, and the thing is, the painful part for someone even like Jousis is there are so many fun combinations that probably exist that enable some really funky things, especially with charges and like different stuff. But you will never get a chance to play them because of the price of these things. That's
And
the
they're
worst
not
part.
corrupted, right?
Isn't that
And you-
great?
so you can't
Yes.
divine them.
Nope, can't divide them. They're just they are what they
These
are.
are the kind of things where you get lucky and drop one that you might want to use, and then you
Like-
pray you could afford the other half.
Not that Watcher's Eyes aren't build enabling; they can be very good, but realistically, they're not build changing in the same scope that these will be, which is unfortunate because of how ridiculously game changing they are, and how ridiculously expensive they're going to be on average. Like every estimation that I've had and talked to people, we're all pretty much in the same ballpark. I think the worst ones are going to be like 30 to 40 exalted for individuals, so it's going to be like I imagine really unfortunate. Like the good ones
More
will
than
be
my
multiple
entire
mirrors.
build.
The good
for
ones
the
will for
worst
sure be
one.
multiple mirrors. Like to get the like imagine playing a gladiator and just getting 20% call from Slayer. Like that is insane. Like there are some things that are ridiculous.
Or you're playing
Which
a
is-
champion, you get the challenger charges.
The challenger charges, man, that is 20% more move speed and attack speed is
It's so juicy.
spicy. But you're just they're going to be like ridiculous. So I hope that like they could have honestly made them guarantee drops, and it definitely wouldn't have broke the game if they're being balanced around like properly.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid they're going to be balanced around assuming we're going to have them, and then no one's going to fucking have them except for like. I mean, you'll see people with them week 1, but it's just going to be disappointing that they're so expensive.
At least
Go to
we'll
your
see them
mom's.
week 1. We did not see Stasis Prison week 1.
No, no, we did not.
That's so many things to try and get now, though. That's great. And with the
I'm hoping I'll be able to boss with my League Start Poison concoction build. But if not,
I haven't played it myself. Is it? I've heard mixed things about it.
It's-
Easy to get up to competent level, hard to get up to very good level.
yeah, that's it.
That like the same thing with like the fever builds. Like it's really easy to like get to like tier 16.
Oh, it's
doing
like
stuff, but like hard to pump.
3 times better than Corrupting Fever in that
Oh, good.
regard because I tried so hard to get Corrupting Fever to work, and I could
It's
not do it.
expensive to build to that single target upper echelon. I heard it's quite expensive.
I got up to like 600k DPS before I was like, this is too hard, dude.
That's just a Jousis thing then. So people I know had like millions. It's because you're missing stasis prison. That's the problem.
The reason the DPS was so low was because I built so hard to saturating the entire screen with hits instead of doing single target damage.
Were you like running like chain and fork and stuff, like just trying to cover the screen?
Like spellcast loop kind of.
Oh, okay.
If any question you have is what are you doing, Jousis is doing spellcast loop. That is always the answer.
There are 1 to 2 times that I didn't, but most of the time, yes.
We don't talk about the dark ages of Jousis.
They buffed self-casting Jousis. No more spellcast loop.
No, I looked at the buffs to self-cast, and I agree with the Reddit threads that are complaining about it. We need way more cast speed.
That's the big one. It just feels bad. Like, also, they didn't buff all self-cast things, which apparently I didn't realize. I thought they didn't buff Stormbrand, which apparently is a hit one. But
they only buffed like 10 spells.
The bigger thing that's unfortunate with the spell balance is the threshold jewel thing. That like I didn't understand at all.
I don't understand what they did to the Blight Jewel. What was that for?
Oh man, that Blight Jewel, and then like things like Freezing Pulse got neutered. Like, just removed all the projectiles and speed from it. Like, too bad, so sad. Like,
I'm so happy my favorite spell is Fireball, and they already put the old threshold jewel into the jewel.
Fireball will be very good this league.
So much damage, dude. 370% added damage effectiveness.
It's going to be very good.
Wasn't there something about 6 mod jewels as well?
Abyss Jewels, there's a modifier on the one of the teased modifiers on the Atlas Pass trees. They have a chance to drop Corrupted with 6 modifiers, but I guess it's really only a trade league thing because realistically you're not going to find them. And the ones that do have,
find one. But
even in trade league, the ones that do have 6 modifiers that would be like a beneficial 4th and 5th will be probably extremely expensive.
I was just thinking like you combine that with Abyss stuff on your Atlas tree, you get 6 mod Abyss Jewels.
Yeah,
maybe. And then
you're gonna get
with
life,
added damage,
1 damage mod,
are gonna be insane.
Perhaps 1 res, and then like an attribute.
They're like really hard.
Which is the same thing as a 4 module.
Yeah, so cool. Much. You're right.
I'm glad that the Atlas tree is one giant thing now, so you can specialize into just what you want to do and not have to be like.
It's a hard thing to talk. I mean, it's pure speculation.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I know, there's like travel nodes and shit, so if you don't want any of the beginning starter stuff, which fuck that, I want heist, go straight up the middle through the travel nodes, go straight to the one you want.
Yep.
This is just
the ones that are on the fringes would have to be more valuable.
I don't think so because you're still going to see them week 1 anyway because it's just your first 100 points are just from doing like white and yellow maps. So
I'm looking forward to
you get a point for each.
I'll be interested to figure out how cheap or expensive respecking the tree will be.
Well, that's the unfortunate part because they've already said what currency is used for it, and a couple things happened with that, which was Chris was like, "All right, let's give use on making orbs, which at the moment are currently extremely rare." He said they're not going to drop from the base game. Well, they already dropped from the base game, so that was strange that he said that. But aside from that,
well, just core drop pool.
Currency it already is core drop pool.
Okay.
You can get it. You can get a making orb. You can get it already.
Oh yeah.
That's why I was like, okay, weird. Like, there's a minor conditional modifier. I think of just like doing a 10-way, but like, if you're using a making orbs, you've already done a 10-way, so it's very strange. But that aside, it was just, the drop rate has to be roughly like 30 times what it is right now for it to feel remotely good. Because they're about 3 times as rare as they're 3 times as rare as Exalt at the moment. For context, so
if the invasion monster node still exists, that also prints them.
Maybe it's souped up.
Yeah.
Souped up invasion. 20 invasion mobs per instance.
Well, it's not invasion mobs, but like they drop valuable items or whatever they drop on making mobs more.
But I want to see 20 invasion mobs, for instance.
Fuck invasion mobs.
Real fun. I hope it's good. I mean, I have nothing but fears, so I hope it's good.
Yeah, now I'm going to piss off some people. Not any of you, I hope, but I'm so glad that Nemesis currency section is gone.
I mean, it was objectively too strong and it existed for an appropriate amount of time, so I think it's fine. That's gone. Anyone who says it like wasn't too strong just probably didn't do it.
Mm. And anyone who's
anytime
complaining that
it's like
did do it.
Hydrosphere. Like Hydrosphere in its previous iteration was way too strong, and it being nerfed was a surprise to no one. So I understand why it was nerfed, you know.
It's double damage for all projectile skills.
Yep.
Shouldn't be a thing.
A little bit good. A little bit on the good side.
And strike skills and frenzy generation for that one flicker build and a whole bunch of other
That's the one
abominations.
group of people who got shafted is people who are
Actually
chain hooking
using
for. Yeah, well, everyone's really using it. It was just automated for most builds, but like just the people who were like chain hooking it for rage, like it kind of got shit on. But that's about it.
Yeah. That's just like, can you not do that with a worm?
No, because you need to do it
in real
You
life.
can only hit the worm once.
Yeah, but you still get a little bit rage. I don't know how
Sure.
builds work, leave me alone.
You can hit a worm in real life if it makes you happy.
It'll make me
Well,
angry.
we're doing this
There
to make
were
us
so many
angry, remember?
builds.
And get some rage.
that were enabled by the fact that you can do double damage with Hydrosphere.
It was just a huge band-aid, but I don't think they fixed the band-aid after removing Hydrosphere. So
I have Winter is going to
I
be.
have Winter was the one I was going to say. Yeah, that's the one that got a little bit of trouble now.
You're no longer Eye of Winter, you're just Winter Orb.
Pretty much, yeah. Can't Winter Orb in a mine though, unfortunately.
True.
Maybe in the future you can Winter Orb in a totem. I don't know if you would want to, since totems got unfortunately unjustly hit twice or 3 times even.
How so?
Like, well, Soul Manta lost a +1 totem,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then
Yeah, so
Summon
we're
Spell
wondering
Totem
if
got
there's
nerfed.
compensation for that.
There
elsewhere.
is already
It's
existing
probably-
compensation.
It's probably the Shaper
shield.
mod from the shield
Yeah,
is getting
that's-
moved to core.
I don't know if it did or didn't, but if it didn't, it's just you just have to use the shield now. Like you have to use the Shaper shield if you're playing totems, which kind of feels bad. You probably already would have used the shield or maybe dual wielded, but you just are pigeonholed into using a shield now. Because if not, you have to. It just feels shitty not. Not a big deal, but it's that little difference. Like as a player, where I'm just like I'm just not going to play totems now. Like if I was in the cusp between should I self cast, should I totem, should I trap, then that happens. I'm like, all right, well I'm definitely not playing totems now. Like that's that difference for me.
Hmm. And there's that, what's that shield that gives you like +1 totems or something?
2 Kohamas, but you have to be blood
It
magic.
gives you
and
blood
stuff,
magic. Yucky.
which,
Didn't they like give
you
you
know-
a buff to that in some capacity? But that's if you pass to it on the tree, right?
It depends
They gave
how you did it.
10% more life, right? Blood
But
magic.
it did actually get nerfed in a weird way. If you were picking up Blood Magic and Mortal Conviction and Supreme Ego, it's worse now because I think Supreme Ego only gives you the benefit of the effect if you're allocating mana, I think it says.
Yeah, the more
Which-
mana reserved you have, the more
Which
aura
you'll
effect
have
you get.
no mana reserved because you're using Blood Magic. So I don't think, I'm not, if that, maybe it's a wording error and it still works. If so, you just gain 10% more life and that's cool. If not, you just lost all your aura effect, I guess. So whatever variation that picks, but you know, thanks Obama. Who
Yeah,
knows?
there was a form to fill out to try and get Obama on the podcast, but it looked like he wouldn't be available within the 2 days that you gave me to get him, so I couldn't get him. Sorry.
Yes. Jim asked me who do I want in the podcast,
You'll-
and then my first thing I said Epstein, and he said we can't. He's busy.
You didn't say
And
that.
I said pick what you want, and he said Charles Manson. I said that's kind of fucked up.
Also
Jim, that you're
didn't
picking
happen.
that. And then I said Obama, and he was like,
We
I
couldn't
don't
get
like
him.
him. And I was like, it's pretty fucked up.
Stop lying. I bring up one
I just-
true thing and then you just derail.
Just check the PMs. It's really strange that I would say one true thing and then Lyle said, Jim. It's not very, you know.
How can I
Consistently.
trust anything you say in this podcast if all you do is lie? No, you really.
I think your grandma's a double agent. First off, I think she's coming in to spy on me. I'm at peak paranoia around you.
I'm so glad you didn't go to ExileCon because you would have met her, and I'm so glad she didn't meet you.
Oh, I would. If I meet your grandma, I'm becoming your granddad, Jim.
Jesus
100%.
Christ. Fucking.
You can call me
Changing
Papa
subjects.
Lighty from now on.
Hey, the new bosses or something, right? I don't fucking know anything but this.
I was just gonna say they nerfed cast on crit, cast while channeling. No mention of cast and image taken anywhere in the patch notes.
Which is a shame because I think it needs a massive multiplier reduction. Personally,
Yeah, the
like
2.5.
it's fucking brutal. Like trying to
It's
life tap
huge.
like a mortal call. It's like 600,
Yep.
600 life, which I'm sure you
For
like
me,
actually.
though,
Maybe, yeah,
it's
that's what I'm about to
fine.
say. Yeah.
Well,
But for the rest of us, poor
life
Bloodforged
costs
over here.
are different though.
Yeah, well, it's 'cause you're-
trigger like loops.
Sure, just cost a lot. The big ask, too much.
Can
Too much
you
multiplier.
think of anything that any heist gems that get massive bonuses from that amulet they announced that's got like the plus flat
Yep.
quality?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and Baylor mentioned one, which was there's a lot of heist gems that have a rate of conversion that wasn't up to 100%, but is now up to 100%. So, like, an example would be I can't think of Spark at the top. Spark has like something where it's like an amount of conversion to chaos, but previously you couldn't.
40%.
Yeah, which now it can get to enough that with other items can get you to 100%. So like that example exists for a few things apparently, where you can now reach 100% conversion or like fully convert to things that previously you were at like an 80 or 90%, which just is just not consistent enough because of scaling.
Is
So
this the return of Voltaxic Spark?
that's what I said. I was like, is this Spark 2.0?
Are we going
Could be.
fucking Voltaxic Spark Inquisitor for Battle
Oh,
Mage?
man. Maybe Spark got effectively buffed. Maybe hard to say.
You can do it.
I
Blood.
feel like if you're gonna go battle mage, you would go like a really high tier 1 flat roll bow.
Which got buffed now. Bow.
Yeah, so you would get 3. I mean, it's really hard to get this, but you would get tier 1 fire, tier 1 cold, tier 1 lightning, and
Not
then
that
battle
bad.
mage
Yeah.
that, and then 370% added damage effectiveness
But
on
wait,
fireball, for example.
But wait, Mr. Jousis, Chris told me I can't spellcast with a bow.
Well, you could
Chris is
probably
wrong.
do the same thing with a staff, but it would be pretty identical because you're taking up all your prefixes with the same mods anyway.
Mr. Jousis, I don't want to get in trouble with Mr. Chris.
Jousis isn't going to be spellcasting Voltaxic. He's going to be self-damaging casting it. There's a difference.
No, because I think this league I might have to do something different because this
Shock.
video that I'm doing right now, I focused on a spellcast loop with really good clear speed and decent boss damage with the Detonate Dead. This one, I'm like, I want to be able to shoot 50 billion projectiles and they clear the entire 3 screens.
MP beat you, but okay.
Yeah, but that's like, how do I make
That's
that
Imperium.
interesting enough for a video is the question.
Oh,
That
maximum shade.
that Imperial, what was that? Imperial shade. How people are going to realize eventually that all of your videos in Jousis are just the same thing, but just a different spell and like this a different league spellcast loop.
I like to think that I'm
loop.
slightly improving on it every
Spellcast
time,
loop.
but yeah.
In the words of Niles, Jousis is a mental giant.
I am a mental giant.
That was good.
I love that
What the
quote.
fuck?
I don't know what that's from. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Yo,
The
what
Niles
was that?
interrogator from Heist.
What was that league you said you want to do, Jim?
Oh, I play with sound off. That's voice
Oh,
lines.
man.
Holy shit! I should turn those on.
The
Yeah,
Heist
Niles' voice
are
lines are very
the
good.
best parts of it.
Oh man.
It actually even has a pretty good variety compared to like the 3 lines that most bosses have.
I'll have to
Why fight
consider
progress?
doing that.
Well, that one you'll
Well,
never hear.
Legendary
because-
is my favorite.
Oh, he just has Alzheimer's. It's kind of sad. He just forgets himself all the time. It's like, oh, poor Vindy, just forgetting things again.
That's me,
Now,
though.
I
You
am
know.
a fan of the headcanon that he is faking that, and he's just messing
Oh, you
with
think
you.
so? Could be.
I mean, it would be funnier, and that's kind of his whole character.
It's less sad. I just like how overtly sexual Gianna is all the time. With everything she's always saying. Just like ripping Pornhub quotes 24/7. Be
I
careful,
didn't pick
it's
up
about
on
to
that,
squirt.
strangely.
Read any of her voice lines and like just put any context behind them. It's crazy. Like pull up the transcripts. Next time you play Heist, look at Gianna's voice lines. You'd be like, oh no, Lighty was right.
Oh no.
Anytime anyone says squirt, all I'm gonna do is think of Lighty. Oh no.
Oh no.
Ugh. Yep.
Yep.
How's life? How you doing? Something.
Playing Vampire Survivors.
You had a good run yet? Like a good run?
I just beat the game 3 times in a row. I don't know.
Damn, son.
I only win now, but it's just fun.
What's the farthest you've gotten after 30 minutes?
32 minutes, but it takes maximum effort. because you have to freeze the Grim Reaper in place and then. But the thing is, he just clones himself. Yeah, he just keeps it just keeps going though.
Yeah,
I've gotten like 6 on screen. People have found a way to hack that character into the game now from the game files, which is interesting.
Have you
there's
done
there's
anything?
a new patch tomorrow.
Have you gotten very far with the guy that's Purple Bird start? 100% luck?
X-Dash, yeah, I beat the game with him. He's absolute horseshit.
Is he? I thought he'd be good with the luck.
you upgrade the birds and then he's good.
Yeah, he's
Until
pretty
then,
terrible.
Really shit.
I mean, his design is supposed to be it's like a challenge character. Like we trained him wrong as a joke. Like it's trash. But it's fun. It's fun. Yeah, it's a good game. Interesting question that I was asked recently was like, what do you do in the before league starts as far as do you like? I personally don't really. I try actively not to play Path before a new league because I know how much Path I'm going to be playing in the league. So do you guys like play any like what's like your detox or cleanse for that week before league, if any?
Anything I can get my hands on until we find something that like unites the Discord. So I'll play like just random shit. I found that Super People Battle Royale Chinese game, tried to convince people to play that, played it for a couple of days, that was fun. We played that vampire game all at the same time, streaming each other's screens and screaming for about 2 days, that was fun. And I just had a flashback. I think it's called Remembering. I do it very rarely, but I remembered this spaceship game that I saw Ziggy D playing like a year and a half ago or something. Avorion.
Those videos were 4 years old, by the way.
Oh, anyway, yeah, I was vaguely describing things in my memory of how I encountered shit in the game, and I got everyone in Discord a nice hard-on for it, and then they all bought it, and we've been playing that. It's really nice.
Nice.
I had a spaceship dream 2 nights in a row.
Oh my god.
That's how you know you're excited about it.
Yeah, fuck PoE. Spaceship game.
What about you, Blood? Any games you play before or just whatever?
Yeah, previous leagues I've been playing a really, really old MMO, fucking Dungeons and Dragons Online.
Like Neverwinter? Like that one?
Not
for the Neverwinter.
Okay.
But recently I've also been doing Final Fantasy 14. That was fucking amazing.
You playing the new expansion and stuff, like the new raids? I have a lot of friends who are playing that also.
I haven't gotten to the raids because I don't have a group to go with, but the story content, the dungeons are all fucking amazing.
I feel like it's probably like the best MMO at the moment, I think. From everything I've heard and seen, I feel like it's the one that it does something really, really good that I wish Path does. And it's the exact same thing that Last Epic does, which having the bosses have very clear-cut ability indicators. So like if a dragon does a breath, it's like obviously it's a cone, but it shows a very clear cone. Final Fantasy takes it a step further and like literally draws a triangle on the ground, but like Last Epic does a very clear-cut triangle. But Path, it's always so difficult to tell where like things start or things begin or what the fuck is happening with half the bosses. But
you got so much screen clutter. You gotta like, did the boss just raise his right or his left arm? What fucking side do I dodge to?
And it's often like the difference between life or death, especially things like Cirrus, like minor visual cues are what denotes certain abilities. So for things like Final Fantasy, it seems really, really nice that like it's just this is what the ability is. Like it's just like an idiot check. I mean, they're all idiot checks, but it feels like bad because we're not even given a pencil to take the test. It's like we're just supposed to fucking figure it out. So I wish the visual clarity of Path was way better. But Final Fantasy does a great job at visual clarity for boss fights.
Yeah.
Path of Exile did a good job at raising me when I jumped into that last epoch or whatever. I was like, damn, this game's easy. Like fucking just easy skill tree.
Last Epic gets incredibly hard though.
Oh yeah, I got to the end game. I'm like, now I have to do this. All I have to do is do this 400 times in a loop, and I'm just like, I kind of lost interest.
I think that game is so much better for like anyone entering this genre of game than Path of Exile is at the moment. I really wish that Path catered even like a little bit more to the new player experience because it has only gotten worse over time. I think this expansion will be a really, really good step forward.
2 monsters.
Yeah, that was I don't know what the fuck they're even thinking.
Why?
But like I understand the idea of all right, we're making the entire atlas is a lot more streamlined now. It's a lot more easy to read, so it should be way more beneficial for new players. Problem is, the new players don't get to that because they've already quit because everything else is crippling and confusing up to that point. So making Act 2 harder is not the answer. Like it
we've
doesn't
made
make any sense.
Endgame easier, but we've deleted
Act 1
the tutorial.
already calls so many people.
It's like
I'm
half of the
imagining
new
Chaos
accounts. Like,
Spitters in Act 2
Oh my
just
God.
obliterating everyone.
or even like, what's the step further, Jousis? Like, imagine Dominus now gets buffed in Act 3. Like, what? Like, it's gonna be like the Great Chinese Wall blocking new players entering as they go play a different game. I mean,
The wall at Dominus is finding the exit to Act 4.
true. Or navigating Imperial Gardens. I mean, God bless if they get to the library. They're gonna be there for 45 minutes in Act 4 or Act 3. But yeah, it's just very strange. Like,
They just have to bring in the glowy door frames from PoE 2 to let people know that there's a door there.
well, just the fact that
But it's off screen usually when you've killed Dominus. It's like up and to the right, and you don't see it.
Or a little arrow.
The
Come on,
door thing
webcam,
is
I'm
really
down here.
weird, though.
Ugh.
Like, the fact that we know that the technology exists for doors to be opened when walked through because incursion. Like, is there any good reason why it isn't in the rest of the game?
Because the incursion one.
Don't say the wait. Don't say the wait.
I think
Desync.
they want to preserve the possibility of being able to see that the next room is full of 20 enemies, and opening the door would cause them to instantly aggro or something, and you don't want to accidentally do it. I feel like
Are they doing it
just
for our
an
benefit?
Yeah.
It's like an element of choice, and you want to be able to have choices in your game, I think, and so that's just why they're philosophically against doing that. But I think the actual impact would not be that great.
I mean,
If they
I'm
want
a fan of the
choices-
canon that we don't have auto doors because we killed the architects that designed them.
Yes.
Valid. That's why incursion works, because the architects were alive back then?
Yep.
Oh, man.
They were alive and they could fucking oil
It's
the
a
doors
lost
to keep them working.
technology.
I do feel like, as people who play Path, often we are perpetually making
Law?
like devil's advocate like arguments or like
Yeah.
inventing canon to try to like explain things away that
You know
should
Yeah,
already exist.
I may have just completely invented that.
You know the massive explosion that killed the Vow? That was because they put an automatic door on their nuclear reactor and some dude just walked by it and opened the door and blew up the city.
Yeah,
I thought
it's
that was
horrible
'cause
for
the-
security. Why even have automatically opening doors? Just leave the
Could
door
be.
open.
Yeah. The hell?
And then there's heist.
Yeah,
and
what
then
the
there's
fuck?
heist.
We've regressed so far, we went the opposite direction and started locking our doors. Bunch of savages.
Did you guys know you could fucking fossil craft heist gear for job speed?
What?
Yeah,
I did not know that,
they have
but
tags.
then
some,
again-
some of the heist things have tags. Yeah,
Damn, son.
All of my heist NPCs have been naked for like 3 leagues.
you sick
Fossil
bastard.
craft their gear. It's so worth it. You can get heist started,
Hey, can
heist
you-
set up so quickly.
Can you DM that
To
to
be
me so I remember?
To be fair, though, only about half of the jobs that get done are affected by speed in any sort of respectable rate.
They changed that,
the
though,
speed.
didn't
Well, no, because job speed doesn't fix the bad programming for detonation boxes. Like, you can have as much job speed as you want. It's not going to make Vindy or Tibbs actually detonate the box. They're just going to dance around for 45 seconds.
Yeah, that
Brute
is very
force,
true.
they still have to
or
punch.
But
it.
agility.
you can still target them with the fucking their weapons for haste aura, so they actually move faster.
Yeah, and some of the animations are finite amounts of time. Like the animation for like agility people climbing underneath the ground, that can't be sped up. But like the door animation can. It's really weird. Like,
I was
what is
really
affected
happy
and
when
what
I
isn't.
learned that spell suppression completely blocks the laser damage, and you could just run through faster than the agility person and step
'cause
on the button.
that was the only thing that was preventing you from yeeting through most heists. Because the what's it called? Oh my god, what's the runes in the ground? Thaumaturgy. The thaumaturgy thing, you just jump over those. But the lasers were like nuking people no matter what. But if you could
now you
suppress them, that's the difference. Like,
Spell suppression makes it so much easier.
but I truly believe this is the last league that'll exist for, because like in its current iteration, like spell suppression, I was so sure it was on the way out this league. But it
was
is just
so
that
fucking
good.
strong.
But yeah,
I'm gonna
it
have to
survives.
run evasion gear on all my characters.
Yep. Then convert it to evasion gear, like evasion armor and or just determination, grace, and spell suppression in general. I was so sure it was in the chopping block. If you
I
said
wasn't able to
those,
run determination.
if you said those wouldn't be nerfed and glacial hammer was about to be gutted, I would say you're a madman. But here we are.
But that's
we're
what-
truly in,
Poor-
we're truly in the
poor
darkest
fucking
timeline.
Dude, what did
We're in
they
the
do?
darkest timeline. If you were like explosive trap is gonna get its damage tripled, and they're gonna fucking buff shockwave totem, and they'll be like, "What are you saying? Get out of my house! You're crazy." But here we are.
Oh man, Shockwave
Wrong.
Totem with Astral Projector is gonna be real fun this league too.
Yeah, and I just wish it was like that's just an item that you
Good get.
It's not easy to get in solo self. I mean,
Yeah.
thankfully there's a card for it, and you could farm the card out, but it's just not getting targeted metamorph uniques is like.
Thankfully, I'm not an S. Wait, it's actually a core drop now, isn't it? Because it was
No,
like six
no,
games.
they're metamorphs exclusive. I would know. I currently hold the record for most metamorphs run without getting a unique, so it is unfortunately not in the core game. But there
Well,
are
it's
plenty of
super
divination
easy.
cards. The price should be very cheap in Trade League because they might have divination cards for them.
Hmm.
There's a generic metamorph divination card. There's a specific one for Astral Project that drops off of the. What's the boss with the three guys from the mine? It's not Crystal. Is it Crystal? The three different bosses.
Vein?
One has like might be if that's the one of the three bosses.
Yeah.
Crystal ore.
Crystal.
Vein.
No. Crystal ore? Vein?
Is it the one
it's
with
one
the
that-
immortal bosses all in the one room?
Yes,
You gotta
yeah,
target
the
them
one
down?
with Phylacteral
Phylacteral
Link.
link.
Yeah,
I have no
that
idea
one.
which one that is, but I know what you're
That's the
talking
one
about.
that's the one that drops the card for Astral Projector. That's where that drop location is. If you wanted to farm it out, you could. It's a very, very cool unique. It's a very like fun unique to use. So I've heard. I wouldn't know because I haven't gotten a chance to use it, but
Well, it just fixes Shockwave Totem's biggest problem. That it only casts a Nova
any
around
any
Totem.
Nova, it
Yeah.
just makes your Novas go super cool. That and Fury Valve. I want to use Fury Valve so bad. It's my,
I don't know what situation Fury Valve's good in though.
I don't know either, but what I want to do is I want to run it with like Awaken GMP and Awaken Fork and just Kinetic
Is it
Blast and just watch one
it the split
projectile
one?
splinter into 90.
Yeah.
Is it what?
So
Is it split?
I made
Is that what
I
it
made a
is?
ramp.
It turns
I made
it turns your projectile skills into frostblades.
Okay. So
Where's your rant?
if you get additional projectiles, it just turns that into splits. So your initial projectile will always be 1. And so if you get GMP, it just means it'll split an additional 4 times.
Yep.
So I made a whole rant post about this where I was mostly incorrect actually. But
Nice.
Oh, good.
what you want is like fireball, for example. When you shoot it at a pack, it'll split into like 15 fireballs, and then each of those 15 fireballs will explode, and the explosions overlap and absolutely destroy everything in the middle of the pack.
That
It's
sounds cool.
less useful for single target unless they're against a wall, but it's pretty decent behavior. It's just difficult to aim the one projectile most of the time is what I was frustrated with. It's usually much
Understandable.
better to just have GMP and no Fury Valve.
I've heard that the if you run it with like the thing is like alternate quality Kinetic Blast gains AoE per fork, and it also hits a critical mass of AoE that's pretty high, like Fireball, where if you just did it and did hit the one thing, like the behavior of targeting an attack skill versus a cast skill is much nicer. Normally, I would should say, because of projectile speed, etc. So if you did a Kinetic Blast on a target, the chance of hitting that target is much higher than fireballing because it's just they could move or whatever. So for that case, it might be a lot easier, but it definitely like the idea of just shooting one little thing and that little thing becomes like a firework of 1,000 things is just like such a cool idea.
If you want
I
to
think
do
it's like
that,
a very
you should play Deadeye and get the mark effectiveness node and use Sniper's Mark. It is
yeah.
incredibly good.
Every Deadeye build I have pretty much runs the same 4 Ascendancies, and that like having that, especially on a Wander, because you can automate it with Spellslinger, was one of the more fun things. Now it's even
that's
weirder
something I
because
was
you have
looking
the
at.
you have the whole. Well, it used to be even cooler because you would automate that plus Hydrosphere. So if you right clicked, by the time your projectile got there, the thing was already snipers and Hydrosphered, and then it just went ape shit. But yeah, the new mark things are kind of cool. You can get marks globally guaranteed on hit now, which is interesting.
Permanent as well. Are they?
But
Curses. I don't
there's that tag that says they permanently exist on bosses. I really question if that's going to work for like phase changes or invuln phases. Like Caceres teleports and splits like every 5 seconds. So every time he shifts into a different Cirrus, is that going to be a new application, or is that actually going to stay on there somehow?
Doesn't Cirrus also clear like all of his poisons when he teleports?
He clears all
Like
debuff
bullshit.
because it's a different
Yeah.
Cirrus. That's the thing. It's like counts as a different creature.
I think it
So
stays
garbage.
on him because I had a Stormbrand. I cast it on him and then he went into his phase, blinked somewhere else, and I didn't have any attachment range or anything, and the Stormbrand like whooped across the screen and stayed on him. So it
Okay.
probably will stay on him. Or
I think
it'll
when
be
he goes
crangled.
up for a storm, it'll, no matter whatever that is, will go away. But just
Yeah.
the instant warps he does within the same arena, probably fine.
What are you eating, Jousis?
Tandoor chicken.
I knew it. I could hear it. I can hear those full cheeks like a little chipmunk.
It's a big piece of chicken, dude.
To continue,
Oh, man.
When I press
I did my best.
It comes up something
That's okay.
else then.
Jim's on tech support.
Perfect time
As
to take a
always.
bite.
Tell her to delete her red edit, Jim. The only way. I finished my Vampire Survivors.
Holy crap!
Do...
Good
How many
to go.
hours
I'm
do you
good to
have in
go.
it?
I don't think that. I mean, let me check. Good question. I don't think that many. How do you check your own hours? Is it under properties?
If you just open the Steam overlay, it should be in the top left.
There you go.
Steam overlay.
Good, thank you.
Who the fuck uses
Yeah, so-
Steam overlay?
Shift tab.
Thanks, James.
Yeah, just shift tab.
I did something. I definitely rebounded to some bullshit that I don't know what it is now.
No, in that case, you
No.
have to just check your Steam library.
No, I'm okay. Thanks, Anna.
We'll never know. I don't know how to operate Steam. I should ask
If you
Jim.
go to your
He's
library and click on it,
he's
you
the
can see
expert.
your hours.
20. Exactly 20.
Isn't there a game that this is based on as well? You can go play. It's on Android.
Arcane something. It's
Magic
also
Survivors.
on. Oh, there you go. Magic Survivors.
Haven't played it.
I think it's
but
on Steam
apparently
though,
it's
right?
good. Mm.
Magic.
Is Magic Survivors on Steam?
Oh, it was.
Apparently,
Also
everything on
applied
Android is on Windows, whatever the next one is. 11?
to-
Oh. Neat.
Yeah, I
You
don't know.
just
There's a new
install
patch tomorrow.
games.
I'll play more then.
Sweet.
Sweet.
I've tried to turn it into talking about the goddamn Atlas changes like 4 times, but I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. Like, it's basically just 2 bosses now instead of 1, and less fuckery, no Maven stuff. You know, I like it.
Actually,
I
less
really
bosses
like-
than less patch.
Yeah,
I'm happy that
I
City
really
Square's
like
back.
being able to, like, if I put all of my passive points into Legion or something, and that would apply to the entire Atlas, that would be very good.
it does.
Like, I like the option to do that.
My question to you, Jousis, is how many different maps do you run? Different types of map.
I'm usually at the point where it's like I'm not sustaining the exact map that I want to run, so I just run whatever Conqueror was currently possessed, or just whatever map I happen to have.
Well, now that you can favorite 12 maps theoretically, you could just get 50% of the map drops. You get the 1 map.
It's actually significantly less though than last league because the pool is so much larger. You have to keep that in mind.
It's like 112 maps on the Atlas, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. So you're pulling from a pool of 112 versus a pool of 30. So the actual increase to favorites is less than previously.
I mean, if you're splitting them up, but if you could put, if you only want 1 map, you could put all of your 1 map you want in
it's
those
still
12
less.
favorites.
Yeah,
Is it still less? How?
Just do the math.
So my favorite maps are the ones that are obviously the most efficient to run. So like if it's
Granted.
so there are linear maps that are short and therefore have less mobs in them because they were nerfed at some point, and then there are
Yep.
linear maps, quote unquote linear, like Atoll, which are very, very good because they're mostly linear, but they're big enough that they have enough monsters in them, and you can run it in a specific path and clear the whole map. I also really like maps
Mesa
like
is
Bog.
back.
Bog is very good because you can go right to the boss within like 20
They
steps.
killed Bog,
and,
though.
Burial Chambers
Yep.
is back.
and it's really small and dense.
Mace is probably the
And-
fastest portal to boss, right?
Yep.
Now?
I liked City Square.
City Square also.
Yeah, this square's great.
City Square's back.
3
Great for
unique
Legion
bosses
farming.
is exploitable.
Exploitable. It's built that way. It's not exploitable. I mean, it just is. It's just good.
The new
Animals.
Watchstone system, it's pretty. Sorry, the new Sexton system. It seemed exploitable, but they already clarified that new Voidstone said like every unique boss can drop a Conqueror map. Was clarified to say that it's capped at like 1. You can't like twin the map and you don't get 6.
Aw.
Unfortunately.
Man,
What about the ceiling sextants with like a little chaos orb thing? So you can sell your sextant rolls.
a
at the
mandatory
beginning.
thing
specifically for the
because-
fishing
yeah.
Discord and no one else.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's mandatory. I'm just saying,
Self-learning
how do you like? Do you expect people to find one that's really good and then be specifically trying to roll them and sell them? Do you think there's profit to be made there, or do you think it's just going to balance
I
out?
think it's
economy
more of a
wise?
save it for later kind of thing.
Right.
That plus it's just whatever the value of the maximum value is. Like, so if I have one that says like guarantees a synthesis map on a unique boss, that value is maximized by the most bosses I can kill in a map. So whatever that would be, that's the value of it. So if that is the value of 3 synth maps, that means that is the value of this item effectively. Plus like negative a little bit because you have to actually do it. So it just like is a nice way of retaining value through sextants, I guess, for Trade League. But like what Jousis says, I'm just going to save up until I have 4 of the same, probably, and run them like that. Like for killing City Square bosses, if I have one that says kill X boss and drop Y thing, I'll just save until I have 4 of those, go do 3 City Squares and get my 12 things and then fuck off.
I still think it's 100% for someone got alluring on their sextant and they want to give it to someone in the fishing Discord.
Can you still get the watchstones that have like 16 modifiers on them from like div card or whatever? 16 sextant modifiers on them?
Oh no! Every single mention of watchstones is gone. Like they're all gone.
Where did you get those from originally?
Redesigned as a community, gone.
Yep. All those the millions of alterations spent rolling watchstones, gone.
That was safe though, the community design thing, because I mean, if a person paid for it, sure, one person would be pissed off, but it's a community poll like div design. They could just do another one.
Well,
I don't think anyone actually
people who
cares.
had ones, anyone who had a div card for a prophecy,
they're
they were refunded, so
nice.
They could make a new div card.
Yeah, they were given an option for refund or redesign. So
yep,
I'm interested to see in how many community cards are going to come out after this league.
7 over the course of the next year, probably.
Yeah.
Some cool ones though.
How much are they? How much do they cost? Can I still get one?
You can't buy them anymore.
Hey, does anyone?
500 USD.
Anyone that got one like refunded?
1,000, but
they were somewhere between 500 and 1,000. One
actually depended.
Very close to when they stopped accepting them, someone inquired into it for me because they thought I would want one, and it was like 660.
Yep. If you've purchased the highest tier supporter pack on the email address you're emailing them on, they give it to you for cheaper, which is funny, but makes sense also.
Interesting.
So if you purchase the $480 supporter, it like gives you like entry to the cool guy room, like to buy the discount version.
Come on, I want my cool guy entry packs. Damn
so
it!
If you ever bought a big supporter pack, they would have given you it for the $660 version.
Sad.
If you went from having nothing, it'd be 1,000.
Hey Chris, I'll give you an NFT for a div card option to buy it. Well, I'll give you 10 NFTs for it. That's like $1,000, right?
You could buy an aftermarket one, but they're hiked up like 2-3 times the price.
Yeah, someone's like, I have a div card, and then they like sell it on eBay.
Mm-hmm. Like buying the old WoW scratch offs from mounts, the Spectral Tiger scratch offs.
I both want it and don't want to funnel it. I don't want to pay PlayStation 5 markup for a div card. I'll just give it to GGGG.
Oh.
Do you spill nuts on your lap? What is that? Popcorn? Delicious.
Mm-hmm. Popcorn.
Why? Why is there so much? Is that? Oh, I thought it was like a giant pot.
I'm gonna eat it all. That's my dinner.
Yikes. That's fair.
Thought popped into my head. Completely irrelevant.
That's perfect.
Speaking of like, if you have a div card and then you can sell it for more money, if anyone still has a Steam key for Dark Souls Prepare to Die edition, hold on to it because you can't get them anymore, and all of the mods that we've made only work on Prepare to Die edition and not the remaster.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Time to sell my Steam account.
Oh boy. Can you sell Steam accounts? I guess
No,
you can, right?
Technically, yeah, you can sell anything, but you're selling a license that you can't legally. No, not legally. Yes, you can.
You're basically selling someone your password and the agreement that you are not going to recover the account through support or something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which they totally won't do, because I bought a Steam game off a guy, and he just reverted the payment after I paid him. What a cunt. It wasn't G2A, it was Reddit, and I didn't pay real money, I paid Dogecoin. So it's okay.
Dogecoin.
Back when it was
that
worthless.
money doesn't count.
Back when it was worthless. So now, technically now I got scammed for $40,000 worth of Dogecoin, but back then it was only $40 worth of Dogecoin. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So it was fine. It was Watch Dogs, so it was a nice ironic purchase. I think I've told that story before. Yep. What's a pinnacle content? Oh, I see.
Bosses.
Interesting. How do you know that straight
The
off
big
by heart?
boys.
That's crazy.
Because we watched the stream.
Harvest boss. How do you remember stuff that you get told? It's crazy.
It's
look
like
at
a
all day.
50-50. It goes in one ear. If it goes in one ear, it comes out the other. But if it comes in that ear, it's good.
Oh, I gotta start listening, leaning to my left instead of my right. Got it.
Yeah, why would you not just wear one headphone then?
You're
Or like,
blowing
You
my
might get
mind.
the wrong ear.
That's like not even like, hey, why wouldn't you
Oh,
just
it
like tape a
changes.
sponge to your head, you know?
Yeah, I absorb way more information with this. Well, let's see, the sponge is sucking all the data out of my brain, and I just put it somewhere else for later. What did you DM me, Lighty? I can't click on it without crangling everything.
It's just a screenshot of gameplay, I think.
Sure. Not that. Okay.
No, it was this stuff.
Oh, great. Oh, man. Curiosity. Oh, okay. Wait, really? Thanks, man. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, yeah, he didn't talk about hard mode, did he? Sad.
Nope, no mention of hard mode.
I'm so sad now.
He did say he was working in his hot tub for a couple weekends.
Yeah, that would have been weird. If they did that, like the announcement with that. I mean,
Well, it's just weird that he's
Hot
spending
tub
time
stream
in his hot tub.
announcement? That was on the bingo.
Mhm.
yeah. I broke everything. Cool. Hey man, this is great. I like this. You like this? I like this. You like this discussion? Lighty likes it.
Sponge?
Making popcorn.
I'm not eating
Stop
popcorn.
commenting on the sponge. It's fine. I don't have. You gotta buy headphone replacement pads. They're like $50. I'm not gonna do that.
Hurt you.
I live in a shed.
I feel like I should use one of those preemptively because the strap, like if it's like the fake black leather that rubs off.
You can just like replace this, but it's $2 sponge, and when the sponge stops working, you just put a new one on. It's so much cheaper. You don't need this commercialization stuff.
When the sponge stopped working.
When the sponge
gym
is no
story.
longer listen, you can't see my chair. I got inspired by the dev like work from home pictures. Who was it? Someone, Jonathan or someone. Someone had I don't know. Someone had a really fucked up $150 chair from like the budget office places, and all the padding had gone to shit, and they had just strapped random shit to it, and it looked like a Mad Max version of a chair, like just a hodgepodge Gary's mod kind of self-build piece of shit. Looked comfy as fuck. I'm so inspired by that. Anyway, I've strapped towels to my chair because it's falling apart. Long story short. Towels, owls. You know what I'm saying?
My chair
How's
came
like that
with
NFT you have?
Don't tell people that I actually have an NFT. It's supposed to be a joke, Blood. Yeah. He's cool. He's got a monocle.
I'm supportive of that as well. My chair came with unremovable plastic armrests
Oh
that
no.
like really hurt your elbows,
Oof.
and so I've like strapped cushions to them.
Do you not possess sponge technology, Jousis?
So I think my mom bought me these like little seat covers, but they're like a millimeter thick. But they came with like the packaging sponge in them to hold their shape when you look at them, and I've kept those on because they're comfier.
Wow.
Amazing.
It's a weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
I have to readjust it like every time I sit back down, but it works.
If my elbows start hurting when I've been gaming for too long, I just look at my elbow like, oh, it's not on the sponge. Move it over a couple centimeters. Now I'm on the sponge. Now I'm perfect gamer again. I just need bigger sponges.
I've
that a
lost the
thing?
popcorn.
I noticed. Where is he? I also have a pyramid of Pepsi bottles. I think I've increased my production a little bit too much. This is becoming a problem.
Oh my god. My beard is popcorn.
Congratulations.
I'm having to keep the bowl closer.
Huh.
Got a built-in catch mechanism.
Like you get a second chance to catch the popcorn before it falls.
It's like a free kernel.
You're gonna find like 3-week-old popcorn in there you didn't know you had.
Probably.
Extra snacks.
Little League launch snack. What's everyone's favorite food on League launch?
Chicken crimpies.
Pizza usually because it's easiest.
What do you
Probably
mean?
I'll answer it one time. all screaming at once.
Chicken crimpies. Is this mirrored? Damn it.
No,
you
it's
can
not
see it.
mirrored. It's coming in through. It's coming in great.
It's mirrored for me.
Chicken shrimpies? What do you got?
Chicken crimpies. Says crimpies. God, directions are hard. Crimpies. Chicken crimpies. Chicken crimpies.
Flavor you can see.
Flavor you
is
can
that
see.
just biscuit, or is there also actual chicken?
It's just biscuit. That's what they is.
Is it called
Biscuit.
shapes or is it
They're
just
called
because the food is in a
They're shapes.
So
Okay.
it's just a crack. It's just a cracker with MSG and salt.
The brand is shapes. It's not a cracker. It's like powdery more than anything.
It's a powdered shape.
Yeah, a powdered shape.
It's
Bad
like when
thing.
Little Caesars advertise that our food is hot. This is
Yeah.
like-
Well, there's a bad thing about this whole branding they've got called flavor you can see. I had some barbecue flavor which have little tiny specks of green and red on them. It's like flavor you can see, and I was eating them. I'm like, these taste different. Turns out ants had broken in and like died on them. Like just tried to eat them and died, and I was eating ants for like 20 minutes before I realized. Because I was like, dude, the flavor you can see is massive on these. Yeah, just dead ants. Anyway,
Oops, all ants.
now I just eat crimpies because you can tell if they're covered in
Crimpies,
ants.
We've got ants.
No.
What an ad. Great ad plug there.
Yeah, sponsor
Amazing
me.
sponsorship.
Yep. Hey, you know that meme with the it goes in the square hole meme with the little shape thing?
Mm-hmm.
I just realized that my mum owns one of those for like early childhood support or something, and I was playing with it the other day. There is in fact a shape in it that does not go in the square hole, so my entire life is a lie.
No.
There's like a really long rectangle and it's kind of fucked and it doesn't work. It's so
Are
disappointing.
you sure that
The
you
arch
just didn't
one?
figure out? Maybe you just didn't figure it out yet.
In the video, they put the arch one through it.
No, the arch definitely goes in. Maybe it's customized to have extra shapes, and like third party doesn't have third party shape support, and they don't go in the square hole. I could go get it, but nah.
It's an
Maybe not.
expansion. It's got shape expansions.
Yeah. They just took the lid and made it a way longer tube, like Lighty's popcorn tube there.
Popcorn tube.
Yeah, you should get a Pringles can, but like a 3-meter one, and fill it full of popcorn, so you can just bust the top open and just shovel it down.
Pringles are for communists.
What?
Fact.
Why's that? Is it because of the mustache?
It's because they're called crisps instead of chips. They
the
legally
the
are not
can's
potato
red.
chips.
This can's
Those cans are
green.
red.
It's not communism. This one's green.
Oh, part of the Green Party, are we?
This one's vegan.
Our cream and onion is great.
The Green Party here is pretty decent, but no one votes for them. Sad.
Same.
I don't buy loser chips.
There's not chips. These are mixed. There's mixed nuts in here.
Not even a chip. It's a nut.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a puny Pringles can as well.
Chip off the
Not
old
the
nut.
full length.
Yeah, he's tiny. I
think
really
he's
hate.
overcompensating.
These cost $3, right? And the big ones, look, home brand Pringles, home brand Twisted Potato, whatever the fuck. They're like this big, and they cost $1. And these things cost $3. Fuck. I was gonna say communism, because Lighty. Fuck capitalism, man. I hate that shit. So disappointing.
Wow.
I don't
Look how
buy
they
this.
massacred
I don't
people
buy. I
mascot.
physically don't want to support the shrinkflation bullshit. But Nana's like, oh, he loves his sour cream and onion Pringles, and then I get gifts, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll take free Pringles. But you shouldn't be buying them. Anyway, I've been talking about Pringles
What
for
a
like
tale.
20 minutes.
I'm
Yeah.
fully in on this Pringles conversation.
It's just so frustrating. Fucking capitalism, just bullshit. Anyway, live in a shed, got mold on my roof, sponge on my head, sponge on my elbows, living the cheap
Answer
life.
your cookies.
I spent
Eating
all my
ants.
money on NFTs. I'm broke.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean they go down in value?
All it takes is one for them. One NFT has to pop off, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I'll live off my monkey the rest of my life.
That must.
What
be
about
racist.
when they figure out how to funge the token?
Oh shit.
Mhm.
I turned from non-fungible tokens to no fucking thanks.
Don't funge me, bro.
One thing I am slightly upset about that is Pee-wee related. That'll, we don't have to keep. Like, I could keep talking about random shit in my room for ages. I bought like 1 meter long snakes. I've eaten 990 grams of
Are they candy or is this just
candy snakes.
No, they're just
Australia
snakes.
thing?
I have to my right. I have to my
Let's
right
do it.
a 5-pound bag of sour gummy worms
Oh
that I
god.
am
no.
very slowly making my way through.
Are they the
Chop off.
sugar-free ones that make you shit yourself?
Fortunately, no, because
Kentucky
I've already
Fried.
eaten like 3 pounds of them
Thanks.
Oh no. That slowly?
over like 5 months.
Fuck.
Okay.
Like a week. like a couple days. What I was
Not
gonna
bad.
say is I definitely relied on easy 5 links from Prophecy for all the last previous leagues, and now that's gone, and I am sad. Although I could probably just get it from Harvest. Fuck. Yeah.
I've never once gotten a 6 link from Harvest. 5 link though, very common.
I've gotten 1 6 from Harvest, and it was just after I had burned all my fusings trying to and got one.
Yep. The classic.
That's nice. At least you can sell it or whatever.
Yep. But man, going to TFT sucks.
Fuck TFT.
Yeah,
no,
I
I
like
can't
how-
say that. I'll
like how
get
Chris-
banned.
Chris fucking shit on them in the video a little bit.
That was enjoyable.
He's like, yeah. I mean, the amount of third-party reliance Path of Exile has for you trade people is truly disgusting.
Mm.
No other game comes close to this, of this scope of third-party reliance for trading, for the build making, for the everything. It's just crazy. There's so much.
Even if there was the console trading is worse than the PC trading apparently, but it is a kind of
There is
automatic.
no PC trading at the moment. in-game,
Yeah, I
so-
mean, the state of trading is go to the external website, whisper people. Console trading is built into the game, but it's like a cancerous giant stash tab of you just tab through each page and try and find the item you're looking for. There's no advanced search. But even if there was that form of trading on PC, built in and horrific, people wouldn't use it because of all the third-party options we have. Or at least more people would use the third-party
Just
options.
ban the third-party options.
That's
I'm
why they
just
bought
remembering,
OpenAll.
Pre-Grand Exchange RuneScape trading. Imagine if you had to go to town instance and spam local chat, I'm selling this item.
It's terrible. It was terrible. I played back then.
Yep. Oh, that's something I played recently. There's RuneScape leagues. All it did was made me realize how much I suck at RuneScape, and I got really sad.
Probably do.
I do suck. You're right. And it's SSF, so it's just even worse.
Or Jim.
I'm bad. Hey, what's the change in the patch notes with people were complaining about threshold jewels? Did they just
They're
kill a
gone.
whole
They
bunch?
removed, for example,
Oh, they all
Freezing
gone?
Pulse, the Threshold Jewel.
Uh-huh.
No, not all of them, but only the very most impactful ones.
Yeah.
So, for example, the Ethereal Knives Jewel is still there, but they removed the 5 extra projectiles.
And the Spark as well, same thing.
They gave them a little bit of projectiles in the gems. So those ones are okay-ish. But Freezing Pulse just got gutted. They got nothing.
Yeah,
Is the
Freezing
gem
Pulse
still
you
there,
basically
or did
had
they
free.
just delete the
They-
entire
they-
thing?
If it was from the Act 5 reward, it's not there anymore.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay, I want to know a stat. Has anyone, since the Molten Strike Jewel got changed to be the ground chaining one, has anyone ever used that one before it got removed?
Oh,
Emperor
I
used
wouldn't
it, I
have.
believe.
Yeah, probably.
I saw it had 55% less damage, and I'm like, nope.
It's 55% less damage, but you got negative projectile speed and conk effect, so you got tons of overlap, and they would bounce 2 to 3 times. So it ended up being 50% more damage overall.
As I've learned from several of my builds, anything that relies on the enemy standing still is very bad.
yep. Damage uptime is a metric that they never talk about in Path. That needs to be they just don't calculate for damage uptime. Actual damage uptime half the time.
That's why I
When they
love
buff or
the
nerf
most
things, it's
recent
so
build
bad.
I did with the really long ignite duration. I could
Yep.
basically have 100% uptime.
What do you mean by uptime?
So
Just the
I'm
amount of
doing
time
my
you're doing
maximum
damage?
DPS 100% of the time, instead of do 5 million DPS for 1 second, dodge for 10 seconds, do 5 million DPS for 1 second. I'm dodging 100% of the time, but I'm doing all of my damage.
I'd
Has
say
anyone-
most melee builds have half uptime on their damage, probably in most boss fights.
Yep.
Hmm.
Maybe not even that, especially in Maven.
Yep.
Has there been fuck? What's the minions are on fire and they do a RF kind of thing?
Infernal Legion.
Is there a build
Yeah.
for that? Has anyone made one yet that
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
works?
It's been one for a while. It's really good.
There's
Yeah, popcorn
That's
RF.
actually good.
instability RF and skeletons and zombies.
Is there one that
the
doesn't rely on
instability I
popcorn?
understand, but
Mhm.
Like
the
just the infernal
SRS
damage.
Infernal Legion is like one of the smoothest leveling experiences in the game at the moment.
Especially because the amulet's like a ridiculously low level, isn't it?
Tabukai, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I've never tried that. I always assumed that. So when Infernal Legion came out, it was impossible to increase the damage until they fixed it, and then it was still bad. And from that point on, I just completely discounted it as anything other than popcorn.
It clears the trash and then it blows up the SRS and then that deals the damage to the rares. But it's pretty.
Yep.
It's like super comfy for leveling though.
so there's none that don't rely on popcorn. Like you can't make a minion that won't die from the Infernal Legion and have a whole bunch of mini RF.
Elementalists, yeah, golems.
Yeah, but I mean, you could
I
do
feel
it,
like it's
but would
more
it actually be
efficient.
It
decent?
wouldn't be good enough though.
No.
Okay.
Because
You would
it's
just
exactly-
always
it's like-
assume it's going to die.
it's like
It
a
can
flat
be.
damage ore, isn't it? Right? So
Yeah,
not
but
scaled by minion life.
there's one way, but it's very expensive, and that you have to get a Forbidden Shaco with a 35 Infernal Legion.
Oh my god. Yeah. Good luck with that.
Yep.
I mean, it's just
It
another thing you
exists,
can
it's just no
stop
one's
at
gonna
where you
stop on it
roll.
is the problem. Like no one's gonna stop it who's rolling for Ice Bite. So even if they saw it, they just blow right past it. You have to go out of your way to make it yourself, which would
Add
be
it
like
to my list.
That would be multiple mirrors, I think, of divines.
yep.
Well, I mean, you just got to have enough things to eventually stop on, and eventually you'll hit something you actually
Well,
want.
If you hit it, you have to have a good secondary, and it also has to be like at least level 33 to be usable.
What is better odds, hitting a single thing on a Shaco or getting 2 of those Ascendancy Jewels?
Jules.
Jewels.
Really? How many?
Yeah.
How many skills are there in this fucking game?
It's not just a skill. It has to be the
It's
skill.
support.
Has to be the
And it has
top
to be
end
the
of the
level.
skill. It has to be of
Yeah.
applicable level.
Yeah, there's a range. It's not specifically, you'll always get 35, 25, whatever the range is. There's a big range. So you can get like the lowest roll, but it's the correct gem.
And then the secondary gem could be shit, so it's ruined anyway.
Just gotta have like a good support as well. Well, is there a div card for that now, or is it just like chain the Shaco?
Yep.
I mean,
There's
I'll
a
throw
card now.
some numbers at you.
Shaco divination card. What else was I
It's
gonna
new.
do? Faded breath.
Okay, so it's 1 to 10 and 25 to 35.
What's the new thing?
That means
You would
they're
basically
10.
stop if it hit like 33, 34, 35. You'd stop.
It rolls
a good
between 25 and 35. Just anything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yep.
Fuck that.
Any support gem.
You mean like 26, 27?
How many
Yep.
support gems
Why
are
the
there?
fuck is that a thing?
140. 140 of them. So it's 10 times 140 times 10 times 140 possible combinations, and that's
No, it'd be 10 times
2
140
million.
times 10 times 139.
oh right, because you can't get the same thing twice. But still,
Yep.
that's
You can,
1.8
you can.
million.
You can just say
Really?
it twice.
You
Yep.
can
Holy
get the
shit,
same thing
that's
twice, so
awful.
it's plus 40.
Yep. You no
Or
it doesn't add it
45.
together. You can have like a level 35 behead and like a level 10 behead. It just does nothing.
It's so garbage.
You used to be able to get 2 of the same crit on like a shape or a scepter or something, and it would just add the 2 numbers together.
It does not, unfortunately.
Damn.
That
Yeah,
is
That's
cool.
Okay,
just
so
like
you can-
right?
Yeah, it's 1.96 million possibilities. So you would need 1.96 million. I would
That's
say
not
divide
how
that by like 4
1.96 million.
to get like the one that you
times-
want and a
Right.
decent secondary.
Well, you just need to have a whole bunch of things you're willing to stop on. Which
Sure.
Yeah.
there's like 2 now. Infernal and
There's a
Frostbite.
couple. So there's Ice Bite's the big one.
Mhm.
Rage is really, really good. Decay, Immolate, any of the ones that just basically like having a flat number that goes a bit bananas when it gets up there. Innervate.
I'm not writing these
About
down.
it, I think.
Immolate, did you say, or innovate?
Immolate,
Both.
Innervate, Ice Bite, Rage, Infernal Legion, Decay.
Uh-huh.
I
This is not no promises,
Decay
but I'll
has been
try.
so dead ever since they nerfed the essence. And double dipping that I've never even considered it.
It's not good, but at 35, it gets a little crazy. It's a
I see.
lot. It's a lot of damage. You
Yeah,
can look at the numbers.
so-
Like they get a bit crazy.
I'll look it up right now. So decay
Shaco a
support
hat?
at level 20 is
Yep.
843 cast damage per second. At 35, it is 3,393.
Yep. So the
Oh, I
numbers
see.
They get really ridiculous when they get to 35. Like for
It's
all these
literally
gems,
quadruple.
yeah, all these gems are pretty much the only ones that, like, when scaled to the utmost max, get really fucking insane.
And
Even the
they're
shitty
also
ones.
half of them are also the ones that just they are their own like sub skill kind of deal.
Yeah,
that
like
can then be
Decay or
scaled
like
up.
Infernal Legion. Yeah,
Yeah. So that's interesting.
Immolate's also a lot of damage.
Yeah,
Immolate's kind of nuts.
It goes from 200 to 300 to 600 to 900 and
Yep.
change. So it's about
Triples,
3 times as good.
Mhm.
And then you consider all of the damage effectiveness of most skills has been buffed.
Yep. So that's why, like, if you do have a Shaco and you just want to, like, do a shit tier meme, you could toss on there any of these things that basically hit like 35 or 33, 34, 35. They're pretty good. Like, the curve keeps going, but that's when it starts to get to, like, the good levels. But you still have to have an applicable secondary support, which is like the big ask.
So
That's
it's
the
like
hard
a
part.
5 link or whatever.
Well, it becomes a 6 link.
Does it? Oh, right.
The helmet. Yeah.
Good point.
But
And then you
but yeah,
corrupt it.
you could, but you also have to, you also have to enchant it
Everybody
first.
would scream at you while you were doing it, but yeah.
You don't have to enchant it. You corrupt it first, and when you hit
Just
your
link it in
corruption,
global
then you
chat
enchant
and
it.
scare people.
I think it'd be cheaper to probably enchant it first, then corrupt it.
Well, if you're going to be like if you brick it with your corruption, then you don't have to spend the little enchanty thing. But if you enchant, all you have to do is use one of those enchanty oil things or whatever.
You still have to get the enchant from lab.
Yeah. But you do it
doesn't just
after.
give you an enchant you want.
Yeah, you do it after.
Yeah, but sure.
Because I don't want to spend ages in lab, get the enchant, and then corrupt it and just brick it. Because then I won't have it anymore.
It's not that hard to get an applicable enchant with lab when you're running Gift of the Goddess.
That's what I mean.
It's 24 looks at the helmet. Each run is 24 different helmet chants.
Oh, I'm not going to be doing that because I'm shit. See,
Well,
I could do
Gift of the Goddess is the
10,000
best thing
Shaco
they've
attempts
ever done.
because
If you're doing this sort of Shaco thing,
No.
your build should be good enough.
if Shaco is easy because all it is getting enough money to use divines. That's
Shaco
it.
is so
Doing a
expensive,
Gift of the
though.
Goddess lab is hard because it requires a good build and skill and shit. I don't want to do
Jim,
that.
I seem to remember you running blood aqueducts to get humilities to get divine orbs
Maybe previously.
at some point. I think you have a video on that. So if there are 5 acceptable things at level 35 that you're looking for, and 10 acceptable secondary things for each of those 5, it would still take you 3,920 divine orbs to hit any of those.
Right. I don't know if I did 10,000 divines or 1,000 divines, but I did a Ventus video once, and it was my most disliked video ever. Because I rolled over so many 9 quant, and people were like, that was really good resistances. If I was you, I would have kept it. And it's just dislikes galore, and I might have unlisted it. But I'm going to do it again with Shakos.
If you do it again, you can't see the dislikes because they removed that from YouTube.
Oh, no. But I still see them. They still impact me.
There are Chrome
You can still
extensions that
check.
unhide them.
Yeah, there are
Okay.
Chrome extensions. So it can't access it directly anymore, but what it does is if you have the extension and you dislike it, it records it in a global database that the extension has. So everyone that uses it makes it more accurate.
Wow, what an economy. we
Also,
live in.
you can look at your own videos and tell people.
There's one like that for...
Jim can brag about his shit video.
There's one like that for keywords. You can go on other people's video and look what keywords they used. It's really interesting to see what people go for. I like looking at Camel's video. Camille, Camel sound guy.
Camel videos?
Camel
He's sick
videos.
bastard.
Camille. Who? What's his name? How do you pronounce it? I've only seen it on paper. Anyway,
I'm gonna Google Translate and butcher it.
you go to his PoE like theme musics and you look at his keywords and it tells you like all the what they wanted. You know, the buzzwords, the industrial sounding tribal ascendancy feel. Yeah. I don't know
You
why
wanna,
I just bought them.
Do you know what my
Kamil
snap
Orman
effect is?
Janowski.
Oh my god.
Camille.
Camel.
Yeah. Camille.
Camille.
Kamil
Camel.
Orman Janowski.
Camille.
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 Kind of sound like a dick if I just said, "Hey man, what's up, Camille?"
Yeah.
Yeah, you switch
Like,
accents.
Yeah, it's like saying, "Oh, mozzarella." Like, just using accented words in normal conversation sounds a bit strange.
So camel's fine, as in IL, not EL. KAMIL.
Camille.
Camel.
Camille.
Camille.
It sounds
Camille?
like Age of Empires
Camille
2
is
worker
a-
saying something.
Camille is a female champion in League of Legends.
Camille isn't right, because that's EEL. It's Camille. If you have to put that much emphasis if you meet a person on their name, they're going to know you were practicing. And whether that's a good or a bad thing, I don't know.
Just call him like K-Dog or something.
Hazza? Yeah.
His last name is Ormanyanovsky. We can call him OJ.
Oh no.
K-Dog OJ?
Call him Koj.
Oh no.
OJ.
You want to know what my Snapple fact is for my Snapple bottle?
Sure.
It's the Basenji is the only type of dog that does not bark.
I bet it makes a horrific other noise instead.
What about pugs? Just struggling to breathe. Grunting noises.
What are the odds of that happening?
Yo, they're both the same thing.
My Snapple facts are the same.
That's crazy. It's almost like they came off the production line together.
How many Snapple facts are there total?
They're both real fact number 223.
It doesn't say out of how many, though.
Well, there wouldn't be repeats. This is so rare. You should sell that on eBay. Crazy.
I think they don't tell anyone.
You can kind of see they're the same thing.
Yeah.
Google does not enter the 928 are listed on the website.
There's probably more than 928.
1 in 928 times 1 in 928 to be the same one.
We're all about these 1 in something odds with PoE, aren't we?
Yeah, so that's...
What is it, 10k? More than...
0.000...
100. Don't do the percent. Do the 1 in what it is, so we can actually grasp the number.
Yeah, so 1 in 861,184.
Oh my god!
800. Damn.
So almost 1 in a million.
Giant.
Dude, you should buy a lotto ticket or something.
I should.
Don't do that. It's a scam. But you have to be in it to win it. It is.
But look at the fucking number go up. Come on.
Number go up.
Everyone likes numbers go up.
You could get rich.
I like big number go up.
That's why I play game.
Top 5 favorite thing, big number go up.
What else? You got 4 more things.
I'm out of ideas. That's it.
Oh shit.
Food?
Big number go up was it.
Big fraction go down?
Big food go up?
No. You don't want big food to go up. That's the opposite of what you want.
Big food go down.
Big food go down my throat.
There we go.
Oh. Big food. I'm making something.
God, I really hope I don't magic find again this league now that Burial Chambers is back. It's like an easy... It feels like an easy thing to do, but I don't...
You found enough doctors, you don't need any
more. Yeah, but I could get more, though, and sell them, but I won't sell them. I use the Headhunter.
Why not selling them?
Is there a Mage Blood card this league? Did they tease one yet?
I hope they never make one, to be honest.
They will.
If they do make it, it'll only be sad.
Someone's going to pay for it eventually.
They could just say no.
No, because they're closed now. You can't... unless you're one of the people that get a refund.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope they don't ever make one. Because then they're going to buff it or nerf it. That makes me sad.
If they do make one, it's going to be like...
Nerf to drop rate? Oof.
Yeah, about the same as if you were trying to get a Mage Blood. Like, it needs to be roughly 1/8 as rare. Like, if it takes 8 to turn it in, it needs to be 8 times as common as a Mage Blood. Yep. Like, exactly. So it's just nominal.
That's the dream, right?
I want an Ancient Old
That's
div
why,
card.
like, people are like, oh, I wish there was, like, a div card for Stasis Prison. And I'm like, nah. That wouldn't fix the problem.
It's going to only drop from 5 ways.
Yeah, it's going to be exact the same drop location or like there's nothing comparable in the game at the moment, so it would have to be that drop location or just somewhere else and obscenely rare.
How much of a difficulty?
It'd probably be from Grandmasters like they do with disfavor cards.
How much of a difficulty increase is the harder 5-way thing? Like if you just add one of them to like get a Stasis Prison, like nothing?
Literally nothing. You don't even notice it.
Weird.
Yeah, it's probably like a bit more health on the unique enemies, but
so
I mean,
it depends on. There's each different stone has its own different set of modifiers, and the harder one is the Templar one because the Templar one adds fizz and LA mitigation.
Oh
but
yeah, that's awful.
Even then, it's a negligible difference. I've run the hardest variation of it, and the builds that use to farm 5 ways, you have capped headhunter stacks with 3 inspired learnings. You have no idea what the fuck is even around you. It makes no difference.
What was the other content? There was Blight. There was that. Anything else?
Breach.
Breach.
Alright.
So the breach
Abyss.
one. I mean, I've done all these in the past week, and like ad nauseum and solo stuff on, and I could tell you that the breach one is basically also not that much difficult as long as you have corpse explosion that carries you hard. The bosses are kind of trickier, but the difference between like a hard pure breach and like a hard flawless stone is definitely larger than the difference between like a 5-way and a uber 5-way, but it still pales in comparison to the difficulty between like wave 20 simulacrum and wave 30 and a tier 16 blight and a ravage blight. Like that gap is the huge gaps.
So you'd say Blight's the hardest above Simulacrum?
Blight's not Blight's the easiest, but it's the biggest gap.
Right.
It's the biggest difficulty gap because Blight you just solve with proper tower management, assuming you didn't get like a terrible spawn. But it's definitely the biggest gap in difficulty, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like the jump is massive.
A question came up that is very relevant to one of my build ideas. As long as you have corpse explosion. So now that explodey chest is different, there's nothing that says 100% chance for corpse to explode. So I'm wondering if you know of any way to guarantee that no enemy corpses are on the ground. Because I looked at like the
explosions.
So I was looking into like higher the unique ring. It says like enemies that are ignited that you kill with your hits don't leave a corpse, essentially, but that means that they have to be ignited and you kill them with a hit.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that just delete corpse. I mean, the elevated Maven thing, I think, that explodes them. The cleave quality removes them from the game and makes no sound or visual cue, which is hilarious.
That sounds awesome.
So it literally like wishes them out of existence. There's nothing in the game that comes to that does that in the same way. The alt quality cleave that just removes the corpses from the game. Like they're just poof gone. No sound, no animation, just gone. It's very. I don't know if they just forgot it or just didn't bother.
Were you gonna say one, Blood?
There's Profane Bloom, still 100% chance to explode as long as you're using the curse. The fuck is that, Lighty?
It's just
Jousis.
Dude, I walked in on
Bloom was 40%.
Is it?
Yeah, it's definitely not 100%. Profane Bloom is cursed enemies you or your minions kill have a 40% chance to explode.
Doesn't that stack with something else though?
Yeah, all explosion stack. They're all tagged explosion.
Are they all like percentage stack, or are they like 40% rolls once, then 5% rolls another time?
The higher percentage applies, I think, it overrules it. I thought, but I'm not 100% sure.
I'm pretty sure the way that it works is if it's multiple percent rolls of the same explosion, like Profane Bloom and Obliteration, those are additive. But the other explosions, the percentages are rolled independently, and they can explode twice.
Why not Impulsor?
I think it depends on the prerequisites. I think.
Yeah.
Like,
if I can guarantee that everything is shocked, then maybe Impulsor would work.
Jim, do you like what I made?
Shocked enemies you kill explode.
Yes, it's beautiful. I was gonna say one of my family members makes like worksheets for teachers and stuff like that, and they were doing one that was a snake, and the shape was like the feet, and it curled around to the head. And I said, you should give him a backpack. The kids would love it. And they refused because they didn't get the joke, and I wasn't going to explain it to him. Sad. But yeah,
communists.
Very sus. I know.
Everywhere these days.
Why did you make me red?
I know. I saw a purple PNG when I was like, you know what? This is going to upset him. So
why is it massive? It's...
The purple one is literally the exact same shade of purple you used too, and I was like, nah, it's too easy.
You need the brand recognition.
Make him chroma key it out.
This isn't even the profile picture of my channel. My Discord one is different.
Yeah, it's just the first one I saw.
It looks like you're looking at
this isn't my art.
Oh, you are looking at
This is just a character from One Shot.
What's yours, Blood? What's Red Man? What's that?
It's a blood golem.
From
Art of the blood golem from D2.
Oh, I've played that. Yeah. That's sorry, Microsoft owns Diablo now. How cool's that?
Pretty cool. I think it's only a good thing, to be honest.
After the fucking shit show that was going down with Blizzard's own management, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
on
there's
the one
a
hand,
couple interesting things that could happen. You first, Jousis.
Yeah, it's on the one hand probably better management overall. On the other hand, so many things under the
Have
Microsoft
died.
umbrella. They do not need more.
True. Yep.
The two most interesting things I think are the fact that if they implement Blizzard games to the Battle Pass thing, I think that could be interesting. It like, gives a lot more value to the Battle Pass.
Games
So if you have a bunch of Blizzard IPs coming on it, the other thing that they could do, but I'm not sure if they would, is they could definitely fracture IPs now if they wanted to. They could just like sell off chunks of the games to different companies because the only connected game that they really did have in a concrete term was Heroes of the Storm, which is just dead anyway. Like it's in like server
That was
mode.
DOA.
Like, yeah, so if that's gone, they could just like sell off StarCraft to like a different company or sell off Diablo to a different company if they wanted
That'll
to.
go over well.
They could sell off Call of Duty.
They could. They could. Yeah. So it's like it's interesting. I think it'll only be better, but yeah, I'm looking forward to Diablo 4 still.
Get like a WoW subscription for free with Game Pass. Then
It could
suddenly
be, yeah,
everyone
you
who
could- you
was
could
buying a
easily
WoW
very well
subscription.
that.
do that.
Like that's the type of thing that I could see them doing, even if it's just for like a discounted WoW pass or whatever. Like definitely brings a lot more value to that to the pass, which I think most like larger conglomerates are going to lean towards is those sort of things, since everything's kind of just like subscription based. Same thing with like streaming platforms. Like they're all just like buying up IPs and like being like this. You need to buy these 3 to get all the access to these things. So like it could be the similar situation. Like, I think we'll definitely shy away from purchasing like $60 games if they just have pass systems. But
Yeah.
like I think the free game or a pass system game with like an MTX store is probably like the model of the future.
But didn't you
Except for
know,
maybe
Lighty,
EA.
they're making NFTs in all the games now. Kids love them.
Sure.
Like all the
Yeah,
Ubisoft
until-
games.
Give
until-
me one
CEOs
example
that try
of
to
one
push
kid
that.
that likes one.
Yeah.
Jim likes the monkeys and he's a
I
kid.
wanna play Far Cry, and when I open a boxing game, I have to pay $100 to open it, and I get an NFT for my gun.
I give it like 3 to 4 years before like OpenSea blockchain gets just ripped and this fucking source code goes global and then like everyone just backends into it. What I foresee happening really is like something like a government operation or some sort of government installation tries to gain access to one of the Ethereum blockchains, and then they just like forget to close the back door, and then someone just comes in and just like starts ripping information. Like there's so many people that just funnel through it.
EB Games in Australia. What's it called in America? GameStop. Isn't GameStop doing an NFT store or whatever with the billions of dollars they have now?
I'm sure every company's doing something.
Because they got their stock bought out by gamers and inflated the price, and now they're making an NFT store. Or
Diamond
something.
hands, baby, straight to the moon.
Digital diamond hands, yeah.
So the person who originally invented the NFT technology already disavowed it.
Hell
Like,
yeah!
it's like this is not at all what it's used for. Like you're not using it correctly.
Oh yeah, I know that.
essentially.
Yep.
The one that I
It's
have
mostly-
is the correct one. That's why I love it so much. Sad face.
I'm pretty
Sorry, go
sure
ahead.
it's mostly just meant to verify a purchase.
Mhm.
It's not
Yep,
supposed
receipt.
to have anything embedded in
It's
it.
a receipt.
Mhm.
People are buying
Yeah.
receipts.
Digital receipt. The
Yeah,
initial
that's the
idea
entire point.
for like the large scope idea for like an Etherverse or like a metaverse NFT type thing was be that you could transfer the value of a game you're playing to a different game in like online of an equivocal value. So an example would be if I had a maxed like if I had a maxed Vampire Survivors account, but I wanted to like get into like Path of Exile, I could like get whatever this would be worth inside of a equivocal NFT value, and then use that to trade for like a Path of Exile account. So my invested time and value would then be like have some sort of like denotion to it, but like that's just been so warped and twisted at this point. It's just making weird little sprites and monkeys and making people bankrupt.
We could make one of those if you want. Seems
NFT?
easy enough. Yeah, no, we could
Costs
make
a
a
lot-
we
it
could
costs
make
a lot to have.
we could make a
Problem is that
combined universe one though. Probably.
that costs a lot. I mean, there was
Yeah,
there's
it's like
couple
$100
game companies that
per
are
character account.
to mint things in OpenSea after you have your mask up. It costs an awfully large amount, unfortunately.
They are doing one that's not on the Ethereum chain that's a lot cheaper. It's like $2 or something.
Yeah, but that's spooky then.
Why?
More spooky. Because
No, I
it's
mean-
a lot more susceptible. Like you have to
Right.
still use
Yeah, good
mask
point.
to hide yourself. But like even like your MetaMask account is linked to like your social and stuff like that. So if it just It's just too much spookiness.
There
OpenSea's
is
spooky in itself. Like I wouldn't want to be on.
there's
any of
a
that shit.
different Ethereum chain which is just fake chain, like Gorilla, it's not Gorilla, but it's like Gorilla Eth or something, which is just the Ethereum blockchain, but you can spawn in as much as you want. It's like
There's an NFT
for testing and
There's
shit.
a Pokemon-esque NFT game that's been in the works now for a couple times. They keep saying it's not an NFT, but they've literally purchased space on the blockchain for it. That
Yeah,
you could get
blockchain's
into.
just cloud, but slower.
Has a bigger Discord server than like Fortnite, and was made like on TikTok. So
Gonna
it's
get
just
taken out by
the
Nintendo.
all the suspicious keywords are in that one.
Yeah.
Pokemon-esque NFT game, Discord,
Blockchain
Fortnite.
was enough of a keyword to make me be like, nah.
The thing I like the NFTs for is that you can just treat it like a CD key that you can trade. So it's just like I bought a game on Steam for $40 and I got the CD key NFT, and now that I want to sell it, I could just sell it for $40 to someone else who wants it. And it's the reason Steam shut down NFT games is because there were ones like that, and Steam were like, "You're getting around our system where we get 30% of the sales. Get fucked,"
Yep.
and then they ban them all. But I do have one which is like that because it's CD key for software that I wanted to use, and when I'm done with it, I can just sell it again.
Like anything, it has as much value as someone will pay for it.
Yeah,
So,
you should buy this empty
like-
bottle of Pepsi, $100.
I mean, anyone
NFT.
who's like all like the old people who are like, I don't understand it. Like it literally is just as equivalent of anything. It's no different than just money. It has the value we assign it.
Yep.
So if people start using it, that'll be what has value. It's just obviously very short term and abstract, which is why I understand it's hard to understand. But
It's literally digital art. I mean,
it's nothing else.
it's like art is just money laundering for rich
Can't
people.
you just right click and download the JPEG, Jimothy?
Yeah, but can't you go to the Mona Lisa and take a photo? I'm not saying NFTs are the Mona Lisa. I'm
Actually, you
just
can.
saying art is art, and if you're willing to pay for it, then that's it.
Jim, you'll find out that you'll probably get kicked out.
No, you won't.
And also, they put reflective glass on a lot of the, refractive glass on a lot of the paintings
Well,
that prevent you from taking
I'm
photos.
not taking a high-res fucking photo and then paying some bloody third-party website to canvas print me one.
Hold on, Jim. I'm going to save you a lot of effort.
Are you sending me a picture of them? I don't need a picture of the Mona Lisa,
Yes.
dude. I don't care.
This is
No,
the
no,
best
I'm just
res
saying it
image
doesn't.
you will
I
find
can't
of it.
sell that picture of the Mona Lisa.
You can make an NFT of it and illegally sell it.
No, I
I'll
can't.
buy it. I'll buy it right now.
You're not allowed to make NFTs of shit you don't own. I mean,
That doesn't stop people.
it doesn't stop people.
You own that picture of it.
I can take an NFT monkey and put it on a t-shirt and print it and use it myself. That's fine. But if I take an NFT
This
monkey and put it on a t-shirt and try and sell it, that's bad because I don't own it. It's called copyright.
No,
This
it's not.
image is from
Yes, it is.
Wikipedia.
No,
That's for
Which I'm
use.
not
I
sure.
can
don't
sell
think
that.
it makes it public domain.
Jim, you can go into that photo, add 1 pixel to the bottom right corner, and now it's yours.
Speaking of going into photos and adding 1 pixel to the bottom right corner, someone solved my goddamn ARG already. I'll give you money if you do it. What do you mean, what?
Oh, I thought you said somebody solved it.
No, I said someone
you're asking-
please solve it. God, I'm getting so
Solve what?
desperate.
What do you need to solve?
I made an ARG lady, a puzzle. Go solve it. I'll give you money.
Send it to me.
No.
Well, then I can't.
The point is you can't send it to anyone.
It's a puzzle. You gotta find breadcrumbs, my dude. I'll give you an NFT if you win. I'm just kidding.
Do I
You
have to go to
actually
Australia?
find the puzzle and then you have to solve it.
No, you don't have to go to
isn't that-
Australia.
Is it in that Settlers of Catan box behind you?
No, I've never opened that. I've never.
Open it up.
I got a
There'll be a
gift
puzzle
of
in there.
Settlers of Catan, and no one's played it. No one's been. I got that right before coronavirus started, and all of my friends disappeared.
Aw.
Sad.
You had friends before the virus?
Also, I didn't. I also got a box of Pandemic, the board game, and it was a cheap copy made in China, and all the things were artificial and
Is
fake.
it called like Plandemic or something?
No, it's called Pandemic. All the stuff inside, it had Chinese newspaper in it, and all the pieces with like printed from a printer on cardboard, and it was just a pirated copy of a board game. I'd never seen that before.
I would buy a version of Pandemic called Plandemic that just had like Trump on it, and it was like he was just like, it's all China. I would definitely buy that version of the game in a heartbeat.
I'll
Like
make
all
an
those Monopoly
NFT version for
versions.
you.
But I can't play that.
You can. You get digital Monopoly, NFT, crypto,
You're just
blockchain.
using tag words.
Yeah.
You've transcended normal speech. You're just using SEOs now.
I don't have to say what I feel. I just have to say the keywords, and you understand it. Anyway, this is my plan for
you're
League
trying
Start.
to communicate in hashtags.
He is true. He is true.
Clearing explosion, clear explosion, no life damage, sustain, maps, clear fast, clear heist, clear...
Did you check what I sent you, Jim?
What?
What about the thing I sent you?
Every time I click on it, it fucks up my shit that I've made. What thing? I don't see anything. Oh, that. Yeah, the big wall of text.
Yeah.
Do you want me to get back on topic?
You can if you want to.
I mean, I don't mind. Hit-based bow attacks? What is that? Is that a good segue? I feel like we've basically talked about half the shit on here. I'm fine with talk about crypto for 2 hours.
Okay.
So lost.
I never got an answer to my question.
What was your question?
I wanted a way to guarantee that there are no enemy corpses on the map. I guess
In Pulsar.
leave.
Cleave.
I guess impulses would work if I had 100% shock.
Or if you have 100% crit, you just play any cold build.
Just cleave. Cleave your life into pieces.
Cleave is also
Okay.
an alternative. The problem is, so my plan, the entire reason I wanted no corpses on the map is so that I could use body swap.
Ew.
Why?
Body
How?
swap does 6% corpse life, which
Oh.
is the same as detonate dead. So
Right.
it's just a way to do the detonate dead thing that I was doing, but faster.
But if there's no corpses, how do you body swap?
Well, because I'm going to be providing the exactly one corpse that I will body swap to,
Mm-hmm. That's weird. But why?
but like automatically. So it's like Flicker Strike with Ignite Proliferation.
Doesn't body swap just go to where you... Wait, are you making some really HP dense course and then using body swap as your damage? Is that what you said?
Yes.
You know what you should play, Jim, for a League Star? You should play Cast on Crit, Flicker Strike, Arc.
I'm not gonna, but that does sound fun. I do.
Really?
I hate cast on crit though.
Why?
They just nerfed it quite
Just
a
because
lot.
you have to be on. I guess Flicker Strike removes the one thing I hate
See?
about it. But
See?
Cyclone being like, hey,
You
you have to go to the pack and then you have to hit it and then you have to crit it and then
just
you cast a
flicker it
spell.
then.
Yeah, Flicker's good. Fuck you.
Hey, Jim,
What?
you stink.
Thanks. I probably do.
God.
Hey, something Atlas. What is it? Oh, you have to like select which boss you want to go for. You know how like you click on the Maven and then you can click on the
Yeah.
red one or you click on the green one.
Let the witness
kinda
in
hate
3 different
that.
directions.
I hate that. I don't like it. Although I guess you can
I wanna
specify what
choose,
boss
give
you
me
want to go
both.
after.
I prefer this to chasing influences.
That's fair.
Yep.
Do
There is that.
the Ascendancy Jewels, which boss do they drop from? Is it one from one and one from the
Oh.
other because of the colors?
Yep, that's exactly it.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
The,
No
red
one's
boss
ever going
drops
to get
red
the
jewel.
matching pair.
Yeah,
If
but
one boss is better than the other, then everyone will only farm that boss, and no one will get the
well, there's
other
no
half
one.
of the jewel.
There's no one better than the other because the jewels are identical on each side. So you
There
get the
will
one
be
you want.
because the other unique drops those bosses have.
Yeah, but if they're the same drop rate, I'm saying
And
like
the
if you're in
influence as
SSF
well.
Tables.
and you
He's
get
saying the table. If the influence is better on one influence by a large margin, and if the other uniques, if like one boss has all the good uniques, the only reason to touch the boss is going to be to farm the other half of the jewel, which will be diminished because all the other drops are shit.
that's fine though.
That's the concern.
I'm just saying it's a good thing for SSF because you'll get your one jewel that you want on the red guy, and now all you have to do is farm the other guy. Even if the drops are shit, you don't care because you're in SSF, but it cuts down.
Correct.
You're guaranteed. I assumed if you got the left jewel and you wanted to get another jewel, you still had a 50-50 chance to get a left one again, and then you're completely fucked.
No. You could do
Nope.
what you're describing.
That's good.
In SSF, I'm pretty sure we're talking about like heat death of the universe amount of time to farm the other half of the jewel.
Well,
Yeah, but
this
you
was
might
like
get
we were
lucky.
talking. Leggy's one goal was to do this next league, and he puts about 60 hours a week into the game. So we'll see if he could do it. I still think like to get a copy. Like you could do it in your first. You can get lucky. It could be your first fucking one of each gets you the right. Who knows? But the average is unfortunately disgusting. So
Couldn't you just farm like 5 on the left and then as many on the right, and then do left again and do back and forth and increase your chances of getting at least one match instead of just going for the one thing you've already got?
I'm thinking farming 5 on the one side will take all league.
Farm 1 on the left, and then do as many as you can to get to 5 on the right, and then go back to the left because then you have increased
what you said,
odds of
I'm
hitting
sure
the one
there
that
is
you got.
some break point to what you're describing. I just don't know if it's real.
Because then
Like, I know
the
what
chance
you're
of you
saying.
getting one
Like,
you've got is increased by 5.
What amount of half jewels do I have to get to make it worth to not do the secondary, to not do that same boss. I don't know what that number is.
For me, it'll just come down to which side gives more. Like, I assume they give both give the same amount of pack size and maps and shit. It's just how many layers.
We don't know, but that's also what we were just talking about. Was that one might be more valuable than the other?
Yeah,
which means that the odds, it kind of will skew you because of external things.
Or which boss is easier. Whichever boss is not the one that spits projectiles everywhere, I'll do the other one.
I don't think the easiest will even matter, because at that point in the game, when that's a concern for you, you're already smoking everything else. Like,
it don't matter for me.
If you say this could be a little bit harder than Maven, well, Maven's a joke and a half. So once you're at, like, your account is established. So if that's the benchmark, the difficulty won't be the issue. It'll just be the fucking time, which is always the issue. Like, the actual time sink is going to be probably ridiculous. That's more the concern. Is that how much time will it take to actually farm out this stuff?
The little void stones or whatever they're calling them at the bottom, you get one for to get to T16.
One from each of the new bosses, and then you get one from Uber Elder and one from Maven. And they make all they're all in all your maps are 16s, but you will already have a couple 16s in the Atlas.
So to get full T16s, you need to do Shaper, do Elder, do Uber Elder, do Maven, do all the new stuff.
Or if you're in Trade League, you would just purchase a run, which is the unfortunate part, because it just promotes not doing content.
Wouldn't they have learned from their lesson with Maven invitations, though? You can't buy runs from Maven. Well, you used to not be able to buy runs from Maven invitation. Didn't they fix that?
You could buy all of these things except the first of each. Because you can't trade, I think you can't trade away the first Exarch and Devourer, but you should be able to invite a player and have them carry you.
Originally with Mavens, you could invite people and have them carry you, but I could have sworn they patched that at least the last league.
But you could always have traded Maven rights. The thing is, these are locked behind trading for the first couple, which is interesting.
Right.
So you have to still do at least all of them once. Until you do them once, you can't trade them, because the tradable version won't drop, apparently, or whatever that means. I just don't like the idea that, why run it when I can sell it feels like just objectively bad in the game to me. Even though it doesn't affect me, it just sounds bad, to promote that kind of thing. Like, I can't do the game, I can't do the content, so I might as well sell it. You're just missing out on, a lot of the cool stuff in Path with that.
I'd
love everyone to see every boss,
It's going to be easier. It's an easier to get to end game, but it's going to take longer.
Well, it's just it depends on what level of end game you want,
Right.
It's locked. If you want to have everything as 16 and give yourself those options, you have to do 4 ridiculously hard bosses. For someone who doesn't have a lot of time to play, it might be a big ask. Based off of my own anecdotal conversations with a vast majority of people, or polling people, 80% of the players I've talked to haven't done both Cirrus 8 and also the Maven, just by themselves in most settings. Because most times people just do a couple of maps.
This last league.
So there's a good example of someone who is a more experienced player. If I will give you that tag, the more experienced player tag, and he hasn't done.
How many hours do I have?
A lot. Probably
4,335.
Right. So he has had that many hours and just did the equivalent of half of what is required.
Okay, you've proven your point, and he works his job or whatever, and he has very little playtime.
Yeah. So if you're a Jousis person, to have that person for Jousis to do all 4 of these bosses, I think is going to be a lot.
If all the maps are already revealed on the Atlas and putting in stones doesn't reveal extra ones, what's the point of doing T16s anyway?
Experience? What do you mean?
Just
more
experience. I guess.
The thing is, there are a lot of drops in the game. They're locked behind what are referred to as end game maps, which is 14 to 16.
Guardians.
Any Conqueror, Guardians, Conqueror, Synthesis, all those maps only drop in 14 pluses. A lot of bases only drop in 14 pluses because they're all global now. Item, the list goes on.
So 3 stones will give you T14 to then unlock. So the last one.
I don't know actually. I don't know if it's every map. I'm not sure if ones become 5s, then 11s, and whatever.
Well, or
how
are you going to get
maps become 16s? I don't. Really
how
know
are you going to get
work.
Cyrus Guardians to get the stone to put it in to get 16s if you can't do 14s to begin with?
Or what was the question?
you want to do Cyrus, so you have to do his Conquerors, and to get those, you need maps that drop the Conquerors, so you at least need to get to T14 with the other 3 Void Stones to even unlock the Cyrus fight.
There's 4 base 16s.
Okay. What are they?
Prior to doing anything. I don't know the exact, whatever the base ones are after they added them. I don't know the exact list, but also you don't have to ever do Cyrus anymore.
Oh, right. Uber Elder Maven. Okay.
But if your goal is, at least. To your point, if you're saying
Shaper
I want to do Uber Elder, like, then yes, you're going to have to farm out on average 64 Shaper and Elder Guardian maps and progress your way up it.
I'm just
or
thinking,
you can just buy them and have someone else kill it for you.
What would be the tier of like the natural progression for the Void Stones? You'd be doing the new 2 bosses first, probably, because they're just unlocks, and then
you
Maven
would do
and
the
then
subsequent bosses of everything here. So you would probably do Maven invitation fights. You would do Adziri. You do Elder Shaper Guardians, Conqueror Guardians. Those are like that. That's like post 16 content, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But all of it depends on the build you chose. And if you just chose a bad build, then you're gonna not be able to do anything. And you'd
be doing heist like me.
Probably heist is like one of the more skipped aspects of content. So
well, it's like the one easy way to make money because no one does it, and also it's easy.
If making money is your concern, you might not know how to make money. Also, like. Not to say those who don't know how to make money don't know how to make money is an obvious like goofy thing to say, but
they removed
you don't know how much money you need or you don't know how to make it. Like you don't know how bad you have it in a way. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I don't get it.
Okay, so like if your concern is I can't do the content, so I'm going to do lesser content to progress my way up, like you're already kind of out of your depths when it comes to making money. The person that doesn't know how to do a 16 isn't going to know how to effectively make money in Path of Exile, so it's kind of irrelevant.
I'm just saying generically, if you can't make money, do heist, because it's an easy content.
That's your advice because you know that already. But if you don't know that heist is good money, you're just going to do whatever is in front of you. Or whatever.
That's why I'm suggesting it. If you don't know how to make money, do heist, because at least I know that you can't fuck it up to get money. So if you're here...
I know trade enough that I know that what you're suggesting isn't good, and you don't know that.
How is it not good?
Because there's way better things to do than just doing heist. That's my point.
Like what?
But you don't know that because you don't have that information.
But what is it?
So it would be like, if you want to say just flipping. Flipping is the best thing to do in the game. But yeah, I know, but that's not fun. I agree. I wouldn't want anyone to flip. The last thing I would want someone to do is sitting in their hideout trying to trade things because you're not playing Path of Exile. The whole point is to be playing the game as much as possible because that's the fun part of Path, is playing Path from my perspective. Some people think the fun part of Path is planning Path. Some people think it's trading. Everyone has their own like different thing they enjoy in Path,
Sure.
Which is one of the cool parts of the game. The unfortunate part is that not that the modular aspect of it isn't great. That part's great. The unfortunate part is some aspects of the content are totally locked and like non-optional. Like things like the Void Stones are optional if you want to experience other 16s. But there's just like that ingrained like fear of missing out in Path is like very large. So to see everyone's like, oh, your friends are doing 16s and you're doing the only 4 16s you have access to, you could either do the content and risk losing it, or you could farm up to that point, or you could just pay someone. And the easiest and simplest route, unfortunately, is not doing it yourself or not putting in the time to experience the content or work your way up to it. It's just buying it, which to me just feels bad.
Speaking from the 1 to 2 times I did SSF, I got way more items in SSF because I couldn't buy my way to progress, and I actually had to do it. And in the process of doing it, I got all these drops because I was actually playing the fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
It's really weird that people like often talk about like Trade League, like a certain mentality or like the amount of time. I'm making so much more money than trade that I wouldn't solo self on, but they're not equating the fact that they're spending mass amounts of time in their hideout or looking at websites or like not actually playing Path. If you just literally run like tier 1 white maps and just do that like every 2 minutes run a new white map, you'll just make way more than someone who's like loosely planning things that doesn't have any sort of actual economic Path knowledge. Because you're just grinding. The whole, like, it's literally grinding gear games. The game in which you grind for gear. It's not rocket science. Just keep mapping. Like, people say, like, oh, the hideout is lava, but it's so true. Like, one of the worst things you can do is sit around in town and looking at your tabs. Like, the more shit you're killing, the more shit drops. It's not like, it truly is that simple. Kill shit, get shit. You can think about it, and then eventually when you learn the stuff, you can learn the minutia of like, oh, I can invest in regrading orbs week 1, flip them week 2. I can farm this target content because the economy looks like this is beneficial. Like that's later shit. But people just like don't want to put a little amount of grinding in, which is really weird in Path. Like you'd think that they would realize it's a very grindy game, but a lot of people don't, which is strange. Strange to me.
So what would the people like Jousis do then if they want money and they can't necessarily play a lot of time?
Well, I don't think a game like Path of Exile is necessarily for Jousis if he's not interacting with the vast majority of it. He likes parts of Path. He doesn't like all Path. He likes parts of Path. If he liked all Path, he would be experiencing all of Path.
How much
I don't
time
think
Jousis...
there might not be a game for him at the moment that really is the game for him. This is just probably the closest thing at the moment.
How much time do you play PoE versus you play PoB, Jousis?
So I don't spend too long in PoB tweaking things. Usually I have an idea, I flesh it out in PoB, I make minor adjustments, and then surely it can be better than this, but I don't waste time on it.
Oh, that's good.
So I do not spend a terrible amount of time in PoB. That said, the number of saved builds I have in my PoB is surely higher than most people's.
Oh, I do a lot of looking at Ninja and just sniping shit and being like, oh, I'll try this sometime, and then never do. So I've got like 30.
Yeah, so I played not a whole lot. So I played, like, the first week I played a lot. The second week I played about half as much, and then beyond that, like, half as much again. At some point, I had a character that was good enough for a video, and then it was just gathering footage for the video. And so I only finally got to, like, getting a Maven's Writ for myself this time, because Detonate Dead was so good that the marginal amount of time that I spent on the game, I was still able to progress that quickly.
Yep.
And then, I insisted on not learning anything about the Maven fight before my first Maven fight. So, of course, I didn't understand the mechanics and I died. And it's like, well, I didn't get a clip of me killing the Maven. So I was like, it's, either I can sit here and grind for another week to get another Maven's Writ and Twitch chat would be bored the whole time, or these people that have already quit the league could just give me their Maven's Writ until I succeed. And so that's what ended up happening, is they just gave me Maven Writs until I succeeded.
Nice.
You learned to fight, though, without Googling it, right?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
By trial and error.
That's meant to
Which
be.
is ideally how it should be, right? I mean, if you want to think it from, like, Jousis plays Dark Souls, like I've played Dark Souls, the Dark Souls mentality is you experience the mechanic, it kills you, you learn from that experience, make adjustments, then ideally don't die from it again. That's how, if most boss fights worked like that, that'd be fantastic. The problem is that the cost of access to those boss fights is too high almost always in a trade league setting to merit you even attempting it, because why would I attempt it and probably fail it when I could just sell it? Like, that's an innate problem.
Would you prefer it to be more RNG on the encounter of bosses like in Delve, but if you fail it, you can just try again?
I mean, Delve does it really, really well, where it's like you could learn as much as you want, and the time it takes to redo it is very minimal, I think that's a great example of where a boss fight is done right. Like, Delve bosses are very mechanical, there's multiple phases, and they're very difficult and scale difficulty like crazy. But it does give you the option of learning it as much as you want, and you're putting forth an effort and resource to learn it. So if I run out of sulfite, I have to go map, grind out more sulfite, come back, try again. Like, it's not like it's free. People always say, oh, it's free to retry. It's not. You're spending time to get more sulfite, and you still have to keep attempting it. Like, all of that takes effort, because the effort and time you're failing, you could have been spent doing something more productive. So your time is a very valuable resource that people don't often think about in Path. But yeah, it just feels like I wish that was the case, because it's so much more of a nice feeling when you could, like, learn a boss fight, conquer it, and then you succeed, versus just having to sell it or buy someone carrying you. Almost I wish, like, maybe, like, not just have it so, like, bosses are locked out or something, but there must be something better than what the current system is. And again, it doesn't affect. I'm in Soul 7. It doesn't fucking matter for me, but it just feels bad when, like, if Jousis didn't have someone hand him these, he wouldn't have done the Maven. Like,
yeah,
that's just a fact.
I burn currency for footage, and for no other reason. If I wasn't recording it, I would definitely have sold my Maven's Writ for like 2x.
And I think that's, like, just a systematic problem with the game, because the fight should be either enticing enough or rewarding enough where he would be like, I'd love to experience this cool boss fight. He clearly likes boss fights. He plays Dark Souls. Like, there's something involved right there. Something in his lizard brain's working. So, like, why isn't he doing Maven? It's because it's either too difficult, or the cost of access is too high, or the attempts take too long to farm out. Like, there's something not correct there. Like, I think Jousis is a pretty good scale of an average person. Like,
yeah, I had this problem where, I play meme builds and they're not done usually because they take a long time to actually get to competent levels. So I would get to the Cirrus fight and I would refuse to put it on Awakening 0 because that seemed like an easy way out. And so I would just lose the Cirrus fight, and then it would take another 32 maps to spawn him again, best case or whatever. And I just didn't do that. Like, I lost enthusiasm and I just stopped playing.
Yeah.
And now you can basically bank
that's
them.
a problem. Which I think is better. Like, at least he could do it on his leisure, so he could save up like 5 sets, and then let me like learn this fight while I'm, my mind is fresh. Like, that's better. But yeah, it takes like weeks for previously people to do, like Cirrus, for example, like the old Cirrus, the 32 plus maps or whatever it was for the thing. Like, that reset was fucking brutal. Like, that fight is, I think, harder than Maven to learn personally. That's like even more punishing. Yeah, it's just like the level of access to content. I don't want everyone to be accessing everything week 1. Like, that's a ridiculous expectation. But there should be like a, some sort of path, wink wink, a path of progression that allows someone who just wants to see the content, if they put the time in, they should be able to see it. Like, it feels bad if they can't see it. If it's always just like, why run when I can sell?
If anything, right now is the best time for that methodology.
Hopefully.
Of, like, it doesn't seem like there's very much RNG shit. If you want to do the left boss, do the left boss. If you want to do the right boss, do the right boss. If you want to do Maven, you click the Maven thing. If you want to do Cyrus,
Could
you
be
do
their intention. That could be the reason they did it. I'd like to see that. But then again, Chris literally said on the live stream, if you can't run it, just sell it and skip it, which was like the total opposite of what they're implemented. So it's just another weird thing he said, but he's just a strange man saying things. So
Yeah.
I just ignored that and hope it works. Yeah.
If you're
I guess he just feels bad. Like, to hear him say that's like.
Well, he's saying
like
it just so Reddit doesn't
Santa
fail.
Claus. It's like it honestly, for me, it's like hearing Santa Claus say, "Why open your present when you can just sell the fucking present?" Like, no, but you gave me this, Mister. Like, this is like my thing from you. Like, here, little Timmy, here's your new Lego set. And then Timmy's like, I'm gonna go sell this on the block because I'm too dumb to figure out how to assemble
Build Lego.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like that feels kind of bad.
How much do you do delve as an SSF player?
I delve to what previously was like easily 1,000, but now is like 500.
The reason for my question is, as a trade player, I find myself not really doing it because I get fossils from elsewhere more than I get from delve, and then when it comes to the point that I want to fossil craft, I do delve to get the things, or I just buy the things and I don't have to do delve at all.
If the question is from an economic standpoint, delve is extremely profitable right now.
The question is, do you like how it is that you get more fossils not doing delve than doing delve?
Have you done delve since they updated it? Because that's not the case anymore.
I have, and I still get more fossils elsewhere. The reason I delve is for resonators. I go behind walls and I get a bunch of resonators.
Fossils, you're correct. Sorry, resonators, you get way more resonators from delve than anywhere else.
I'm saying,
but fossils
in
are
trade,
everywhere.
in trade, I could not do delve and still fossil craft because I get so much fossils from elsewhere, and if I want, I can just buy a resonator and I'm done.
Correct. Yeah, I always think it's very strange when the best way to get a form of content isn't from that content. That is just like a very strange thing. They actually fixed that. They loosely fixed it when it came to Breach and Legion. Like, used to get the most stones and splinters from doing heist. No longer the case. Now you actually have to do the content to get the content, which to me makes the most sense thematically and like within the spirit of Path. If I want to do Breach stones, I should be doing Breach to get them, right? Yep. So I think that makes sense, And the fact that fossils aren't readily available for the 1 and 2 tier fossils, like in outside of delve, is kind of strange. But that being said, the best fossils are still in delve. The ones you want are locked in delve. You're not getting fractured fossils out of delve, really. Like, you could harvest 20 to 10 them randomly, but realistically, they're not dropping. Like, the good fossils don't drop.
Do you do delve
outside of delve?
What?
Do you do delve?
Not really.
What about you, Jousis?
I don't really have time to get up to the actual reward level that you want. I usually make it to like not even 200.
Well, 200. They buffed the fuck out of it. I'm not sure if you've run it since then, but like recently they made
When
it
they
so if you just
changed, I haven't gotten that deep since they changed how the depth scaling worked.
yeah, it's
So
a
like you
it's
can
a
be like
lot
depth
more accessible
76
now.
and you're at like level 80.
So right now they have it so if you basically get to tier 16 maps, you automatically go to like what would be around the I-83 version, and the value of like a level 100 depth now was like level 300. So you're finding bosses much more frequently, you're finding cities much more frequently, and the cities drop like 10, 20 maps a city. So it's like very, very profitable. So I would suggest at the very least this league, if you have the time, to just check out what you normally would have cleared up to Delve, and I think you'll have a much better experience. It's not going to be mind blowing, but it'll just be like a mass improvement of what you previously experienced. Which is something. It's a lot of maps.
This last time I didn't even use my Nico missions. Was the
Yeah,
thing.
kind of like to the previous point, like how much, if you were to break down the entire game and all its content, how much Jousis would you say of the game do you experience? Like what I mean by that is like heist. If you broke down from, so you had like heist, lab, betrayal, like every single league interaction metric, high end bossing, mid tier bossing. How much of it do you actually touch percentage wise? You think?
So what my methodology is I get my character build up to the point where the video would be interesting, and then I test it against bosses and some difficult content. So like I would run the simulacrum or something. So if I get enough footage of like a successful run of a boss, I'm done with that content. I move on to the next one. So I think I ran like 2 blighted maps. I only did the Maven this last league. I did an Uber Elder until I won. Elder's really easy. I did that first try. I had like 6 of them. I did a Shaper. I think all of the Guardian maps. I did Cirrus 8. And beyond that, I didn't put any effort in. Like, it was only the bosses. I didn't find a single delve boss. I'm not even sure I found a city. Heist, all of my NPCs were naked. Just if it wasn't a cool boss fight for a YouTube video, I didn't go for it. I did do Mastermind.
And then, is that just like uninterest in the game, or what is the reason you don't do the other content?
Well,
don't invest into it.
I don't spend, like, if I had the free time to play 10 hours a day, I probably wouldn't. It's because I would get burned out. So it's like I do what interests me at the time, and what currently interests me is making a good YouTube video. So I get exactly the footage that I need, and I stop and I work on the video, which is usually like 90% the song. Like this song, because I didn't do a video last league, I've been working on this song for 5 months.
Lighty, that thing.
Yeah.
What was the thing? Something you wanted to ask Jousis about a song. You told me to remind you. I don't remember what song.
Oh, dude, it's been like a fucking year. I don't know.
Some sort of cover. I don't know.
Fuck.
There you go. You're done.
Were you going to request a specific cover?
I think he was.
I was, but it was definitely like some meme. But I have no memory. I mean, you know what? It's probably in that video we did, Jim.
Oh yeah.
Go rewatch that.
I'm not. Doesn't. You didn't remember. I don't remember.
Come to me. Well, it's in that video. Definitely, it's in that video. Whatever video Jim and I did for Christmas, it's in there. There was something though.
What about you, Blood? How much content do you
remember.
do out of all the content in the entire game?
I do all the content that just appears naturally, but doing all content means I don't get far in any of it.
It's a big one.
Would you be more inclined to do the things that you just want to do now that the Atlas tree is one big thing instead of lots of little things?
We'll have to see. I'm not entirely sure.
No plans? You're just gonna yeet
like
it?
for me, I saw I can put so many points into Legion. I might try and obviously fail to get a stasis prison, but that's at least a goal for me.
So the one concern is I feel like whatever amount of Legion goodness you're going to get from this tree is still going to be less than what was just in that one zone.
Right.
Because I think they're weighting it as if like having access to all zones is somehow a benefit, like equivalency. Like I think that you could do this in every map, so we're going to tamp down the value because you can also have all these other things happening at once. Meaning if your one goal is farming one thing, there's no shot it's going to be as good as it was last league.
I mean, you know, we don't know
because
yet,
they're going to
but
expect. They're expecting. Well,
if
it can't be because they're expecting you to do it.
If it takes 120 points to get to the point that one 4-section node was last tree, and you just spec everything into Legion,
It doesn't matter because on the way you're going to be able to touch 3 or 4 different leagues, and they're going to assume
don't
the
have to.
value of what you're doing. You don't
if
have
it's
to.
quick,
but again,
no. If it's physically impossible to get Legion. If it's physically impossible to get Legion without getting all the other shit along the way,
any other thing, yes,
Yeah,
then I agree.
and
It'll be the same value.
how
But that is
how
100%
dare they not
how
think
it
of
is.
this? That could
Because
happen.
we already saw that. We already see where the tree's placed. Like it's all going to be balanced around the expectation that you're going to be doing 3 or 4 forms of content at once. So the value of Legion will be like 20 or 30% what it previously was, which is the unfortunate part. And if it isn't, this will be the greatest league or expansion of all time, and all content will rain from the heavens.
There are scarabs.
I don't think that's the case. There are scarabs.
And there are
yes.
Legion scarabs.
Legion farming is still pretty miserable because the only way it wasn't miserable was because of watchstones, which are now removed, and I don't know if that's going to be added into the tree. So unless they add a way to make it so you can like much more likely to get Marikath and Templar fragments to drop from Legion, it'll be just as terrible. So unfortunately, if Jousis was trying to farm out Stasis Prison, this will be significantly harder this league on something that is already significantly hard to get.
But he's a trade boy, so he can just buy stuff.
Well, I offered to give him one.
I really don't like buying boss fragments. Like, I do it if I have 3 of the 4 of the Shaper set, and the fragment is like 10C. But like buying a Maven's Writ for 2.1x is absolutely not.
Why does it feel bad to you?
Well, for one, it's
Because
because it's 2.1x, and that's really expensive for me.
And if you kill her, then there's no guarantee you even make anywhere near that back.
Yeah, so like it's priced based on the average return, and I never do enough attempts to make it to the average.
Correct. Yep.
So either it's like Cortex, where I got super lucky and got 2 bottled face in 2 attempts.
Right.
Or it's like Maven, and I get one of the belts or the boots every single time, and it's just a worthless boss.
I wouldn't mind if it wasn't.
Sorry, did Lighty just get brownies?
We'll wait and see. Hey, what's that?
Got brownies?
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
One of them's full of weed, apparently.
If it was...
One of them.
If master missions weren't a, hey, you guarantee you get this in that map, and it was more of a, you have like a 25% chance increased, and you just toggle it like you do the Maven, would that be a better solution? And so not have the 5 master missions of bestiary, whatever the fuck, temple and all that stuff. Just have, instead of all the scarabs, just have a little toggle. It's like increases your chance to naturally encounter that. So then if anything, you can naturally encounter one thing, one league mechanic you like, and maybe it's, I've forgotten the name of it, monoliths.
I feel like it would have to be like you earn charges of that somehow, sort of like the current master missions, and that basically already exists in the form of farming scarabs.
Yeah, but there's so many of them, and you can't specify what scarab you want. And if you want to do anything else, you have to trade between them, and then there's value.
Too much shit in Path.
Problem.
Yeah.
There are just too many fucking items in Path. Like, they just add 16 new currencies. That's crazy. Like,
yeah, but most of them are for the implicit thing, aren't they? There's
so
like
if you run the simulacrum,
there's too much shit.
Sure.
If you run the simulacrum and you get the scarab type reward, you get way more scarabs doing that than any other form of getting scarabs in the game. So I feel like just if scarabs were more abundant from things that weren't the simulacrum,
actually,
I feel like it would be better.
There's one place. Flawless breachstones.
Oh, those have more
they can also get
now?
Scarabs as a reward.
Yeah, they'll drop like 20, 30 scarabs. But yeah, that's just as an accessible content. So it's same thing, same but different.
Are you the kind of person, if you wanted to do Legion monoliths, you would save up a bunch of scarabs, or would you just use them as you get them? Like, is it a, so I'm going to save up 30 and then run 30 maps with Legions on it, and then in 2 weeks' time I'll do it again? Or is it, oh, I got a Legion Scarab, I'm going to use that right now?
I wouldn't do that because
as I get them.
Because the first run could be a stasis prison, and then you save yourself weeks of time.
Right. So you just use them as you get them.
I fill my tab, and I get like 2 of each Scarab by the end of the league, and I use 1 or 2 of them. Like, I just don't get enough scarabs for that to be a concern.
The thing that keeps you in the game is you got your build that you want to make, and then you make it, and then the only thing keeping you there is, I want to make this look cool for a YouTube video, and then you go do it.
Mhm.
And then you don't do anything else because you don't want to burn out, so you can come back next league and do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Cool beans, man.
And Lighty's is, I want to find every unique. I like suffering.
Yeah.
And then he just plays forever.
I have long
Collect
goals,
shiny click-clacks.
big goals.
What's your
Also,
blood?
I want to experience all the content in the game as well. I want to do everything if possible. Milk that
I do
free game
enjoy
till it's the last
experiencing the
drop.
content, but it's just usually I don't have enough time to be like, oh, I'm gonna, do an Uber Legion. Absolutely not. I didn't even farm the Legion that I did. Like, I had already gotten to the point where I had killed the Maven, and I had not enough fragments for one 5-way, so I just piggybacked off of someone else's 5-way, and then I did. I got the Uber emblem drop, but I don't think I ever actually ran it.
Big sad.
I was like, visually, there would be no difference.
Yeah.
What about you, Blood? What's your what keeps you playing the game, if anything?
It used to be making meme builds or like off-meta builds, but recently, like, I'm having trouble finding things that haven't been done yet, and it's really burned me out.
Oh.
I haven't played much of these past 3 or so leagues because of it.
Asking for a friend, aka me, hey, is there any like builds that you know of that just haven't been done yet? No reason, just like
I
100%
wish.
unique build ideas. You got any
If
you got,
I
like-
knew, it would be my league starter,
like
and I would
15 unique
share
build
it
ideas?
with everybody because I'd be really excited about it.
Pretty
'Cause-
solved game, unfortunately.
No new skills, can't make new builds.
Yeah.
No new skills, no build enabling uniques, no
And the few
buff
off-meta things
interactions.
are off-meta because the meta thing is so much stronger and more broken than it.
How do I get
Yeah, you
2000
can't really-
omniscience?
What about omniscience?
So, like,
How do I get 2000 of it to counteract?
Very easily.
How? I don't understand. Is strength? Would I just take a strength stacking build and slap that on and it should work?
My strength stacker right now in Soul Self has 3600 strength. And I have about the best gear humanly possible. So, aside
Is
from
it
Synth rings.
possible to make strength stacking with just like no gear and just tree, or is that not going to work? No, can't get 2k omniscience with just tree.
you need specific jewels for your tree first of all, and then you'll only get like what,
And
600.
you need Emperor jewels. Like,
You should be able to do it with just split personalities.
I'm talking about the split
2000 shouldn't be
personalities and
too
the
hard.
brutal
You-
efficiency or whatever.
You can
bronze. Yeah, but
Yeah, bronze.
No, Brawn is only a net 2% with omniscience because it's got
Mhm.
10% reduced intelligence.
oh, that's right. it's
Yeah.
everything.
Like, there's
the
no way to
the
take
way
my.
I'm thinking is you path to 2 of the increased attribute nodes. You get 2 masteries. You use split personalities and clusters. You roll 12 passive large clusters for 2 stats, an increased effect, and no notables. It's a fucking meme and a half, but it'll be fun. It is one of the 2 builds I'm looking forward to doing after my poison concoction build fails to kill a boss.
What's the other one?
It's strength stacking energy blade flicker.
Amazing.
There you go.
It's Inquisitor stacking strength Shaper's Touch, the Joffrey's Chest, and Crown of Eyes with Iron Will, so that all that strength melee phase gets converted to spell damage. Then 150% of that becomes attack damage. Stacking strength and intelligence will get me crit chance through Inquisitor. It'll be a fun meme.
I understood 3 of those words.
And you'll still have life. So
also-
when you get rid of most of the energy shield through Energy Blade, you'll still be tanky enough.
Yep.
And because it's an Inquisitor, you'll regen both life and energy shield. So it's actually pretty good defensively as well as offensively.
What about you,
The
Jousis?
flicker is going to be the interesting part.
Well, the flickers, you just use an alt quality Blood Rage linked to enhance. Because
that'll do it.
it's already going to be linked to enhance, so you just put it in the 4-link.
I haven't been able to use an enhance, enlighten, or empower since they made them rarer.
Yeah.
The only ones I've been able to get my hands on is enhance, so that's the one I'm planning around.
Is Ashen Wood back on the Atlas? Let me check.
When I was making the Corrupting Fever build that only reached about 600k DPS, primarily the reason for that was that I could not get an empower because it was 10x.
Yeah, those exceptional gems are really something with rarity now.
And it also would have cost 15,000 life in that 6-link to cast Corrupting Fever.
Yikes.
Just 15,000?
Yeah, so I ended up using a 4-link, and it was in the gloves that have 30% more damage over time. And that was the best 5-link setup I could have, and I couldn't use a 6-link because it would have cost more life than I had.
What does the alternate Blood Rage give you, Blood?
Chance to gain frenzy charge at a unique enemy.
How much? What's the chance you'll get with your enhance and whatever?
5%? 10%?
Like 5% normally at 20 quality. After enhance, it's like 10 to 15.
Would you
More
use
than
that
enough.
amulet as well with extra 20% or whatever?
The amulet would be the new best in slot, I feel like. Just because the quality on energy blades is more base crit. The level is more base damage.
Is it quality to all gems, or is it quality to just skill gems?
All
Just
skill
skill
gems. But the level is to all gems, I believe.
No, it's also skill gems.
Experiences for all gems, then. Something was all gems.
It sounds right. The experience sounds right.
The problem with something I heard recently, which was that I think the cost of that amulet might be artificially increased because of people in Trade League who like power level up like enhances and powers lines to sell. Like that also might increase the price of it because that now makes it much quicker to farm them. So like the substantial difference in price increase might be because of that. It's kind of funky.
There's also the people that wanted the fucking spell gem level influence items that are going to be looking to that as a quote-unquote budget item, and it might not end up being budget because everybody wants it.
Yeah, I could see it being like 10 or 15x, but like, it's not even, it's like power level's not as, again, the alt quality thing is the big one. I think that's the big
breaking power spike, right? It's just
it's worse than a +2 amulet, but that's probably really hard to get. But the alt quality being increased quality is like very new. That's pretty interesting.
Yep.
Jim, how's the sponge?
It's great. Well, it's actually kind of shit. I've got like a groove getting built into my head because of my headphones, because I just wear them too much. I'm okay though, probably. I don't know. Getting sweaty, so it's absorbing all my sweat. Sweaty sponge. Gonna sell it on eBay after this.
Sponge.
Put it on my Patreon. Sorry, I'm just looking at like the uniques and stuff they've revealed. Oh yeah, that staff thing. I was looking forward to that. The triple damage one. Elemental skills.
Yep, 2,600 omniscience to res cap with it gets you 260 pen and triple damage.
Does pen do anything above? Oh, I guess with stuff with
does 260 pen even work?
Well, if something's got extra resistances, it would help with that.
Returns. It just
you have 200% more damage.
Does it make things go into negative res?
Yes.
Cool.
There's diminishing
you can
returns,
penetrate to
like
negative, but
deep.
I was thinking past 200.
There is
that might only apply to players.
About them because you're using it to res cap at that point.
Can you repeat that first part of that sentence? I lost the packets.
There is diminishing returns in stacking pen, but because you're also getting resistances out of it through the amulet, which you need 263 all res with that staff. It's turns out to be pretty good.
Yeah. Thing is, the only build I'd want to use it on is that Crest of Desire. So I'll be rolling over like half the good shit on my Crest of Desire anyway, because of the double damage on it.
Yeah.
But still, be better than nothing, I suppose.
Well, wait, you said Crest of Desire for the staff or no?
Well, the thing is, my build that I'd want to use the staff on, if I was going to use it, is a build that has Crest of Desire, so I'd have to like get a different hat maybe, just because I'd be missing out on my double damage because it would roll over.
It's not like you're losing the value of double damage, but you're still gaining 8 gem levels, the quality.
Right, but I can get like plus 10 on a different amulet, different hat maybe. I think.
You could put in a Forbidden Shaco.
You broke him.
I don't want to. I think I could get better damage with a Joffrey's Crest.
You'll definitely get way more damage from Shaco than Joffrey's Crest. But the problem is if gem levels are what you're looking for, the staff is actually interestingly better than it's about like 30% more damage than like the best rare staff. Assuming you have increased damage on tree, which there's no reason you wouldn't have it.
If I get a Joffrey's Crest that's got +1 on it, and then I double corrupt it to have +4, so that would be +5 to my skill, and then I put an Empower on it, which would +1 the Empower. So a level 4 Empower would give me... What would a level... Okay, if I had a level 4 Empower and I put it in, the Joffrey's Crest would give the level 4 to a level 5. So what? Yeah. How many levels does a level 5 Empower give?
4.
So I'd get +1... +4, +5. I get +9 with a Joffrey's Crest, assuming I get a double corrupted one.
Why Joffrey's? There's other helmets that give plus gems, you know.
There's like 2.
Okay, what are they?
I don't know. Joffrey's Crest.
Black Sun Crest, doesn't that have? It does have +1 gems.
Is everything with Crest?
% increased attributes.
Black Sun Crest is what you want to use with the Omniscience stacker. It's got 45% increased Omniscience on it.
Yeah, but you're missing the obvious helmet.
Which is?
Freeze Veil.
Freeze Veil.
It's +2 socketed gem levels.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
It's 1 to 2. Oh, that's evil.
I am gonna just be sniping off Trade instead of double corrupting hats myself, and getting double corrupted Joffrey's Crest because they're a low tier unique is gonna happen because people are gonna hand in that unique as double corrupted div card.
Well, you only think it's low tier because you have a low tier brain.
Yeah, but I could go for a fucking +10 Vrindiri's Veil double corrupt it myself. But if I'm gonna do that, why don't I just fucking double corrupt Crest of Desire? Why don't I just double corrupt Crest of Desire and get a fucking +12 then, huh? Who gives a shit about double damage if I've got a +12?
Right,
I do stink.
Those have +1. I completely missed that.
You're stinky.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Fuck
I had
you.
brownies and popcorns for dinner.
Yeah, you're all giddy because you've had sugar and fucking...
I have. I'm ready to fight.
Popcorn.
Ready to fight God and anime.
Holy shit.
Question: we don't get those.
Anime's right behind you.
I've already asked, but I'll say it again. Yeah. We don't get the 16 roll sextant watchstones anymore, right? They won't work. They don't exist.
No. On.
Ah, fuck. Well, okay. So
all
using
all fun gone.
Kirak crafts is probably worth it for ritual now. Assuming, well, I guess ritual stones as well. I don't know what a sealed stone goes for, but yeah.
As soon as you have vessels to absorb the ritual junk, ritual's always going to be worth crafting.
Okay. Absorb. Is there a ritual scarab?
No.
Okay. Precise technique.
I used the ritual, the thing that you get with 100 splinters. I used that exactly once during Ritual League for the challenge.
Nice.
I used it and learned that I can capture delirium bosses, so I was only getting juice from like 60% delirious maps, capturing omniphobias and such in the ritual container, and those were selling for huge money.
Do they drop their drops if you kill them again?
For the sexual thrill.
Damn.
They don't drop their drops, but they're just standard unique monster drops.
Yeah.
If you could have any boss in PoE as a plush in real life, which would you pick?
As a
lot of them would be really repulsive.
And keep in mind, Adziri has 4 tits. Just saying. How about a body pillow?
I feel like that's not
instead.
A point in her favor.
A body pillow, and it has to be a boss. I mean, it
has to be a boss. A boss body pillow.
It's got to be Aziri then, right?
I like omniphobia. It's a lot of man to love, you know? I like that big round butt he's got.
How about them Eldritch horrors of Scourge bosses?
It's true. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What is this? Gom, the whatever, the eater, the Scourge boss?
Yep.
The big, all the tongues in his tummy?
Perfect.
Yum, yum.
If I had to choose, I would choose one of the bosses that can turn invisible, and then it's just invisible on the pillow, so it just looks like a regular
That's
pillow.
even worse. It's like you're hiding your shame.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Well, would the entire pillow become? Would it be like Wonder Woman's jet? Would it be invisible but tangible?
Yeah.
That would be excellent.
What a shit superpower to have. Imagine like Jousis is a superhero, but he could only make one pillow invisible. That's his power.
That's a pretty good power there. Like you
Oh
could
my
put things
God.
in the pillowcase. Would they go invisible as well?
Yes, that is part of his power.
Let's rob a
Oh,
bank.
it's like Wonder
I'd
Woman
just be a
jet.
smuggler.
Be a
You could
smuggler.
smuggle up to
What do
a
you-
pillow's worth. of
You're
whatever.
carrying something like this everywhere you go.
But it
You
retains
can fit a
its
lot
weight.
of stuff in a pillowcase.
Yeah.
It retains its weight, though. It's not like
Sure.
it's light
You
as a feather.
Wear it as a
Put
cape.
put a
You'd
bunch
be
of
the
pennies in
best
there.
fucking mime in the world.
Oh yeah,
Hell yeah.
what a power to have.
To be the best mime.
Yes,
I can't think.
what a weird way to
Professions
use
where
the
it's
power.
inappropriate to break into song.
It's true. Funeral person protesting over your funeral is pretty bad too. In the middle of a funeral, if you're like, "Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling," not the greatest how to break into song.
Is this speaking from personal experience?
Yeah,
Singing the Bee
presidential
Gees?
inauguration. That can't be good. Being a stenographer in a courtroom shouldn't break
Oh
into
yeah,
song
that's
during
definitely
That's up
definitely don't do that.
Yikes.
I'm sure they can do it. I'm sure they can
that.
keep up.
What else? A guy like a boot camp sergeant. No one's gonna respect you if you just break into song and dance. I don't
No,
think.
one of the recruits, while the
Oh.
sergeant is in front of you.
Oh no. Yeah, that's a paddling. No good.
But in the
What a
army
tangent.
movies, they sing and stuff when they go marching. Don't all the army people do that?
That's more of a chant.
Oh,
Yeah. You should join the army, Jim.
I tried. They
Does
didn't
New
take me.
Zealand have an army?
I tried. They wouldn't take me. I'm too skinny.
Real shame.
Also, apparently, if you have a pimple, they're like, nah.
That
Wait?
seems real.
Yeah, they're like, yo, acne, nah. Failed my medical. I'm really
in the
glad.
US, they just lie to teenagers at the mall.
It's
Dude,
true.
my place ain't as desperate as America, I guess, then.
US, they'll also. It's really weird that they could come to your high school and just walk around the halls and be like, "Hey, you want to join the military?" They're like,
Got
"Okay,
great
here
benefits. Travel, see
Yeah.
the world.
Get
I
shot
love
at.
those old posters. You could pay for your college through us for free.
Wonder how much if Biden cancelled student loans and debt and stuff, and if you had like cheaper free college, would people sign up for
People
the
would
military
not join
anymore?
the military.
Yeah. What would they have to give them?
Good question. What's the percentage of people who join the military for strictly? I bet you medical benefits is probably a good part. I mean, there's also many people on our Discord that are part of.
Join the military and
you.
you get a free monkey NFT.
Oh, do you want to see
No,
what's next to me? Hold on.
God.
100%. A few of my classmates and my dad joined the military specifically for student loans.
It's fucked. What is that?
Someone sent me in my last time I checked my PO box. I was sent a viewer sent me a box of MREs.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah.
Not for resale.
Yep, they have the
Says on the
a
front,
real
don't
official
resell
one.
these.
He didn't buy them, obviously.
Warfighter recommended, Warfighter tested.
What kind of flavors you got?
We have some of these are questionable because I one of them was like someone who's in the army had this they're all recent. They're all like within 3 years, which is for MREs recent. The beef goulash one apparently is like a bit of a red flag. That one in like the tuna. I think it's just a can of tuna, to be honest, which is fine. Pepperoni pizza is one of the worst ones. That pizza slice is like a rehydrated piece of fucking cardboard. That's what I've heard.
Oh yeah, the crust in particular is really bad.
Then the Southwest style beef and black beans. Apparently, it's gonna make me just not shit for a week, but do nothing but fart. So I can't.
I mean, that's That's every MRE, but that one definitely specifically is
Yeah.
worse.
I dodged a couple. I didn't hit some of the real big ones after I've heard about. There's a couple that are apparently like you'll do just nothing but shit and piss for the next week, and then
Cool.
never again. But I'm gonna be eating them all for a video. That's fun with a couple military peoples. Be like MRE Steve, real cool guy. Yeah, not
Talking
too
about-
bad.
Eating MREs and talking about college
Mhm.
and how they missed it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It is very cold in my house.
I am sweating
Anyone
so
else-
much. Yeah,
Anyone else get snow? I got
No.
like almost a foot.
Grants.
Never heard of
We
it.
got some snow.
White stuff started raining down from the sky. Call it cocaine. And wonder what the fuck the homeless were up to.
Cargo
man,
plane
I could ask.
took a hit.
I tell you what, I'm pretty sure by volume, I have more crows on my roof than snow. It's
By
crazy.
volume?
What a
Judging by
brag.
the amount of crows I've crammed into this ice cream tub. By
My
volume.
crow per, my
No,
crow
like
per snow
literally
ratio-
millions of crows.
Whoa, literal
What'd you do to
and
fuck
then
up?
millions.
What'd you do to piss them off?
No, they're just for the past few months, they've just been roaming around.
Well, somebody in the area pissed them off.
You gotta train them so they bring you trinkets.
Yeah, I
can't do
heard that. I saw that on the internet.
You
and
can
I was
make
like,
literal
I don't
quarters."
know if I want to risk it. Because yeah, the cars have so much bird poop on them.
There is a
Not the
guy,
crows.
I think, here in Australia who trained like wild crows to bring loose change and shit. But what I'm picturing happening is they don't find loose change. They probably just go out and mug people.
That's what I was thinking as well.
And I really
There's
want to
a-
like get some mugging crows and just let them
As you
loose.
described that, there's actually since it's behind me in real life, there's a stand in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that really just picks up loose change across the city.
I should really watch
That's
that.
what its entire
Harvest.
Very
existence.
useful.
Sounds
Harvest,
awesome.
baby.
Yeah, harvest.
R.I.P. Man's gone.
Oh.
Lost but not forgotten.
If
One of the worst
anything, if I
characters in
was
JoJo.
gonna have a superpower, I'd have that. That'd be awesome.
The
power to make millions of small men.
I think it's like 50,000 small little creatures.
Well,
that
that's
run
not what
around
I was
and-
going for. I just meant for like lost change is no longer
But
lost. It's
think of it,
mine.
You
No one
can
needs
tell
it.
them to pick up anything. You'd be like, go pick up, go
Are they
steal.
immortal?
No. If they get hurt, you get hurt.
Well, that's even worse.
But the ratio in which you get hurt is split amongst the fact that there's 50,000 of them.
I played a game that had you could summon minions and you could literally tell them to do whatever you want, and I ran drugs in it. And so what I would do is put a car full of drugs in one location on the map, and you need to get to the other location on the map. And this was one of those like roleplay cops and robbers servers kind of thing. And so there'd be like
Yeah.
checkpoints with players, and they'd check, like, if you were in a car, they'd check your car for drugs, you'd be in trouble, right? But since I had a car loaded up full of NPCs that I could command across the map, I'd just go to the other end in my car that's 100% legit, wait at the place to sell the drugs, and then all the prostitutes would show up with all the drugs they were driving.
When you were saying that, I yawned, so my in-head audio got a little bit distorted. I thought you said you had a car full of NFTs. I was like, what's he saying?
No. You don't need NFTs
far.
for a car, they're in the cloud, lady.
I
Everything.
keep my cloud in the car,
Technically,
though.
at some point, those are electrons. If you filled your entire car with only NFTs and only their electrons, that would be quite a few NFTs.
Yes, that'd be a lot.
He
Are we-
called you stupid.
You know, electricity moves really slowly.
If it's
Yeah,
cold,
you
No,
think
just
you
in general,
think that
it's-
it's one electron going down the wire, but
really
really
slow.
it's just displacing all the ones that were already in the wire.
It's like a Newton's
It's just-
cradle.
Yeah.
it's cradling.
And it only moves like if you shot one at the speed at which it would move through an actual wire, you could outwalk it. So if you see someone getting electrocuted, they're an idiot. They just walk away. Problem solved.
You just walk away.
Honestly, electrocute people are the stupidest. I'm glad you finally said it, Jim.
Yeah,
No one's dumber than someone being electrocuted.
exactly. So that's why I'm not going to play Archmine.
hmm
I'm too smart.
Makes sense. Low intelligence.
What?
You should make a build with Actum, the axe. It's my favorite item I've never had in Path of Exile.
Why?
Oh, you should go Omniscience Actum.
You should.
Yep.
It makes you big dum dum.
You have no intelligence. I saw that and I was like, I will
Because it
never
becomes
use
you
that.
have no omniscience.
I can't even spell it. How do you spell it?
ACTUM.
ACTI. See, I'm already halfway there. I don't even know how to spell.
It's the only unique I've ever lost in Path of Exile.
How?
I triggered the alarm before 2 seconds before I could reach the thing, and then I had to check for posterity, and it was there. It was like my own personal 9/11.
Jesus.
Just looking at it there. I've never seen it since, and it's probably the last unique I ever get. Just a permanent red stain on my spreadsheet.
It also has no sockets. That was really unnecessary.
It really is a double fuck. It's like the most unnecessary second stomp on it, you know?
Too dumb.
No sockets. Yeah, why not? I really wish it was
not
bigger.
even that good.
Oh, it's not that good at all. But I wish it was physically larger. Like if it was just like a big unga bunga axe, it'd be kind of like I'd have more
transfer
one-handed axe.
It's just not good. The power level in those uniques just vary so much. You have like Expedition's End, Crest of Desire, then you have that thing, and you're like, what the fuck? What
it's useful to someone.
Fulcrum, like I don't know. There's also
I want to know who that someone is.
The ring, Fated End, and Heist doesn't even work anymore because apparently there's some like the interaction with Doom stack rate doesn't even operate correctly, so it doesn't even do anything. I forget that's a mechanic in the game, Doom.
There's so many things they keep adding.
I don't know why they even added Doom.
Cool
Was
idea,
anyone ever self-casting Curse?
I was for a little bit after that patch came out, but
there was a build, like a Hexblast, Bane, something build that used Doom, but like it's not...
like Hexblast Ignite, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's still kind of exists,
remember that.
but it's just always like, why would I even bother igniting with Hexblast when like I could just use Arc now, you know?
Well, I was doing Discharge.
I was like, fun. This is great for if I want my enemy to die exactly 1 year from now.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, you're so close, Jim.
Sorry, I was looking at the Atlas.
Made a 3-charge Discharge or Ignite build. Got like 9 million Ignite DPS. Now it's dead.
The unique maps on the new Atlas are huge. They look like notables, but they ain't. They're just massive icons. Don't ignore me.
I like zoomed in.
I totally forgot that Fated End existed as an item. Like, I dismissed it immediately when I first saw it, and I never saw it again.
Bosses, prophecies. Oh yeah. Are there any other uniques like Elder, Shaper, Blood, Call of the Brotherhood? Is that what it is that people would trash to treasure? That would probably be a lot. Was there any? Did trash to treasure even have a use? And was there anything like?
It was only ever for shaped items.
Was there anything like
builds?
Actually cheaper because of trash to treasure?
The top end price is almost always dictated by the best thing you can guarantee. But its effective lottery use was always because of Shroud of the Light, or sorry, Eternity Shroud, which was just making things shaped so that worked for that. But it's now gone, so it's irrelevant. I think it might be reintroduced in maybe like I don't know, fucking Guff level 4 in Mastermind or something. But like, there could be something.
I just mean
it was the reason that the Oppressor existed because of the Squire. It was the only unique for that base. Yeah. So they were like, we can't have them trash to treasure, or trash to treasure would be 50x. So they just added trash to trash is the name of the Reddit post where they teased the Oppressor.
But then why don't they just change the Oppressor base now? Because it's no longer in the game, so why does it matter?
Yeah.
You know,
I just mean
they added one hope that didn't filter it right.
I'm on like
so
6,000
you can't
chances
manually chance orbit and not have to buy more bases.
It's like 100,000.
It's a fuck you
to hit the average to hit that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just meant, was trash to treasure priced on the price of the items, and would the price of the items like the Shaper, Call of the Brotherhoods become more expensive now that trash to treasure doesn't exist, or was it already priced at the rate?
A negligible amount. It's like, I don't think it makes much of a difference.
Okay.
Not for that. It'd really be too expensive to start trash to treasuring things for those because the odds of hitting them are so shit.
Yeah.
Like Badge of the Brotherhood is not. You could do
there are so many other
chances.
There's so many other amulet uniques for that base. Shaped Pyre wasn't too hard. You would get like 5 or 6 dream fragments first.
There's a couple examples, but I still think the price was always dictated by whatever the most expensive guaranteed. So probably upcoming, if it still existed, it probably would be like Void Battery or something, because it's gonna be a very, very good Void Battery league. And so that might be a couple exalted, but I don't think it'll really would have been crazy. Not a big deal. There's really nothing. I think the only two things that losing prophecy impacted the most in a long term sense was Twice Enchanted and maybe the 5 link thing. That's probably it.
Twice Enchanted, and there were 1 to 2 faded uniques that they removed that I actually liked, but they weren't meta.
I don't understand why they removed any of them, to be honest. But
Swarms of
Yeah,
insects.
they were
or
like-
whatever.
They should have all been core.
yeah,
Honestly,
it's really strange.
Corona Solaris, in particular, I was like, that's actually a literally unique item, and it's actually good. And then you're keeping the original item in the game. Why?
The Ingame, the gold amulet, was also did something that I don't think anything else
yeah,
did.
it was like the hits can't be evaded or something. I'm gonna.
Yeah,
did,
I
did
remember
the cauterizer survive?
That's in. Yeah.
What
The
about
cauterizer lived.
was the
It should be,
aesthetic a
which means-
prophecy item?
Yeah, that's just gone, I guess. I mean, I don't
Your
know-
hits can't be evaded by blinded enemies. Was the F.
I don't know what the fuck happened with the non-faded prophecy items. Actually, like I'm not sure where Kintsugi is or aesthetic.
So
I think
like
they're just base game or
I think so.
Just go.
the Pale Court uniques are just
Yeah.
core. You'll just get them anywhere.
okay.
I'm pretty
That's
sure.
Oh yeah,
is-
the Pale Council fight is no longer accessible. Its previously exclusive unique items have been added to the core drop pool.
what about Kintsugi?
I think
Yeah,
stuff
because that
that
was
was
specifically one prophecy.
if there was a
Descent
prophecy,
from
if there was no
Flesh
base
is
item,
another one.
if there was no base item, it gets
And-
added core, and if it was an upgrade, it's either 50-50, the upgrade
Okay,
stays.
so
or the
that
other
means
one
that
doesn't.
means
I think
that means aesthetic, Kintsugi, and Descent from Flesh should all be just dropping now,
theoretically.
which is good. That's good. Kintsugi's pretty solid still. So okay, chest. Also, Uriel's fostering just being in the base pool is kind of cool. That chest was everywhere and then nowhere after it got nerfed. It was such a. It's also one of the coolest looking uniques in the game, I think,
Yeah,
for body
it's
armor.
It's
skin
an
transfer.
amazing skin transfer.
That and Ivory Tower, the cool trench coats.
Yep.
I'm looking at the Reddit right now and seeing if there's anything new, and there really is not any. They teased one node from the
Hell yeah!
Essence one. But the verb, it's really strange. It's a Essence notable. It says monsters imprisoned by a Shrieking Essence, so the second highest tier, the highest tier you can find in a map, will be duplicated when released. Corrupting imprisoned monsters in the area cannot release them. Which the top comment is what my first thought was, which is, has the no release effect actually been made relevant at all? For those who don't know, right now it doesn't prevent that outcome from being chosen, it just prevents it from happening. So it doesn't affect the odds of getting a beneficial corruption outcome. Which maybe it's like a precedent for something that doesn't exist yet. But yeah.
I thought
The
the
release
comment
thing's kind of
was
strange.
implying that the upgraded ones don't exist. The one below that does. I think. I think he's an idiot.
Yeah. But yeah.
I kind of wished that node said shrieking or higher essences.
Yeah, only shrieking,
Yeah.
not deafening.
Well,
Yeah.
it's specifically, yeah.
Which means that if you were to use a corrupted essence on them, you don't in a hit deafening, it won't get duplicated.
Right, so you effectively add +1 essence instead of +3 per essence.
But there's no
Tripling it.
reason not to still go for it because
Exactly.
the
Right.
Shriekings are still waiting for. So like,
So
it is
if it-
kind of strange.
If it corrupts and doesn't hit the +1, you'll still get 2 shriekings.
This is only ever relevant if you actually didn't have any more corrupting essences. Because in every other scenario, you would always still toss a corrupting on it.
That's
But
better
what
than I thought
if
it was then.
technically it has a deafening and a shrieking? Will it
And they'll
duplicate the
both get
deafening?
duped.
It'll duplicate the Shrieking and just.
Well, it duplicates the monster.
Oh,
So
I
you
don't know. I know what he's saying. Yeah, you're right.
I don't
But
get
even
it.
then, it's going to still have Screamings, which will become Shrieking. So you still would use an essence. You still use a corrupted on it.
Yep.
Because if the Shriekings went to Deafenings, that means the Screamings went to Shrieking. So we're back at the square one where it still works.
Yeah.
There's
Because
still no
it has
reason
the
not to have it
cannot
corrupted.
release them thing, it's always worth it to corrupt regardless.
Yeah, Very strange. It's a very it's a very strange node. I almost just feel like they should just say like
Double
duplicates
shrinkings.
dropped essences or something. Like it's just like this is a good example of a level of convolution and path that I'm sure is worded very specifically for a very specific reason, but
And we don't know it because
unnecessarily confusing.
If it was
And
just
we
double
won't know until
shrinkings,
somebody abuses it.
yeah, was there a way that you can think of if it was just double shrinkings that you could abuse it?
No,
Maybe there's other
not-
things on the
not-
atlas that we don't know about. The tree.
Not that it still doesn't. It just doesn't matter because the 3-to-1 exchange offsets any reason to not do it.
Mm.
Which also means because you'd always still do it because there's a chance that the screamings become specialty essences, which will be doubled.
So what's the
So when
what's the second line on it even mean?
Corrupting imprisoned monsters in areas cannot release them. I think if you have other corrupted essences near an unopened essence, there's a chance to open it.
I thought it would mean if you corrupted it, you just couldn't open it.
No. Normally, if you corrupt an essence, there's a chance that it just breaks out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It stops that and does nothing instead.
So, of the 1 in 4 outcomes when using a corrupted essence, one of them is the breakout. One of them.
So
is
there's
the
no
upgrade, one's the
downside?
nothing. There's no downside. It appears.
There's no downside here.
Okay.
Also, this is of all the leagues in the, not that this is nitpicking on a spoiler, but of all the leagues in the game to showcase the new big fancy Siege of the Atlas Tree, it chose an obscure essence one. That's
if I had
the one
to
you're
guess,
teasing.
if I had to guess, they're probably still working on it, and they don't want to announce something they know they will. They know they might change, even though it might be something people want to see. They're like, we're definitely not changing this. Let's just.
I see a heist one above it. I see a
They
Alpha one right next
they
to
probably
it.
don't want to show off anything with a number.
I mean, the fucking thing comes out in a week. How is this not done yet? This is like South
They've
Park
only
episodes. They'll
had
just fly by night.
4 months or whatever to work on it.
No, they've had a year. It's an expansion. It's not a league. They've had a year to work on it. They said they have 12 weeks, but that's just because they're not managing their time properly. They have a full year from expansion to expansion. If they're only allocated
benefit of the doubt
4 whatever, I mean, yeah, sure.
I'm not making the
I feel
game.
like-
I don't know how hard it is. I don't know how to code in C. Good on them.
I don't think they use C. I think this game is sold. They're probably
C++.
coding in fucking. It's probably fucking Cobalt. I think just because it's just how old this shit is.
Basic.
All of their job applications, they say they look for people with 5 years of C++ experience.
Even like the barista, they just have everyone has to have C++.
Everyone.
Just in
Everyone's
case.
C++.
Artists,
they need to
5 years of
crunch.
C++.
Yep.
They give you your fucking pay stubs. It's in C++.
Jesus.
Funny.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So, are you doing anything different this league, Lighty, or just the same old looking for uniques? There's no Archnemesis uniques, right?
There are no uniques or nothing. I technically don't even have to play this league, and it'd be better
Yeah.
for me. But
Go play
I
standard.
obviously can't do that because of who I am. So I have to play obviously league. So I spun my wheel as always.
Mm-hmm.
I got my build. I'm playing Impale Champion Spectral Helix. It's going to be very, very good. I'll be able to smash all the content with 90 all res and 50k armor, no problem. And it's going to be a great time. The only thing I'm doing differently is my build has a couple uniques I have to target farm. So one of them is the Fledgling. Does everyone know what the Fledgling is?
The name rings a bell. I'm just
Bird-themed.
gonna look it up right now.
A helmet from Heist. It's from a specific unique Heist contract. The Heart of Glory.
Yeah.
It's a guaranteed
Projectiles
dropper.
cannot
from National.
collide with enemies at close range and
far shot
far
helmet.
shot. So you have to far shot every single enemy.
Well, Helix
it
already
also
guaranteed.
has-
Yeah, the thing
Helix
with Helix
Spectral
is
Throw guarantee it.
because of how the far shot's determined is based off of projectile distance traveled, not distance from you. So when the Helix rotates around you, that's the equivalent of it traveling off screen for far shot. So one rotation around you is just 60% more damage on your Helix. Because
It also has
far-shotted.
50% increased damage and 50% increased speed.
It's a very, 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 very good helmet for things that it works for, and then totally dead outside of that. But
yeah,
that's
and
that. So I have
you
to
don't
farm
to
that
take
out.
you don't have to take Deadeye for
Nope.
far shot.
Yeah,
It's
it's
huge.
pretty busted for that. But to sort of get that, I have to now obviously do all of Heist, do
We'll be
every
heist
single
bros.
heist.
I've never even seen this boss.
Well, it's only it's a
from a
guarantee. The
unique
good thing is
contract.
it's a guaranteed drop. Unique contracts are very, very common. So I just the annoying part is I have to now do all of Heist from scratch. So level everyone from scratch, do every single quest quest contract until I can get to the part where the unique contracts drop, which is just like a time sink. And then the second thing I want to do is I want to farm out a Paradoxica, or probably a couple, because I have to first get one, and then it has to be like usable, because it's Paradoxica. And that just means I have to set up my betrayal board again and do the whole betrayal board blocking. Then I have to farm safe houses, and Paradoxica only drops from one safe house, so I have to farm intervention safe houses.
There was something in the patch notes, betrayal. I was one of the people. It says people were unknowingly not allowing the leader of the safe house to show up in any encounters because of the way the level of the subordinates was. I was doing that every single time. I was like, why can't I ever get anyone to join this encounter?
You'll have like two people in one safe house, and the leader will never appear because of the level of the person beneath it wasn't like whatever. So it'll be a lot easier to manipulate who's in lead now, which is nice. But yeah, I'm just gonna have to farm. On average, it's like a 1 in 15 drop rate off of an intervention safe house boss to get a Paradoxica.
The only thing I needed to do this last league was get Hillock in research to get my flask duration up for one flask, and it took me over 20 Atlas missions to be able to do that.
If you're not super well versed in setting up your blocking board and betrayal, it is one of the dumbest things in Path. But it's like the level of complication Path has at a game. It's like that mirrored inside of one system of Path. Because
I had
there's so many small
3
things
in fortification, which is what I thought I wanted, and then I just needed to put him in research, and then I could run the mastermind. It took over 20 missions to do that.
Yep. Yeah, it's very confusing, unfortunately.
I'm a living heist. Also,
it just takes X amount of time to do. I just noticed the temperature just went from 10 degrees to 9 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm into single digits now.
Congrats.
That's good. Congrats on single digits.
Mm-hmm.
Cold is cold.
I don't know what other situation you would say grants for that. Single digit job offer, yay! $9 an hour.
Amount of bones broken.
Single digits?
I'm in single digits.
Pretty good.
You said $9 an hour. I was thinking like $9,000 a year.
Oh.
Is that good?
Well, it's much less than $9 an hour.
Is $9 an hour
Actually,
good?
depends on what. No, not really.
Okay.
Some states it's actually still above the minimum wage, but
Fuck.
Yeah, 9 times 40 hours a week, and I'm gonna assume you work 52 weeks, which
27?
is very wrong. That's
27.
$18,720.
Oh my god,
a
not
year.
even close.
Dude, just barely taxable in my country. Grants.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's below the poverty line.
That's definitely below welfare. You're like on welfare in the U.S. You're living in a dumpster.
I have to AFK for a bit.
Oh, good.
Mhm.
I need to go to the bathroom, but I think I've waited so long that I think it's subsided and it's just
God,
come
no.
back inside of me.
That's a problem. We could end it. I mean, I don't know. You got anything else you want to talk about? It's basic. I thought there'd be lots to talk about, though. There really isn't. It's more of a wait and see kind of thing.
That's
There's not really any new skills. There's not really. I mean, there's a few new uniques, but we already talked about those.
If I had timed this better and the Atlas tree would have been out, we could have talked for another 20 minutes, but that's about
That's why I'm waiting to do my podcast for the Atlas tree, because I feel like this is the second podcast done pre-tree, and it's like you can speculate until your dick falls off, but it's like we have no idea what this,
Just make us look like fools.
No, it's fine.
Yes.
This is great. I like this. This is yeah. I liked as soon as the stream ended and the patch came out, I just got a DM. Lighty said, "When?" And I'm like, fuck, I gotta do this again.
I did say that. Most times Jim lies. That's a fact. But this time I did just PM the word when. That is it.
And after you PM'd me, I'm like, so Jousis, when are you free? And he's like, this, and I'm like, okay.
I PM'd Jim. I said when, and then Jim said KYS smiley face. So
I did not.
It's just really it's really unfortunate. He's so toxic.
Whatever.
I asked him, why are you saying mean things? And he said it means kiss yourself, and I Googled it, and it didn't mean that. And
people ask me why we hate each other, and I honestly think you're an okay person. And then you say shit like this, like I'm lying. I think you're a nice person, Lighty. Even through all the shrimp memes and cancer, there's a nice person under that.
You do look like a shrimp. I just want you to know that.
I don't get it. I don't see it. That doesn't make any sense.
Shrimps
Do you
can't
hunch
see.
forward when you sit?
No, I don't. I'm leaned back like this.
I'm definitely sitting like a shrimp right now.
I put my
You're
legs up
shrimping out.
though, to be fair.
Oh, shrimps are known for that.
Legs on the table gamer represent.
Shrimps are known for legs on tables. That's
Po-
like one of the
posture
most.
like this.
If you told me to describe top 3 characteristics of a male shrimp, I would say legs are on a table. Like that's up there.
Claws on the elbows. Elbow claws.
No, sponge on head. That's number 2. Definitely the sponge on head.
What
You know
else?
why you have a sponge on your head? It's to soak up all the shrimp juices coming out of you.
That must be it.
It must be. Yeah.
I keep all the salt water out of my eyes so I can see.
What if we all just left him here?
We can,
He
but
just- he
I
comes
don't know
back
if you
and
want to
he's
do
like,
any of
"Oh,
those.
no."
Blood's like, what the fuck?
I don't know if you want to do any of those. What do you call it? Like shout out to who you are thing. But I think most people know. Blood will miss out on his shout out on who he is and to check out his channel that he doesn't have, or his Twitch that he
Yeah,
doesn't use.
I think people know Jousis and I at this point. So
Yeah.
whatever, Blood.
If you're watching this one and none of the previous ones, what are you? And you made it this far. What are you
Yeah.
doing?
What the fuck?
Yeah, just Google us. We could shout out Blood without. I don't even know what he does.
Yeah.
I'll
Just
shout him out.
shout him out to the best of your knowledge.
Shout out to Blood. He has a YouTube channel. He makes a lot of really, really great GTA 4 VR playthroughs, and he's really big into recreating anime scenes in Roblox. He does that. That's a pretty good series he has. He made that, all those great Dragon Ball Z fights in Roblox. You could download them on his website, bloodforged.tw.org. And what else, Jousis? What else does Blood do?
Yeah, Jousis, would you like to take a moment to shout out Blood for us?
I can't improv something like that.
Come on. Shout out to Blood for supplying oxygen to the brain, necessary in some situations, not all.
Shout out to Blood for not being a crip.
Cryptid?
A crip?
He's not a cryptid.
Oh, I get it. I get it.
No,
This
like
is
the
gang
gangs.
related. Yeah.
Oh, joking
thought-
about gang-related activity. Pretty sensitive
I
subject.
thought you were gonna say crypto daddy, but that works too.
I thought you meant cryptid, like Bigfoot.
Yeah,
shout out to
shout
Blood for not being
being
any of those
Bigfoot
things.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He might be Bigfoot.
Well, now
Which
I'm
you
more
could
in.
find
His
out if you
profile picture
subscribe.
looks vaguely like Bigfoot.
If you could actually subscribe to Blood's OnlyFans account where he has feet pics. You could measure them yourself. He takes requests.
Yeah, maybe they're big.
They're asymmetrical.
Not to be confused with his Patreon account where he does Lego tutorials. So you could mail him Legos and he assembles them for you, then mails them back to you. It's very expensive, the shipping, but it's part of his Patreon account.
Mhm.
He's got a WordPress where he writes poetry about GTX graphics cards. What else is there?
He's got a Squarespace where he posts grilled cheese sandwiches, and you can
He's
buy
got
them.
he's got a salt sponsorship. He's sponsored by Pink Himalayan Salt.
Mhm.
Big,
you see-
Big Pharma?
Oh man, I don't know where it was, but a lady put one of those. It was covered in cobwebs. She put it in a dishwasher, and it just melted and it's gone because it's salt. So it just liquidated it, and she put a lamp in a dishwasher, a rock salt lamp, and it just
I didn't
it's
hear
gone.
the lamp part.
No, I just said a rock
just
salt,
heard-
Himalayan rock, like a giant one, like this, in a dishwasher
Like a lump.
to clean it. It's
Yeah,
gone.
the
Yeah,
water
it's
will just
salt.
wash out the
It's-
salt.
Yeah,
It's-
it's
it
like
is salt.
it's just that gif of a raccoon with like cotton candy and like, going to clean
To
it.
be fair
and,
though, I
No,
feel
not
like
the raccoon.
a lady who owns a salt lamp probably wouldn't know not to dishwash it.
she probably wouldn't know that it's salt.
Yeah, it could just be a pretty
Yeah.
looking lamp.
It's a
They
type
never
of
said
rock-
it was made of Himalayan
Rock
rock salt.
salt. Rock
Yeah.
salt rock. You can lick them, you know.
But the
Then again-
Himalayas.
Hold on. Putting a lamp in the dishwasher, regardless.
I'm pretty sure it
I mean,
wasn't
it's
the
not
electronic
plugged in,
part.
but
Just the salt part.
Is it just the fact that there's an inner part scooped out for like a candle to be put in? Does that
It's-
make it a lamp now?
It's just a lamp with an electrical cord, and it's got a
Well,
rock
it's
cover on
only
it.
a lamp when it's lamped up. I'm saying, but prior to
the rock
lamping
is the
up-
lamp shade.
Right. So it's got.
Yes.
She put a hollowed out rock salt in a
You put a
dishwasher,
piled out rock salt in a dishwasher,
and it
and then
disappeared.
just surprised it disappeared.
She's a
But the
magician.
question is, do you think that she knew it melted, or do you think that she was like, "Who
I think-
stole my lamp"?
I don't know actually.
It was the sock gnomes.
Did you
Yeah.
unload the dishwasher? You left all the dishes in there. Where's my lamp?
That's like I heard a comedy. I think this was even Dane Cook's. This is at least 15 years ago because he's obscured into obscurity now. But like I remember him having a bit where he would break into people's homes and steal the batteries and all their things, and then just leave.
Oh,
Which is just like such a diabolic thing to do. You know, it's the equivalent of like stealing someone's rock salt lamp.
I should just
Just
go
to
into the house
gaslight
and
people.
just take random
Yeah,
shit.
just
and see
to
what happens.
piss people up. Or like another one was I think breaking into someone's homes and replacing all their photos with like pictures of himself was another one.
Now that's just so creepy that you would have to call the police.
Oh yeah,
And
it's
then
like
you
definitely
have
the next step.
suspect number 1, that guy
Yeah.
in that photo, and that photo, and that photo.
Mhm. But imagine if it wasn't you. It was like you picked like a bunch of pictures of
Yeah,
your
you
neighbor,
framed some dude.
Literally.
and figuratively, literally framed them.
Yeah, I used to like had this thing that just said "fuck you" on cardboard, and I'd hide it around my house. And when my siblings found it, they'd hide it somewhere, and someone hid it somewhere, and I never found it again. So eventually, one of
My
these days,
neighbor
it'll come
had
back.
that with the previous owner. So when I bought this home, this owner and the neighbor were like constantly fighting apparently, and to the point where one of them built a large wooden sign that just said "fuck you" on
Hell
it.
yeah!
And they like the town was like yelling at them both, and like this one guy had the game warden called on him because he had a weird African cat in his house that was illegal. There's all this nonsense. So like when I first owned a personal home, I had to tear down a sign, a big wooden sign that was pointing at my neighbors. So I was like, "This isn't me anymore. I'm new here. Please don't yell at me."
There is no
And
longer a grudge between these two.
And he was
houses.
very happy. He hugged me when I didn't even know him. He's like, "I'm just so glad that man is gone."
Oh,
But to be fair, they were both problematic. But it was
Oh.
yeah.
yeah. Not gonna name
I had a-
names, but I know someone whose next door neighbor has a grenade, and I don't think we're allowed guns in my country. So
Is it the Netflix man?
no, Netflix man's a piece of shit in his own way, but he's getting better. Maybe I don't know. I just try not to associate.
You live in the same place though with Netflix man still?
Yeah, he's in the house and I'm in the shed. I've been in the house. I went in. I tried the house. It's not good. Too many Netflix men in there. Back in the shed, suffering.
And
It's
he
not
sleeps
good.
in the same bed as you?
No, I sleeps next door, next bedroom, next door over.
Oh, in the bed like you guys have beds right like pressed up
Bedroom.
against each other.
Bedroom, different bedroom.
I guess in
two
the same
different, two
room
separate
with
beds.
two beds.
Two
that you guys-
different,
and
two
you guys-
different rooms.
When your beds
two
are
different
touching,
beds.
do you hold hands when you're
Basically
sleeping?
the same, but no.
Okay, so it's like a bunk bed, but next
Two
to
different
each other.
bedrooms.
Oh, so it's
two
the
rooms.
same
Have you ever had to sleep next to someone that is not like a significant other, like right next to each other, like on the same bed?
Yeah.
I've had to sleep inside.
When you do
people
that,
like
do you go face to face or face to foot?
No, normally
Ass
ass
to
mouth
ass.
is. Yeah. No, I've slept in the same bed as somebody who I didn't really know very well
Mhm.
in like a just necessity purpose,
Mhm.
and I sleep fully naked, and they just had to deal with that.
Oh hell yeah.
I slept fully naked, and they were fully clothed. I think they had a hoodie on, if I remember correctly. But no, I sleep like a corpse. I don't really move. So they stayed in their quadrant. I stayed in my quadrant. We both were just we're actually ass to ass away from each other. And it was just a necessity type thing.
Yeah, I think I slept in a closet once. Like
Ever
like
coming out?
Like a pantry. Now there was no door. I just slept in the pantry.
Okay.
It wasn't much like
Right
I,
over.
I was too tall, so I was like on a diagonal, kind of curled up on the floor, no pillow or anything. Just nowhere else to sleep at that time.
What's been your worst necessity sleep? Like I slept one time on the mantle of a wood burning stove with like a piece of cardboard for a pillow. Like what's been like that scenario?
I slept on people that have like a lazy boy chair and then like a footrest. What's that called?
Yep.
Like an
The
ottoman.
ottoman? Yeah.
I slept curled up on the ottoman.
Yeah.
I
Been
slept.
I was small enough at the
on-
time that I could fit my entire body on top of the ottoman.
All right.
I
Pretty
slept at the international entry into Auckland Airport on a bench
I was
in front of like
So hoping you're gonna say House of Pancakes.
just
Are
like
we
on
just
a
talking about weird places we've slept?
just on a bench.
Yeah, we are.
I think I slept there for like 10 hours. Yeah.
I definitely remember, and I was at like a sleepaway camp, and we were outside, and everyone was in tents, and I thought it was nice enough out just to sleep outside, so I just slept on the ground with a pillow, like on a piece of cardboard, but no blanket, just a pillow, fully clothed.
And you're
I
still
slept
alive.
like that, and the temperature tanked
Oh yeah.
while I was asleep, and I woke up with basically hypothermia. But I remember that was like that was up
Wait.
there.
I have a much worse one than my previous one. I was in Boy Scouts, so I did the Wilderness Survival Merit Badge, and I didn't read anything about it beforehand, and nobody told me anything, so they just hiked us out into the woods and then said, sleep here.
Yep.
And so I had to use whatever I had on me. I basically just put a tarp over myself and just woke up covered in spiders.
Yep.
Fuck
Yep.
that.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now we're getting there.
You had me until the spiders part.
Yep.
Huh.
You know what's interesting about spiders? I have a friend who works. He's a farmer, and he just got into cranberries. And apparently, when they harvest cranberries, they harvest them by flooding the fields.
Yep.
And what happens is all the spiders apparently just try to get out of the water. They just go across the top, and there's just millions of spiders running around, which is just like nonsense to me. That they're just living in Spiderville now. That's got to be insane looking, though. I've actually seen the video. I'll look up one right now. I'm sure it's gonna be worse than I could ever imagine.
If you're squeamish, don't look it up.
Well, I've seen like cartel execution, so I'm not that. It's not that bad. But,
But like,
let me just
specifically
cranberry.
for spiders.
No, it's fine. Cranberry. Oh, it's one of the first things that comes up. If I type in cranberry
Cranberry
spider field.
spiders.
Yeah. Floating cranberries, my biggest regret in life.
What?
Show me the spiders.
I had a micro nap when I was driving once, so I've decided never to go driving again. Because if I would have a micro nap, that means anyone else on the road could probably be sleep deprived and kill me at any moment. So I'm a public transport guy now. If you're gonna hit me, you're gonna hit me in a bus. Yeah.
I used to always sleep on the bus home from high school.
Hell yeah.
Long bus.
Fucking internal clock worked perfectly, so I always woke up 2 stops before I needed to get off.
That's
For sure.
It's great.
Don't risk that. I slept through 182 train stations on my train.
182.
Typically, to get from where I live to like the central hub area is like 30 stations. This one went from like the bottom of my state to the top of my state. I'm like, oh fuck.
I'm sorry, I live in America where we don't have public transportation.
Oh.
Free public transportation.
I didn't
wasn't
find
free.
My spider video. I did find this.
What the
which is
fuck?
Very different. It's a little
Yeah, it's a
different.
giant ice.
There's no way that's
ice
real.
Fried rice. He
What?
cooks it.
You gotta watch that. He executes this thing, and the
I
vid is just
see.
not pleasant.
Is it alive
Anyway.
with a thumbnail?
Oh, it's alive, not for long.
I'm
This
not-
isn't like edible.
Oh yeah.
Pretend it's a lobster.
It's literally got
I saw it.
Pokemon in the title.
The other terrible video I saw. Let me find that one.
I wouldn't eat Kabuto from Pokemon.
God, what is the timestamp at? No, I don't want to watch. No. Why is it a graphic in the title? I don't want to open this.
Because the timestamp goes to immediately when it pierces his brain.
Ah, lucky
Yeah,
I
it
clicked
does.
out of that.
Yeah,
God
it does.
damn.
Just stab the head.
And its purple blood comes out, and he gets an ice bath.
Great.
Crazy ass ice.
I
blood,
think I'm
dude.
gonna just turn this off now.
Oh, why?
I don't know. I think we got it. I think we're done. Well, we don't have to.
I thought I might have been able to edit my video at the same time as this, but no, I needed to pay too much attention, so
No, you-
I need to get back to editing my video.
Yeah, we'll just end this now. Hey, Blood, do you want to sign yourself off? Like, what do you do? What do you...
You know I don't do anything.
Go on, do a nice sign off for us.
Oh man, you missed all our plugs of you.
Yeah, we gave you lots
Yeah,
of
we
plugs.
plugged 19 things that you don't do.
What the fuck?
Anyway, everyone, thank you.
I can't wait to see your Roblox series, by the way.
Thank
buddy.
you for watching. If you want to watch any of these other people, you should definitely check out Blood's channel. Linked in the
It's
description
his
below.
channel, his spreadsheet, his Squarespace account,
His WordPress,
his OnlyFans for feet pics,
his Patreon,
and,
his Squarespace,
Patreon,
His OnlyFans for
Pinterest.
Bigfoot pics.
Check out his
and his
Pinterest.
Grand Theft Auto 4 playlist he play, and then there was what else was there?
Roblox, play Roblox.
His Roblox anime moment recreation videos.
Holy shit.
Anyway, check all those out. And
Yeah.
when after you're done that, wait a couple days and watch whatever the fuck podcast Lighty makes that actually has information. that is
Yeah,
useful.
I was on the Faded podcast yesterday. No, that's today. Holy shit, it's the same day. I was at
Two
5
podcasts
a.m.
one
for that.
day. Fuck yeah. Was
And
this one
then-
better?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have another podcast. I have the Unique Boys podcast in 2 days with actual good Path players. You're all
Well,
shit.
yeah,
And then
Blood's good.
That's with Manny,
I'm
Leggy, and
knowledgeable,
Iron.
I'm not good.
Yeah. They're all gonna be racing for
I
first.
specifically
first
avoid
kills.
being good.
I mean, they're not. These people aren't sleeping for weeks. Like it's not healthy.
Yeah.
I tell people just to wait till Path 2 comes out at this point. See you in 5 years.
2 to 3 years.
It's literally Duke Nukem forever. It's just happening again.
Anyway, I'm sure I'll turn off the recording button at some point.
Make sure to watch Jim on what is he mostly on?
OnlyFans.
I think I mostly see you on WorldStar videos. You're beating up just children. That's mostly it. There's that, and then I see you on that Live Leak thing. That Live Leak video I saw you in.
Oh, which one was that?
The one where you were drove through the Boston Marathon. There's that one.
Fucking hell.
Christ.